bit. So my hand doesn't look so good, but I said a monster, passed. So I said, it's okay, I can survive, you know? You go Stratos, Search, Attack, and I flipped my, what I thought it was the Spirit Reaper, and I flipped the monster, and it is a Lone Fire Blossom. Marcello looks at me because like he was in the center, and he didn't say a word because I think he didn't know what to say.
His eyes said enough.
You know, and it was like, why? You know? So I don't know what happened, but I think that was the right moment for me to get some sleep. And
so you won the tournament, right? Or did you get your team eliminated?
Funnily enough, we arrived to the top 4 without dropping a single game, and in top 4 we lost all of our matches.
Okay, so it wasn't even completely your fault. But what is like the reason why you played the Tango Plant deck? What is the strategy behind this powerful deck, so meta-determining?
On one hand, I have very good memories of the deck because, you know, back then in 2011 I was 16, and I also remember how I struggled with finding the tour guides. I remember showing up at my local shop with my friends. It was impossible. Like, the internet, of course, existed, but it was not so popular to find cards, you know, online. And you really had to go to your card shop with friends, open up booster packs, talk to that guy. And I also remember that the sneak peek, I opened up a tour guide. But I was, you know, 16. I still, you know, was struggling with the game, and I traded the card. Can you imagine? And I remember back then the deck was popular, and I really liked the interaction with, you know, the tango itself.
Yeah.
And I think like seeing it nowadays, when you look back at the older formats, you look them with different eyes. You know what I mean? And also I think there was a transition period in which there was the Forbidden Limited list, and there was a card that was forbidden and got limited, which was the Black Luster Soul, the Envy of the Beginning, which is one of my favorite cards ever. And I remember the hype about the card, you know?
And it was justified.
So, and the deck, like, although there were a lot of cards that were limited, like the Formula Synchron, the Trishula, the Librarian, the Lone Fire, the Debris Dragon, I mean, the deck works so well.
It kind of gave you the vibe of something that you call good stuff in Yu-Gi-Oh! That you call. You just play a bunch of good cards. Funnily enough, some of them are plants, like exactly. The Lone Fire and the Engine, the Dandelion. And there's also some lights and darks. Effect Veiler was a thing, Caius, the Shadow Monarch, some extra deck monsters. And then at some point you can drop the Black Luster Soldier.
Exactly.
And another deck that profited from Black Luster Soldier or other boss monsters as well was TG Agents, or actually not TG Agents. That was also a hybrid build, but
exactly.
I topped my first regional ever with Agents, and that was because I got a Trishula from my football club friend who gave it to me because he had it from his brother. And I just got his Trishula, and I trished so many people in that tournament.
You have stories as well.
It was amazing. The card was not in the best condition, let me tell you. His little brother was probably quite young. But it was still a Trishula that can banish a monster or a card from the field, from the graveyard, and from the hand.
Trishula hit the field. I mean, that was, I think, one of the most scariest cards of the entire format.
Yeah.
You really wanted to avoid to get Trishula, so you really had to be careful, you know, how the cards on your graveyard. And I think, speaking of Agents, I remember that it was one of those decks which I think it was 25 to 30 monsters, just handfuls of spells, and maybe you know there was the Trap Dasher and the Treasure Trapple, and that was it.
There was even a Monster Mash version of the deck where you played Rallis or Gallus, and maybe a Pot of Avarice or one of the power spells like Monster Reborn or Dark Hole and Heavy Storm. But most of them were just monsters you would go into big combo plays. And of course, this was basically Boss Monster Turbo. You had the Hyperion, you had the Archlord Christia that got semi-limited, you had Dark Armed Dragon, if you will, you had Gords, the Emissary of Darkness, Tragodia. So many good cards that can just win you the game on the spot.
And there was I remember the deck was insanely good, because he could afford to play either Anime Controller or the Creature Swap. And you know, with the Venus, and when you basically make the light, it was like almost game. And I think though, the deck, although it was insanely good, I'm thinking about the side deck. There was a card specifically which could shut down entirely the strategy of the deck. Which
Consecrated Light.
On one hand, there was, but I was also thinking about the Leeching the Light. You remember the spell? Basically, the spell says there was this incredible spell that says, basically give your monsters attack equal to the monsters of your opponent's side of the field, which were light. So like, for example, you start with the Venus, and then you have like, for example, the Gachi Gachi, right? So you are protected, and you summon like a handful of monsters, and when you activate the spell, basically, like, for example, the Tengu becomes a 3700.
And that's a lot.
You know, and that's a lot,
Yeah.
you know. But I think back then the deck I was the most scared of was the TG stun deck, let's say.
You were talking about creature swap earlier, but the TG strategy actually had a trap card, the TG1 EM1.
Yeah.
And that basically was creature swap on your opponent's turn, and you give them TGs. So TGs, when they get destroyed in the end phase, you can get another TG from your deck to your hand. So they always go +1 if you destroy them on the opponent's side of the field. And yeah, you played some cards like, you might have heard of it, Skill Drain.
Yeah, I think so. I think they heard of it. No, and especially I think like the deck was super scared because of course you could afford to play the Reborn Tengu. Yeah. And alongside that, when you enter the battle phase, there was a card which to me was incredibly good, which was the Whore, which basically boosts your monster. When you destroy another one, you get to draw a card, which was incredibly good. And
it was also like, when your opponent attacks you and you flip it, then you get a draw for free, they waste their battle phase. Oh,
I mean,
bellissima.
Yeah, you can say it was bellissima. And I think also, like, there was one of the cards you don't really want to see in your opponent's hand, because, like, every single turn, every single time a TG monster gets to the graveyard, he gets to search another one, and then he comes back. So it was not only the Reborn Tengu that, you know, like, triggered the deck. But also, like, there was one deck I play against at this tournament, which was the Gravekeeper. Guys, let me tell you, I think the Gravekeeper deck is scary. Like, he has the Gravekeeper Spy, which I think is one of the best monster ever of this format, because, you know, 2000...
In the history of the game, even. It was good in basically every single format.
Incredible. And he had a lot of, like, Royal Tribute. Do you want to talk about it? Like...
Have you ever been Royal Tributed on a full hand of monsters? And sometimes when you're saying, hey, if I play a deck full of monsters, then my graveyard is a resource, it's not. When you get Royal Tributed, you got Necro Valleyed as well.
I mean, and
that still happens today. I think Federico Mecozzi a few years back topped with a Pendulum deck that specifically was there to search out Necro Valley.
Yeah, I mean, like, because in the meta game there was tier elements playing with the graveyard. Can you imagine that? And then the funny thing was that he could search the Necro Valley with his deck. So he had easy access, and I remember he lost into top 16 against Flowanderace. So
yeah, the Necro Valley doesn't help there at all. But the Gravekeeper strategy was really, really powerful. Pot of Duality just added so much to the deck. You didn't need to special summon every turn. Basically, you only special summoned with Spy, and that one you will set before. Yeah. There were so many other great cards, like the Recruiter, that was incredibly powerful. And also Necro Valley gave your monsters 500 attack and defense points, and that was very relevant. Yeah,
and imagine also, like, in a metagame like this, you had 3 Mystical Space Typhoon, that is true, but you had to draw them. Yeah. Because, like, if Necro Valley is on the field, for example, I was the one playing Tengu Plant. If I don't draw Mystical Space Typhoon, for me it's over. And if you got Royal Tributed before, then the damage is done already, and the deck had incredible recovery, because you can actually access your own graveyard if you have Gravekeeper's Steel. That only gives you back 2 monsters, which is incredible. Yeah. But there were also, like, other rogue decks in the format. The Fabled Chaos is a more new approach to a Chaos deck that has seen play lately, but also the Scrap deck. It's also made of some floaters. Scrap Dragon was such a cool card coming out in Duelist Revolution. Yeah, Scrap Dragon, I remember also, like, it was one of these accessible level 8, and then you get to destroy one card of your side of the field, trigger the one, and then destroys another one of your opponent's side of the field. And very generic as well. Destroy your own Tengu. I mean, can you imagine? Like, I mean, there were a lot of cool interactions, and of course, like, there was also Pot of Avarice, which, you know, like with Tengu itself, like, you keep recycling them and going and over and over. And I also feel like, looking at the format back then now, there was, you know, this dichotomy between the Maxi and Veiler. Because, like, you see a lot of deck lists now, for example, Maxi was playing in the side deck, or maybe you had one in the main deck, let's say. Because it was either a choice. I enter into the tournament, and what do I want to have in the main deck? Like 2 Maxi, 2 Veiler, 2 Mystical Space Typhoon, or do I want to have 3 Mystical Space Typhoon because I don't want to lose to rock decks? And I think when you look back at this, like, older formats, you also put in these shoes now, saying, Nowadays, what would I do? Like, would I prefer not to lose, to a rock deck
Maxi.
or, that,
Go hard, Maxi.
just in case.
Yeah,
you
this
know?
is just the best card in the format for me. But it was a card that has a lot of value, so you have to be actually smart about it.
Yeah.
So if your opponent starts with a tour guide, there is a special summon, you will get a guaranteed draw, but do you really want to throw your Maxi to that? Because then they're just going to special summon out their Sangan and they're going to be fine with the 1-for-1 trade.
Yeah.
You rather want to wait for those crucial moments, so I really, really like the card in that format.
Yeah, the card. I think there was one single card on top of my mind, which was the debunk. If you remember about it,
Yeah.
it was one of
Counter
those.
trap.
Yeah, I mean, it was the counter trap, and it was great because basically, like, you could set it and then wait for the right moment when your opponent drops the Maxir or the Veiler. And I also think about the side padders back then were very interesting because, for example, in the Tengu plan, you were not playing a lot of trap cards in your main deck. You could play the Solemn Judgment, for example, the Mirror
Warning.
Force, the Warnings, but you were basically siding in the Bologna trap pool for matchups against the Gravekeepers, Hero Beat, for example, the TG Stun, and also a card that I'm thinking of was really good was the Mind Crush. Because like if you're looking at it now, of course maybe it's a bit weak, but back then I think you had full knowledge of because like with Pot of Duality, with all the cards that have been surged out, of course there was a Thunder King Rayo, we haven't talked about it.
True.
How powerful that was.
Yeah, that was really good in Hero Beat as well, because Hero received the Shining. It looks a lot like the deck from 2010 Time Wizard still, but you have the Shining in the extra deck, and that changes everything. You can run the Ryo in the main deck, which is already a powerful monster. It runs over Sangan, it feels great to have that, and also recycles your resources so well. So I think there is plenty of decks in the 2011 format that you can play, and that you will want to play, because the format is just absolutely amazing. But I think that we gave you a little nice overview over the 2011 Time Wizard format, and we'll go back to the live coverage of the YCS Bologna 2024. Take care.
So Marcello, it's time for us to get our game on, and we have to talk about elemental heroes. One of the most iconic moments in the anime is when Flame Wingman jumped from atop those skyscrapers and attacked Villain Crowler during Jaden's first duel in the anime. What a scene. And over the years, many, many more elemental heroes were added. We had Stratos, one of the most iconic in the tournament scene, being able to search out many, 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 many different cards and use its other effects as well to destroy cards on the field. Wildheart being completely immune to trap cards, amazing. And a card like Thunder Giant, where you could just discard cards and destroy your opponent's monsters. Absolutely amazing. The flexibility where you would be able to play Miracle Fusion at any time during the duel and just search this entire toolbox of elemental heroes. What a fantastic deck.
Yeah, and if obviously we all have fond memories of Jaden playing with his elemental heroes, sometimes your true qualities are, brought out by worthy opponents. And some of my favorite battles were the one against, Zane Truesdale and Cyber Dragon cards. And I think Cyber Dragon, just as a card, completely revolutionized the game, not only in the anime. I think it might be the first going second card, a card where, you're actually thinking about whether you should main it, put it in the side deck, something that we have seen completely transition over the game, and in recent history with Tenpai being a going second deck, Cyber Dragon is really one of those cards that absolutely is incredible. And back in the day, we have mentioned other cards. We have mentioned Gemini Elf being 1900, 2100 special summon. That's a great Yu-Gi-Oh card.
And it was that original way to be able to summon your monarchs with no cards on the field to begin with. You would just summon your Cyber Dragon, immediately summon your monarch, and get its advantage right away.
Yeah, but if Jaden and Zanes were competing, they were just students, and sometimes they got scolded, right?
Yes, we have to talk once again about Crowler and his Ancient Gear Golem. What a powerhouse. Yeah. 3000 attack, piercing damage, and you could even summon it with Gear Town if you were able to get the right combo of cards. What an amazing set of characters and cards that we got from Yu-Gi-Oh! GX. So now we're well into the land of GX, and we're going to talk about Crystal Beasts. One of the first really, really powerful field spells was Ancient City Rainbow Ruins. It did so many things based on how many Crystal Beasts you had in their crystallized form in your spell and trap card zone. And two of the most important Crystal Beasts were Sapphire Pegasus, with its ability to just find any of the Crystal Beasts from your deck and place it right down in your spell and trap zone. And of course the other one being the small but mighty Ruby Carbuncle, with its ability, whenever it was special summoned, to summon all of your Crystal Beasts from the spell and trap card zone.
And yeah, this deck has been a fan favorite for many years, mostly thanks to its anime appearances and Jesse piloting the deck. But sometimes the anime does come to reality, because from Jesse to Jesse, one of the most accomplished duelists of all time, Jesse Cotton, recently managed to make it to the top cut of a YCS playing Crystal Beasts, with still a lot of these OG cards, including Rainbow Dragon in his amazing Ghost Rare version, by the way. And yeah, the deck is just as real as ever. A lot of support has been released, so just try it out for yourself.
So we're going to have a jump around in time now. We've got some modern combos, but we're going to first go all the way back to Flaming Eternity and the Sacred Phoenix of Neptis. So an amazing combo that you used to be able to do with the U-Bell cards and the Sacred Phoenix. You could use Terror Incarnate, put it out on the field, and then during the end phase it's going to destroy all of the monsters. When you destroy the Sacred Phoenix, it would then come back during your turn after your opponent's already set all of their spells and traps and wipe the whole field again of their spells and traps. What a cool combination. It was one of the first kind of interesting cards that make me reminisce about Fire Kings, coming back when being destroyed, and Ubel has always been good with those kinds of combinations.
Absolutely, but obviously moving on to the present, both decks are actually still really valid. Fire King cards obviously have been released throughout multiple years, and in Rage of the Abyss we have seen even more support, with the deck actually winning YCS Niagara Falls, and at the same time, well, what more can we say about Ubel? The deck, being a fan favorite for years, got some amazing support. A card such as Phantom of Ubel, by the way, also released in Ultimate Rare in the latest OTS. It's just the deck that has won the World Championship in Seattle, and if that was not enough, it managed to then win YCS Lille as well. So what a performance. Obviously the combos do change, but Ubel cards are just as good nowadays as they were in the anime.
So now we're jumping straight into the Colosseum with gladiator beasts. And our keen-eyed viewers are going to say, well, there's an elemental hero there. Tell us about that, Marcello. Why is there an elemental hero there?
Well, because that elemental hero can be quite cheeky. Because he does have a name, which is Elemental Hero Prisma, but I can tell you that he likes to switch things up. Because thanks to its effect, which was quite unique back in the day, you could, send and reveal, in this case, this card right here, Gazeris, and send your bestiary from deck to graveyard, and Prisma would turn into the card, which you did not need polymerization for. You could just use your monsters from the field. So with this Prisma and another Gladiator Beast, you could immediately bring out what was a menacing fusion monster. And the reason why in between them we have this cute test tiger is because this was a 2-card combo that was absolutely amazing. You could use test tiger to then send back the Prisma, bring a Darius, which would then bring back Bestiary.
That you just send with Prisma.
Exactly. Just a smooth bread and butter combo, and this was incredible. It was one of those strategies that turned out even in one.
Feeding a high-quality dog food doesn't have to cost a whole lot. For about $1 a day, you can give your dog the blue
Someone from my past is out to get me.
It's on me to keep this family safe.
The only way is to find the killer.
Cross on every case you work is Silence of the Lambs.
What's up, y'all? Welcome to another episode of Roast Me, the show of comedic insults. I'm your host, Brandon Lewis. Y'all give it up for the squad. And also, y'all give it up for my lovely teacher assistant all the way from Los Angeles, Miss Gigi.
Hey! It's a rickshaw, that's crazy.
Tim built like a 5-year-old Samoan.
When you get on the bus, people be like, oh.
Hey,
We thought y'all was cousins.
I know what y'all was thinking when y'all saw him. Let's get down to business.
He committed.
Jay, when you get on the bus, people be like, oh.
That's the word of Hey, what about the nigga like, hey, I ain't getting up, fam. I ain't getting up. I ain't getting up, fam.
Hey, that nigga Kev look like he eat ass from the front.
Jay, you can't do this.
Who's your favorite actor? Will Smith? That nigga Dre got to put his clothes on laying down.
Hey, that nigga David built like he eating his sleep.
Before we get to Tim, Brent and Jay got the same legs.
I was good.
Hey, Kevin got a 6-pack on his forehead.
So Alberto, your pick is Tenpai, but can you not cheer for Tillman when you see it on the screen? Is it possible to not have it, you know?
you named it, Tom. I mean, and it is with the shifter, which actually is very impactful against Eduardo's deck. And,
I think that's every Tillman player's least favorite card.
Yeah, for sure, and especially because like here, I really wonder if Eduardo actually.
Yeah, because at the same time, Tom, you wanted to look for a Crystal Beast player. Turns out your desire, unfortunately, made Eduardo draw the very one copy that you don't want to see. Yeah, that's a shame, but.
Especially because like now that the shifter has been activated, and I mean you have to do something, right? Because otherwise you're too exposed. And I mean there's the super poly, which maybe can help Eduardo out a bit.
But I think this could be a quick one because there is a lightning storm coming down from Nicolò. Wow, what a start! Getting rid of that super polymerization, and I guess having a hint as well at what the deck could be, because not many decks are remaining the card at the moment.
Still has to fight his way through that Emerald Tortoise.
Yes.
Got 2,000 defense, I believe. It's pretty big.
Here it is.
And even though the shifter does stop other decks, it can be a little annoying for Tenpai itself. It does cap the amount of damage you can do. I mean, I'm sure 8,000 through just a 2,000 defense monster is probably doable, but it's a little harder than usual.
Yep.
Nicolò just checking it doesn't have any
secret
effects.
Yeah, absolutely.
Has a lot of text, but yeah, I don't think it does an awful lot unless you've got some monsters in your spell and trap card zone.
And you can see Nicolò actually, debating, thinking how to get across this damage. How can we play around this Emerald Tortoise?
It's too big.
Yeah.
I mean, he's got no other cards on the field as well, which makes it a bit harder to go into Trident Dragon for extra damage. So maybe he's got to think about it. It is a weird thing to see sometimes. You see Tenpai players set cards before the battle phase, and you think, what are you doing? Then you remember that they need cards on the field to pop, get extra attacks, and do extra damage. But with no cards on the field...
They're just playing Duel Links. There is no main phase 2 if you're playing Tenpai. You either lose or your opponent does. And that's it. But yeah, it does make life a little awkward, as you've mentioned, because obviously the Bident cannot come back. The Phaedra also is, a little weaker than usual. So you still need to find a way to pilot Tenpai under Shifter. Although obviously it's hurting a lot more your opponent. So there is that.
Yeah, this Tortoise is really putting in some work. It's saved 3,200 life points already.
I mean, he's thinking about it, especially because, like, here, I think it's generating more problem than it should, the title. But
that's how to beat Tenpai. Just play some 7,000 defense monsters, and there you go.
Oh, but here we have a nice little interaction where... Oh, he's used that anyway. Okay. It's quite a fun thing to do. You can add one, summon a different one, and then reveal to special summon it. But I guess he didn't have any further Tenpai monsters in hand.
Not quite the case. Yeah, and it doesn't look
convinced. Yeah,
Yeah, you can see him shaking his head a little bit.
But I don't know if the plan. Do you think like the plan was? I mean, maybe he wanted to seal the game now, but I mean, like, it's not the end of the world.
They're banished.
Yeah, they're banished.
But Tenpai, it doesn't really present any.
I think we might have moved to Memphis 2, actually.
Oh my
wow.
This not
Tortoise putting in some work.
It survived as well. That's
Zero
incredible.
damage. That's absurd. And now the Shifter's gone. And, we do see a rivalry. I mean, the Tortoise is Aqua, which is also one of the main reasons why we are playing that as a target. Do you like it being activated preventively here?
I can see it. Like, just stop your opponent doing any... I mean, I don't know what your opponent's going to summon that's kind of Aqua. I think going to the battle phase is not quite going to pan out how Eduardo wants, because Tenpai do not have many tricks during the main phase, but during the battle phase it can be quite difficult.
That's a great card, though. Now that Shifter is gone, we have so many good targets in the deck.
No longer the Rainbow Bridge.
Yeah, unfortunately. Or maybe we play 2 copies of the third.
Why stop there, you know?
Yeah. If they cannot out 1, how can they out 2?
Comes Tribicama, most often used to search the primeval planet Perlorino. And you can still summon a couple of T-element monsters, but I don't know the types of all the monsters from the extra deck.
Yeah, obviously Kikala's not really an option, so have to rely on different strategy. Wow, we're turning Tortoise not even just a 2000.
It's
a
done
threat.
everything. I'm a bit worried here because Niccolo could tribute. No, he could. Couldn't you just send off the Genroku and get a Fadra? Or does Fadra only stop your fire dragons from being destroyed by battle?
He's reading it and considering bouncing.
But a lot of the Tempai cards have a lot of, like, I think just anything can battle, right?
Yeah, as I was expecting, he bounced his own Genroku, by the way.
Oh yeah, it's just your fires can't be destroyed by battle. Okay.
Yep. Here we see another neat interaction where we just bounce back the Genroku, and we can still special summon it.
Any fun synchro monsters here? Because the Genroku can make itself into a tuner if it's special summoned from the hand. Don't know if there's any exciting level 7s to make. But yeah, I'm thinking for Eduardo's side, maybe he wants to fetch out a Perlorino, but I don't know how he can use its effect to destroy the rivalry of the Warlords. That's the only way I can see to get around this rivalry. Niccolo cleverly putting all of his monsters in defense.
Yeah. I mean, I think he's trying to find his way now with the thrust being activated. Let's see what he decides to go for, and also change the Trivikarma, which makes sense. So he goes, you know, search directly. Not sure, because like he really has to deal with the rivalry of Warlords, and it's not going to be easy.
I mean, we can also get the grass if we want, right?
Oh, I like this. Look at this. You're right. And the heartbeat can be searched of Trivikarma. That should deal nicely with the rivalry. And then here comes grass, maybe.
I mean,
are you excited, Marcello?
I'm down for it. He has passed through it, but no.
Oh, why terraforming? No. Maybe he's already got grass. That's got to be it, right?
I saw it in the deck.
Why? Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, I suppose like terraforming is more guaranteed what it will do, but
we don't like guaranteed.
Grass for like, there's a lot of cards banished from Niccolo. This would be a ton of removal.
Why not, Eduardo? No. But yeah, at least the RP is a great introduction in the main deck. I guess when you play 60, it's easier to make this kind of calls. And wow, look at the synergy. Okay.
Yeah, it sends from the hand to the graveyard, but I think Lurie doesn't really mind how it ends up in the graveyard, unlike an awful lot of cards from back in the day that have to be discarded. Maybe I'm wrong.
Because usually, I'm pretty sure they say discard, because back in the day all the Fabled, but I don't know. Let's see.
Oh yeah, maybe it just didn't come out.
Yeah, it's discarded. Yeah.
Okay. I was trying to remember what the Fables were.
Because I think it's the difference between like the Dark Word and the Fabled back in the day. And yeah, this could have been grass, but it's terraforming.
Still an unbelievably powerful card. But
yeah, I'm wondering whether though maybe this line with the Lurie was in his mind when he added the terraforming, because this could have made a huge difference if he thought he was getting that extra, you know, Life Fiend.
Oh so. Yeah. Yeah, I am gutted on you with you here, like that this is not a grass. Playing around something.
But here comes the Pearl Rhino. We're having a read at it. And no interruption yet. So we still obviously haven't even normaled. So
still don't need to normal summon. That looks like a T-Elements Kashtira. Can be special summoned by banishing a T-Elements card, which does include Heartbeat.
And I think Avnis is the last card in hand, but this is also a bit confusing to me. Because how is milling 3 better than milling 20. Like, no. And here, you know, you don't get impermanence. But yeah, here we try to follow through. And are we just going into the Finsmith combo?
Yeah, here comes
Looks like
Moon.
it.
Yeah, I've got such fun cards in the extra deck. You know, with the Fiendsmith combo, you can make the Pilgrim Reaper, so you can mill 5, which is still not 20, but it's something.
Yeah, it is pretty good.
And that's any 2 monsters. Unfortunately, we have some forbidden fairies that used to mill 5, but you know, we can be creative and find other ways.
Not sure unfortunate is the right word, but sure.
Unfortunate if you're a Tillman player.
Exactly.
Tillman is the deck that just keeps giving, right? All of its pieces, people find new ways to play the deck. Those get, Beatrice gets forbidden, like...
This probably gets the fun award as well, because typically a lot of your games are going to be different when you play a deck like this, where you still find different ways to get there, and yeah, it is definitely fun. But yeah, if this is all we got, I'm not convinced we will get there for next turn. So
you have to believe in the mill 5.
But this is gonna be enough though. Like it really needs like at least.
So we are holding 2 cards. We do have the summoning for next turn for Niccolo, so that's kind of annoying to deal with.
I wonder. This is interesting though. So there's Havness in hand for Eduardo, but Niccolo doesn't know that. And if Engraver gets summoned, then that presents a possibility of a Wave King Caesar. So it might prompt Niccolo to activate Genroku, which would allow the Havness to come down.
Yeah.
I think you have to like do your best, stare at your opponent. I'm about to summon Caesar now impression. You know, I have 2 level 6s. Do you want to do anything?
Let's see.
Oh, I like that.
Yeah,
you did it. Ooh,
that's not. Maybe
that wasn't what he wanted.
Maybe he shouldn't have. Maybe he shouldn't have. Oh, and yeah, maybe he shouldn't have gone for that motion because he prompted his opponent to go for the Nibiru instead. But yeah, now they're just gonna.
I think maybe they're just counting up the attack.
Yeah.
Can anything happen now with just a Havness?
You sure that's the Havness? Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's the Havness.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, I don't think so. So, do you like Nibiru at the moment? I don't think it's super popular in the main deck, I'd say.
Yeah, I think it's one of those cards where the less popular it is, the kind of better it gets, because people stop respecting it so much.
For sure. No, maybe it's not.
Oh, it's the right.
No, it's not. Oh, the ultimate got me. Okay.
You deceived me, I completely believed you. I couldn't see what it was, but you were very confident.
Yeah, because from the end you could not tell the rarity, and yeah, it looked like that. Guess that makes sense why he didn't grab it with the Perle Rhino, because I was wondering why that was.
But it's just good. Like now with the Sherin, he gets to summon, the Kaleido.
Yeah.
And then nicely here, I guess you can use the Kaleido to pop Nibiru, and maybe the field spell to pop your own Kaleido. Bring it back again. Send a few more send a few more Tillaments.
That's probably what he's debating about at the moment. Yep. Makes a lot of sense. And I guess... yeah, you do have a few options here, but...
Maybe a Dragos Tapalia if he plays that in the extra deck. Making use of the Princess. Very easy way to get a Dark Fusion. I don't think you can make any Fiendsmith fusions with the Tillman cards, unfortunately.
Yeah, but you can also try and get... Drop? No, I don't know.
Well, you can send Scream, maybe, is that what you're thinking?
Yeah, but it's close. It depends, because you have full information, right? And like it's not. Yeah, that's what I was thinking as well. If you guess, no, because you cannot use Scream. But I was thinking, how do you lose if you have like Meta Noise or?
Yeah, you send Scream and search.
Yeah.
Saryak. And this is really powerful, isn't it? Because you've got one negation, you get a pop.
Because like you have full knowledge. If they want to use the summoning, they're left with 0 cards. So any of those beat it. Like even Meta Noise, I thought was arguably stronger, but like this works perfectly as well.
This is a really powerful showing from Tielemans. I mean, imagine getting like shifted, rivalried, and still just, well, it's all in the tortoise.
All right, Eduardo, I see why you didn't get the grass. Still, I'll give you that one.
Are there any tricks that Sangan summoning offers?
I highly doubt it.
I
I'm
don't
gonna
think
lie.
so, yeah.
It's like, I guess you can try to reset, but like, yeah, that's probably the best that you can do, because you can get into a synchro right away, maybe. But does he have the? Yeah, I don't think he has the Chandra. Yeah, right. So that was banished.
Yeah, so you can get the Kaiman though, so it's fine.
Yeah, no, I was just thinking whether he could access a synchro right away, but yeah.
Yeah, this is looking a bit troubling, right? Because you can search Chandra and then add, and you can do quite a lot in your main phase while your monsters are unaffected. And I think you can start the battle phase with the Ascendant Dragon, which would stop any effects coming down in the battle phase. Only issue being the Kaleido Heart is 3,500.
Yeah. Because if you go and bounce it back, my question is, because it's unaffected, right? But can they still attempt to?
What are you thinking when you can try and use the Saliak?
And then does it?
I don't know actually.
Resolve the first part? Yeah, I guess it's not the greatest, regardless, but yeah, could be relevant. If you try to just like Moonlight, I was thinking, but yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if you can use it because. But
yeah.
Yeah, otherwise he can't do anything.
Nope. But yeah, I do like this. Very well spot.
Oh no, is this the Ruddy Rose? Oh no, okay. I was scared for a Ruddy Rose as well.
No, because at this point you can just access it afterwards with the Chandra. You can then spin back the Kaleido to the extra deck. So this works perfectly. Very well spot by Nicola.
This has really been a back and forth game.
Yeah.
Every turn it's changed. So yeah, I don't know if you can try and use the Saliak. I feel like you can't, but maybe that's... Because if you could, it would make a reasonable difference. I feel like...
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
You get an extra fusion.
I feel actually quite a big difference, because then you could also probably use the Perlenino to destroy the summoning and maybe do some cheeky lines in there, but yeah. This is not happening, so right now...
Yeah, it looks like we're already in the battle phase.
Yeah. We are resolving the Chandra. And yeah, this is the Moonlight that I was thinking, where we... he crashed.
I crashed it.
You can bring it back and then pop a card. Yeah, this is so much damage.
It's a lot.
Although he's turned it off, though.
That's what I was thinking. Why?
Yeah, you don't want to turn it off yet until it can come straight back.
Couldn't we just attack with the Chandra over the token and use it that way?
The token's way too big.
Yeah, no, but I meant just to trigger the effect. If we wanted, and not waste their attack and keep it on the field. Like, I thought that was okay, but...
Yeah, it feels very risky turning it off.
Yeah. Yeah.
This is really interesting. Like, giving your opponent a chance. I think before 3 attacks happen, you have to start resolving some effects, right? I mean, you could probably stop 3 attacks happening at all.
Yeah, that was... it seems like Nicolau really found a way to make the best of it, but then I think this final decision can really cost him.
Yeah, because if you can get 3 attacks in, then the Biden can come in and...
The only thing is, you can just chain to prevent the resolution, right? And you're fine. Depends which target you use, because...
Oh, I see.
You know?
Do you still have to send a card if it doesn't...
No. But I don't think he did chain it, so yeah, this is... yeah, this is just resolving. So I'm pretty sure it doesn't resolve if you don't have the target anymore. But apparently not. Nicolò let it resolve. So now we are.
Maybe it was in response to an effect, but it doesn't matter. You can use both of them
exactly.
in the same chain.
Yeah, bit of an unfortunate sequencing maybe. And now Eduardo is back in it. As you have mentioned, I think we have only declared one attack up until now. So I think this is plenty, because right? I'm pretty sure it was just one attack.
Oh, but it must have been only one, right?
From the Transcendent. I think that was it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
Wow. Definitely an interesting one to start things off here in round 3. 20 minutes for this game 1, not something you see every day, especially when Tempai gets to start with a shifter. And yeah, back and forth. A lot of decisions from both players. During the tournament turn, we discussed grass, obviously, but there was a lot in there. And yeah, in the end, though, thanks to the setup from the previous turn and also playing multiple fight routes, because that's not obvious, it seems like Nicolò was back in it. But then, or maybe he just forgot about the field spell boost. Maybe that's an option as well.
He might have forgot about it, right?
Because I'm thinking that makes sense as well. He probably forgot about, because I would highly doubt that he would crash that on purpose.
No, there's no way.
It has to be that he forgot about the boost, and then they told him, yeah, it's actually bigger, and yeah, that maybe explains it. But I guess we can ask about that later on in the discussion when we're gonna see whoever wins. But regardless, now it's my favorite part of any Tempai matches. It's where the mind games begin. Of do you think you're gonna go first or second? I guess in this case it's gonna get more interesting in game 3 if we are getting there, because this game I would be shocked if Nicolò doesn't go second. But what do we think he's gonna bring in?
Oh, you've got the side decks up there, Alberto. We had a look at an interesting card at the beginning, which is Gravity Collapse.
Yeah, we were talking about it before, actually. I think it will be a debate, either this one or the Heat Wave. Honestly, if we get the chance, to interview Nicolò, maybe we may ask him. But then again, I think Nicolò is going second once again in this kind of matchup. And I mean, I don't really say why he should be going first. I feel like he's, maybe more prepared of going first rather than going second. Because, like, Tempai, usually, like, your opponent lets you start if, you win game 1. On the other hand, like, looking at the other side deck, what do you think, Tom? Like,
I don't see an awful lot for Tempai in the side deck, if I'm going to be honest with you. Like, maybe a Ghost Sister and Spooky Dogwood is actually a card you could just side in against Tempai.
Yeah,
like,
why not?
They're supposed to do 8,000, and they're never going to do 8,000 when you play the Ghost Sister, so...
Yeah, it seems like he's convinced that just through his engine he can beat the deck, and I can see it. So it's one of those decks, as we have seen, that can also set up some traps, and so it has different layers of interruptions. And yeah, let's see if that's gonna work out though. As our duelists are almost ready with their side decks, let's jump back into action for game 2.
We go. We're going to see who chose to go first, or who Nicolò chose to go first.
I see a lot of spells from Eduardo, which is usually a good sign. Although that tortoise was the real MVP, let's talk about that. Yeah. Oh no! Okay. So actually Nicolò goes first. Wow.
All right.
Always feels like a bit of a gamble with Tempai going first, because there are some extremely powerful cards like Heat Wave or Gravity Collapse or anything like that, but if you don't draw them, it feels very weak.
Yeah. No, especially against a deck like Tier Elements, which is like, I mean, it's one of those few decks that going second can actually break fields just without, seeing any non-engines. But apparently Nicolò is convinced that's the way to do it. And
also got those dimensional barriers we can see popping up there. Very popular side deck card this weekend. Tillman is a fusion deck, but I don't think it's as hurt by dimensional barrier as other sort of traditional fusion decks.
So yeah, we're gonna go for a full setup. Unfortunately, I see an Ash Blossom from Nicolò. Unfortunately, because we all know what spell I want to resolve this match. Yeah. Maybe he gets baited into activating it. But yeah, this is the good old combo, if we can call it that, from Tenpai, it looks. But no, we have a change of mind. Yeah, seems like he was going for... Usually you go Bident into then the Erratic Seal. There are arguments for this, but yeah, I do think it's usually correct.
Guess if you have 2 Bident, then why not? Use the first one now. Oh, is this a gravity collapse? This must be, right?
I mean,
because
I think
gravity
so, yeah.
collapse requires you to send a synchro monster.
Yeah.
I mean, I think so. Otherwise, I don't really see why, you know. But let's see. There's the Super Poly being activated by Edoardo.
This is the biggest punish possible. Yeah, you can see. Garura making an appearance, and this is huge. This could be it, because as you have mentioned, if that is a gravity collapse, it's a scary card, and I would... It's not even that popular, is it? Like, maybe, well, it's getting up there, but like Heat Wave usually is the preferred choice. But I guess Edoardo really putting that super polymerization to work, and this hand is absurd.
You've got to think he had absolutely no idea he was playing around.
You know, that's what I was saying.
It's not even a card like I knew existed before I saw it on Nicola's deck.
That's what I'm saying, but Edoardo played it around that perfectly. On purpose, of course. Yeah. We gotta ask him that. What would you think that says down was?
Like, you could give him 1,000 guesses.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. You could tell him it's a counter, I think. And yeah, we do see the Ash on the track, but I think we have the Perle Rhino. I don't know. I see a lot of spells. It seems like an incredible end for sure.
Also, the Foliage Goods.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, very good hand from Edoardo.
One Ash, not going to cut it.
Yeah, because also I'm not sure he has any other interruption at the moment. So, yes, I wanted to see our good old friend once again.
Well, you need the Tortoise at this point, right? Because that gets you into Moon of the Closed Heaven.
There it is. One in game one. Absolutely.
The most important card of the deck.
It really was, by the way. And now, yeah, we are getting it once more here in game 2. And yeah, I feel like it has gotten significantly better. Because, as mentioned, you can just make close move with it.
Here comes the Horus field spell, Walls of the Imperial Tomb. It's like an extra version of King's Sarcophagus, more or less.
Yeah, we haven't seen this part of his deck in game 1, but makes a lot of sense. So much synergy. Yeah, it usually gets you into a lot of interesting extra deck option. And
here comes the all-important Emerald Tortoise.
And there is the Sarcophagus.
Grass off the top.
Not quite. I think it was a trap card.
In case anyone's confused, that Walls of the Imperial Tomb does actually count as a King's Sarcophagus. Eduardo probably just pointing that out there.
And now we use it, and we actually throw a pretty sick card to discard.
Perfect card to discard.
Yeah.
There's so many ways to mill, even without that grass looks greener, because 2 level 8s can make everyone's favorite zombie vampire, which is seeing quite a lot of play in the moment, thanks to the Fire King deck. So I quite like the Tearlament deck asserting itself as the best home for zombie vampire.
Absolutely.
Let's see if now Eduardo can seal the game, because I think he's just making some maths to understand if this will be the case or not.
I'm pretty sure he also has that Nibiru from last game in mind, but
he's still got to give the crowd what they want to see. You know?
Yeah, absolutely. But I think technically this is still the 4th summon, right?
Assuming he's going to summon something off the zombie vampire there. Does he have a fire dragon to summon?
By the way, Eduardo's had it in this pocket of wood.
He did, yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
I think he just hit a scream.
Yeah, he did. And he's going to get the mana noise just in case anything weird happens, because obviously, as you have mentioned, he's still going to play around that face down, because we don't expect him to actually know what that was. And
I mean, it's not impermanence, it's not droplet. So
maybe. Like, there is a world in which you don't really use it on the vampire, I think. So
this is already nearly 8,000.
Yeah.
This would be over 8,000 now, because the Garura does double damage.
yeah, because we also can go Rhino, and yeah, this is a lot.
But I guess maybe you'd be thinking Sangen Kaiman is a possibility, so I guess you want to play around that a little bit.
Yeah. But no, there is no response at all from Nicolas. There comes the Avnis, but there is one last glimmer of hope in the Magnum.
It still, I feel, falling out of favor a bit at the moment, but still powerful enough to be included in the Tempire deck, especially the Magnum, since it gives you the chance to search any of your Tempire monsters during the end phase.
Yeah. So, to recap, I think Eduardo is holding the Meta Noise and Scream, and that's it, yeah. So,
are there any nice targets for something like a Dark Charmer? Because this is not 8,000.
Yeah.
But in order to trigger the effect of Scream, you just need to have a monster summoned whilst...
Because SP doesn't carry, right?
Yeah, you're never ending the game with an SP. Oh,
yeah,
Moon.
You can draw a card.
He's still got all his Fiendsmith fun.
Yeah.
To be had, and very powerful with the Telements deck, because Sequence doesn't have to just summon a Fiendsmith fusion monster. You can summon a Telement fusion monster.
That comes the Graver.
I love the way any cool new engine comes up and Telement deck just scoops it up and says, yep, I can include you.
Absolutely.
I have a lot of fun with that.
And the deck looks very consistent as well, I think, you know.
Is it going to mill? No,
yeah, the only limit is the extra deck, really, for Telements, because it seems like you can do a lot, but pretty sure even 20 would feel too small for it. But
Telement do have such good sort of recycling with the fusion monsters being shuffled, or cards being shuffled back with the Telement cards and now the Fiendsmith cards. It feels like you get quite a lot of, you know, you can make do with a smaller extra deck than you might in other decks where they kind of link through everything really quickly and run out of cards. I'm wondering, he didn't use the Requiem there, so maybe he has sided out an extra copy of Engraver or something like that.
Yep. Gonna destroy the Magnamoth, a bit of a confusion there between the players, but Fenrir was the pickup off the top. Not really gonna help here, but...
Did he not use sequence
Wow,
yet?
no, yeah, he didn't. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa.
Reinhardt's going on a journey.
Slow down. Also, Rhino was to the spell and trap for a moment, but...
Ooh, there's
wow.
a sprint.
Sprint, okay, to Merlin.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is there really no way to summon something with sequence?
That seems a little odd to me, but...
Maybe he didn't have the right requirements.
There comes the tortoise once again, putting in that work.
It's gone on a journey. This is less damage than we started with, I feel like. But
and now we find out. No, we're not. Nope.
he's never gonna know.
We know.
He's never gonna know how close he was
No.
to being hit with the gravity collapse. Can this just equip itself to any? Oh yeah, you can. Okay, equip itself to the engraver. How much damage is this now? Because the princess gains 500. And the Kleiderhart gains 500, and then the sprint. So I think that should be like 7,400.
Yeah, I think almost there. Yeah.
Wondering what kind of card the Niccolo could be hoping to draw to get out of this spot. He knows there's a meta noise face down.
Yeah. Seems like mission impossible.
Here comes Elemental Hero Bubble Man.
Into
Feather Duster. Oh, he's still got the Magnumate though.
Yeah.
Which could make a lot of difference actually.
You can also get Genroku right away, right? Yeah.
And out comes Genroku. You can start the turn with a couple of monsters in play. This might actually be much more doable than it looked like a second ago.
Yes, no. Because the difference maker, no, it's definitely a lot better. But the summoning, as we saw last game, makes a ton of a difference, of course. And with it being gone, it's a bit tougher. But
the one card I'd be terrified of if I was in Eduardo's shoes is the Ruddy Rose Dragon. It's a level 10 synchro, and when it's synchro summoned, it banishes all monsters from both players' graveyard. In fact, all cards from both players' graveyard, so quite a lot of stuff.
yeah. Even that Black Road Dragon wouldn't be that bad at the moment if you can actually use it. Ooh, was that shift there? Might have been. Yeah, I think so. Damn. Unfortunate pickup, but let's see. Niccolo showed us that he really knows how to fight back into what seems like a very complicated field from his opponent. So let's see if he can find the line once again.
I feel like you have almost no choice but Chandra there. These mills off of Scream could be make or break.
Yeah.
There we go.
3v. Oh no.
Oh no.
That's not the way I wanted that card to be on the field. But we'll take it.
Well, the tortoise could make another appearance thanks to the Rainbow Bridge. Or is Rainbow Bridge once per duel? To add. Or am I making that up?
Just check.
I wouldn't think so, but
It's a very powerful effect.
Once per duel.
Yeah, it's only once per duel.
Correct, Tom. Yeah.
I got confused because one time I thought Trivikama was once per duel.
Yeah.
And I was like, did I just make that up? No, but it's just the Rainbow Bridge that's once per duel.
Okay. And yeah. This is brutal because it's a Book of Muin kind of like 2.0 version, because then you get to actually combo with your two elements. And yeah, this represents 2 forms of interaction, so I really don't see anymore a way that Niccolò can stay in this.
No, you're right. The fusion, the send off Kaleido Heart.
Yeah. And yeah, as you can see, it's gonna be able to activate Kaleido, then make a fusion, and with the field spell, finally destroy the Phaedra, leaving Niccolò only with this shifter that was picked up a turn too late. And yeah, you can see Niccolò looking at his shifter, looking at the field, and he knows what's up. Handshake comes down, and it is Edoardo winning 2-0, moving on with an undefeated record here in Bologna with this tier element deck. What a show off. Wow.
I was not disappointed by that tier element display at all. I mean, only missing thing, of course, was that grass looks greener. Could have gone for it in the first game. Denied the crowd. Honestly, that's what we can be the most
absolutely. I would like to interview him, but that's not going to be my part, so I hope whoever will ask a question about that. But I mean, in the end, it was understandable. Still, I think game 1 was really interesting, because again, it's not often that you have so many decisions from both players, I feel like, and it really could have gone either way. It looked at time, as you've mentioned, also like a real back and forth, because sometimes it looks like a back and forth, but you know, it's not real. In this case, yeah, it really was. There were a lot of moments in which I think the outcome could have changed significantly, and I think if Niccolò has, might have some regrets on this, it would be that turn. It could totally be that you could tell even in game 2 that he wasn't too familiar with the tournament deck. So something like with Alberto, we usually call them secret effects, because you read the card, you're like, oh yeah, he adds, and then you just keep on the rest, and then that cheeky 500 boost gets you, and yeah, sometimes it really does. But I'm convinced. I think the deck still has what it takes, so I want to see more.
I think more copies of Emerald Tortoise is the way to go. We saw how powerful it was in game 1.
Yeah.
Allowing him to survive.
No, but I feel like the deck in general works very well. As you mentioned, Tom, I think like the more time passes, I think the deck's still good, no? And also like with the Finsmith themselves, I think there were like very cool interactions. Also the way he used the, let's say the sequence before along with the Sprite Sprint, I really liked it, honestly. It's working out very well. And I think Edoardo really knows what he's doing. Like, he knows the deck very well in and out. And also looking at the side deck, I think he's prepared like for the most matchups this weekend. And yeah, also like with the Horus package, one of like more of interaction with our opponent, and he's playing some Kashtira cards as well. I mean, I really like the deck, to be fair. And there's the Super Poly, which I've seen quite at the top tables, and I mean, the grass looks greener, honestly. I mean, maybe we got the chance to see him on stream. Maybe, yeah?
Yeah, absolutely. On the other hand, obviously, Tempai is one of the most popular deck this weekend, as you would expect. And I feel like duelists have to prepare for it in one way or another. We were a bit surprised by the side deck of Edoardo, not really hanging much specifically tailored against it. Nowadays we see a lot of trap cards such as Dimensional Barrier, or more Daruma Cannons are, I think, like the top tiers choices, because you can use the Trusts and then take advantage of them using a lot of Mulcharmies or Shifter. But you know what Edoardo's got? Not many duelists got the Tortoise. He doesn't need those trap cards. Look at game 1. Go back to game 1. How do you beat Shifter with tier elements? Set a Tortoise. You're good to go. That's it. That's history in the making.
That's the one, yeah. And one other card that I've seen and maybe worth mentioning is Threatening Roar. It's a card extremely powerful against Tempai, even better arguably than the Dimensional Barrier.
Absolutely.
And, yeah, I mean, in general, I really feel like that the deck is scary, yeah? Because like I've seen a lot of players still relying on the Tenpai deck, and I mean, honestly, like the more you advance into the tournament, the more I think like the chances are you're going to play against Tenpai.
Yeah. But it was really amazing back and forth one. So if you have missed any of the action, any of those key moments, we want to hear it from the man of the hour, Edoardo, going undefeated with tier elements. So we are ready for the post-match analysis.
Thank you, Marcello. Indeed, we are on for the post-match analysis with our winner, Edoardo. First of all, congratulations for taking down that featured match. Telemans, your deck of choice. Is it like, with Telemans players, usually it's like that they play that deck for forever. How long are you playing the deck for?
Actually, I picked up the deck like last year.
Okay.
I never actually had the chance to play it at full power, maybe once. And I'm like, I don't like the other alternatives such as Tenpai or Snake Eye, so I stuck with tier because like Grass is a fun card.
Absolutely, it's a very fun card now, yeah. Can you put the microphone a little closer?
Sure.
Yeah, perfect. And yeah, we're going to look at a couple of things from the match actually. So let's go into the first highlight, game number 1. So you knew you're probably playing against Tenpai, right? As soon as your opponent sent you first, and then we see they kind of failed clearing that Crystal Beast you had on the field there, right? Were you surprised? Do you think they had a little bit of a misstep there because they couldn't get over it for some reason?
Yeah, I feel like they could capitalize on my, like, I say brick, because they even got the Storm for the Super Poly, which was like the only out while I was under Shifter.
Yeah.
But it told me that since the Turtle, the Emerald one was like 2k def, it was like kind of struggling with math or something. So I was like so ready to give up that game.
Especially after the Shifter, right?
Yeah,
the Shifter
like,
was just...
I was like, yeah, if they have Shifter and Broad Baker combined, I can go to game 2. And
yeah, for sure. But you did indeed get another turn, so let's go into the next highlight where we can then see the next turn, because in the end we see there was V-Seals but also a rivalry, which was the next problem then for you actually. And you were going into the battle phase. What was the plan there at that moment? Were you sure you could already, because you had the Trivi Karma in the graveyard already, so you knew you could get to the Heartbeat, right?
Yeah, but I wanted to, since I also had the Trust in the end, I wanted to commit him a card on the board. So I tried with the attack on the sphere, because they obviously will chain it for sure. And I feel like I figured it out, like it worked out, because my initial plan was to get Trust active live as soon as possible and get to terraforming for the planet. Since the Crystal Beast is an aqua, so that was the best way to clear 2 cards with Kaleido.
I mean, it was pretty clean for sure. And speaking of clean Telemans gameplay, the third highlight we have still from that first game actually, and that's going to be you summoning out the Kaleido. And I mean, you're an experienced Telemans player, but some of the newer players may not know. Explain us the interaction between Kaleido Heart and the Pearl Rhino, because that's pretty unique and cool, right?
Yes, that's basically one of the I would say basic play, because Kaleido gets summons back when it's popped, when it's sent from the field to the graveyard.
So you can destroy it yourself, basically, right?
You destroy it and you basically go +1, because you can choose whichever card you want to dump it from the deck. Sorry. So I was like debating which Tearlament Trap was the best to choose in that particular spot.
Yeah. And I mean, you ended up going for Scream and then Scream Surge to Vasalic, right? In the end?
Indeed.
Yeah. And I mean, that won you the game. You won that first game. And I mean, honestly, after that start, you were probably really, really happy about winning that game, right?
Capitalizing on that, I would say, mistake so much.
Yeah, that was great. And then game number 2 started with another interesting decision. So next highlight coming, and we can talk about it. Were you surprised that your opponent started instead of going second for the second game?
I would say pretty common, because I played a lot with a friend of mine, and he told me that sometimes with this particular Tenpai build, which is maining the trap cards, like some of the warlords, it can happen to start from them. So I kept in the super polymerization, and I feel like I sided. No, I didn't side. I guess I can't really recall it.
Yeah. And I mean, then you had that perfect answer of the super polarization, though, because you saw later on what the set plan was, right? It was ground collapse, so you could just clear all the monsters. I mean, what do you think about ground collapse? It's just, maybe Solemn Judgment is just better, because ground collapse needs that monster on the field. You cleared it right away.
I was trying to figure out why it kept the synchro on the field. But I also had the Foolish Goods to pitch the Rainbow to get the Kashtira field spell.
Yeah.
But luckily I didn't do that because he told me that if I had gone for the Fenrir, he would probably just activate the ground collapse and my turn was like basically done. So
yeah, pretty much. But then your turn went on for quite a bit longer, and we have to talk about it a little bit because it seemed like you had so many monsters, but you didn't quite get to the 8,000 points of damage that you wanted to do, right?
Yeah, because like I didn't want to, I wasn't sure, I wasn't really sure if I could OTK him or not. So I went like for the safest play, I would say, because I wanted to clear the field spell, because that's the only like obstacle I would say.
His only comeback plan, basically, right?
Yeah, but also I had the Salic set, so my whole interaction was there.
Yeah.
And it could go even +4, but I only needed the Salic
Yeah,
live.
speaking of the interaction, we actually have that as our last highlight, going into the last turn of the match, where you then have the Salic set, the Kaleidoheart on the field again, which is pretty massive. And I think that is now the moment where you then go for that interaction. So in general, what would you say? How's the matchup against Tenpai? Is it a 50-50 or are you favored? What are you thinking?
Super unfavorable. It's a super unfavorable matchup for me.
Okay.
When they got, like, if they get Shifter and a solid board breaker, it's really, really hard. Unless I can access to, like, both Super Poly, and the Black Goat. Black Goat is...
So you must be really, really happy that you got to win that third round, even on feature match ban, right?
Yeah, that's like a first for me. So
yeah. So like again, the interaction we see, we summon out, or we actually send the Shiren to get for a fusion summon. So we get to book the Chandra, and then of course now also the Pearl Orion will take care of another monster, and then there's nothing really left for them, right?
Yeah, like Kaiman was done, so I only needed to get rid of both face-up monster, and also I had the Prada plan for a backup plan. But at that point, I don't know which card he had in hand. I was like super scared of something funny.
Absolutely. So, all in all, what's the plan for the day? Did you come here to Bologna to win the tournament?
It's kind of hard, but let's keep milling, I would say. Like,
I mean, you're off to a good start, right? 3-0. So just keep it going round by round, maybe.
Thank you.
And yeah, congratulations for that. And of course, thank you for joining me here on the analysis desk.
Thank you for the interview.
We will be now going over again to Mr. Ed Templar, who has some more news for you.
Thank you very much, Basti. From Eduardo to Edward, we're over here back in my area because now I get to introduce our next pre-recorded content that we've got. You guys have already seen Luke and Marcello going through some of the quarter-century memories as part of the quarter-century Bonanza. You've seen the original, you've seen GX, but now they're going to go through some of those 5Ds cards.
Now it's time for us to rev it up. We're going to talk about Synchro Monsters. One of the coolest things about Synchro Monsters was the variety. There were so many different Synchro Monsters, but what they all had in common was that they needed a tuner monster to get yourself started. And Junk Synchron was one of my favorites because it allowed you to summon it to the field using that all-important normal summon, and then immediately get a monster back from the graveyard, which you could then tune together with Junk Synchron to make a Synchro monster.
And yeah, I mean, it was just so exciting. I remember back in the day looking at these first white monsters and just figuring out what they were, because for a long time we were just using, and it was called the fusion deck, not the extra deck, you know, because there were only fusions out. And then obviously Synchros became a threat to be reckoned, and duelists were trying things off, while at the start cards like Goyo Guardians were just amazing, and you know, duelists were just making things a little more easy. Throughout the years of Synchro summoning, I think they found out a lot of amazing combos, and one that is showcasing here is the synergy that happened between Colossal Fighter and Armory Arm, which was actually a way to end the duel just in one turn. Whenever your opponent controlled at least a monster with 1900 attack, you would equip the Armory Arm to your opponent monster and then continuously crush the Colossal Fighter and deal 2800 to them every time. So this just shows you how our duelists throughout the years have been creative, and just as new monsters, just as new extra deck monsters are released, they still find ways to perform at the highest level.
So now we're going to get into one of my favorite duelists from Yu-Gi-Oh! 5Ds, and that's Crow and his Blackwing deck. And it was all made possible because of this card, Black Whirlwind. When you summoned your higher power Blackwing monsters, you were allowed to go and search out a different Blackwing monster with a little bit less attack from your deck. And that was always amazing because two of the greatest Blackwings, Gale the Whirlwind and Kalut, allowed you to make even more plays after you'd summoned your first Blackwing monster. Kalut allowing you to pump up the attack points of your Blackwings, and Gale allowing you to reduce the attack power of your opponent's monsters, and it was a tuner as well, which allowed you into those synchro plays. But then the deck evolved even further.
Yeah, because I do like making, my synchro plays from the field, but you know what's even cooler? Making synchros out of the graveyard? And how could you do that? Well, this little fella right here, Blackwing Bayou, was actually why you could do that. Although you couldn't use it as a tuner while on the field, you could actually banish it alongside another Blackwing monster from the graveyard to special summon a synchro. That was absolutely incredible. It was a unique card that, although, the name of the anime character was Crow, was the reason why people started using Diddy Crow as a way to actually counter the deck. But if you're familiar with Time Wizard 2010, this is just an incredible card. It is my go-to deck personally. I love, playing with Vayu, with Raikou, Hamster, a lot of these ways to just send cards to the graveyard. And I think it's actually an interesting matchup where you face off against Blackwing. And I can tell you my experience is this, because Blackwing is usually played by Alberto, but I think we all know how that ends.
So now we're moving on to another one of my favorite 5Ds decks, and that all revolves around this one cute little plant. It is Dandelion. There were many different decks that have used Dandelion over the years, but one of the first ones was using Debris Dragon and Quick Draw Synchron.
It's such a unique deck, and although obviously Synchro Summoning was the main feature from back in the day, you would still find different ways of summoning your monsters, and sometimes you take a look at cards and you think, yeah, this is a really good card, and that is the case for Debris, for Quick Draw, and for Drill. But sometimes there is something missing. There is just that one card that makes it all possible, and it is Dandelion. This card was amazing. It just combos off so well, both with Quick Draw, allowing you to just get so much advantage, and steal every turn with Drill, get back a card that you could discard and get more and more value. And at the same time, this is Debris plus Dandy. I think this is such feared by everyone who is playing Time Wizard 2010. These cards turn into Black Rose Dragon, clearing the whole field. Darkhold plus Heavy Storm right there, and you still get the tokens since Dandy is a mandatory effect, and that resolves first. So that's absolutely incredible card, and this card has been played a lot later on, and unfortunately we gotta say nowadays it is forbidden. So just come to show how this innocent plant card can be a threat.
Say hello to Dark Magician Girl!
Welcome back to more of your coverage here at YCS Bologna. In front of me, I have our next feature match. We have Michele Savi and Victor Hincy who are ready to kick this off. Gentlemen, we're going to do a high roll to see who goes first. Okay, Michele is going to roll first. That is a 6. And for Victor, we have a 7. You going to go first? Okay, Victor is going to go first. I'm going to hand you guys over to your wonderful commentary trio who are going to take you through this next feature match. Gentlemen, take it away.
Thank you, Ed. And here we are yet again with a great match in round 4. These two duelists facing off with each other, still undefeated here in Bologna, although holding a draw. And they're going to try their best here on stream, but again, if last round we had the fan favorite maybe in what was the tier element deck, we are gonna step it up a notch, right, Tom?
Exactly, it is a deck that doesn't contain any pathetic cards. It contains all 5 pieces of Exodia, as well as some other very exciting new support. Do you know anything about them, Alberto?
Yeah, I mean, we had the chance to see him previously on stream, also in Lille, and I mean, I love the deck, to be fair. I mean, the main reasons why we all know it. I mean, like, there's Exodia in it, and I mean, hopefully we get the chance to see him in action also during this this match. And it's not gonna be easy because on the other side of the table there's Victor with Memento, and I mean, one very interesting deck as well, which I think could be one of the let's say outsider of the tournament, but especially because, like, I think it will have the advantage of players not knowing that well the cards and not knowing where to activate their interruptions. So really looking forward to see these 2 players in action, honestly. And do you think the die roll was relevant here in this matchup?
Yeah, I think it's very important. Both Memento and Exodia have combos that they want to do on their first turn. But it looks to me like the players are ready. So why don't we head on over and... Oh, no. Okay,
yeah, it's just going to take a few more moments before we move on. But yeah, we got a chance to take a glimpse at the Memento deck in round 1, where it was lost to Joshua. But yeah, unfortunately, he didn't really get things going in that match. So hopefully that will get a redemption arc here. But it's facing off against the Unstoppable. It has the Unstoppable tag in the name. So how do you even stop that, Tom? Let's find out, I guess. So our duelists are now finally ready, so let's jump into action for game 1. And there we go.
So it looked to me like Victor on the die roll and gets to begin.
Yeah, so Memento will be going first, which at the same time is not the worst for Michele. Obviously it will depend on the combo, but the Exodia deck has the capability of also going for an OTK pretty easily, so it's definitely scary.
You say that they've got big monsters. Memento has got some big monsters of its own. With that 5,000 Creation King. Or maybe it's not the Creation King that's got 5,000. There's a... They have some fun names, but I can't remember the main deck monster with 5,000 attack.
I think it's this
Combined Creation, yeah. There we go.
I thought you were going for the Teku. I mean, maybe yeah, you can write that one.
So we do see an impermanence being used on the mace, it looks like, but we are gonna follow it up with the Tatsunoto Shigo. Didn't butcher that, obviously.
Memento has some cool tricks, and especially people who aren't familiar with the deck, you could easily fall into them. And they have a number of quick play spells in the Bone Party and the Goblin Biker quick play spell that tribute or destroy a monster. So if your opponent uses a card like Infinite Impermanence or Effect Veiler, and you have one of those quick play spells in your hand, then you can dodge it whilst getting the value out of your quick play spell, which is a really powerful thing to do. Looks like that didn't happen for Victor, but he's got a way to follow up with his... You can say it again for me, Marcello?
That's not Oshigo.
Oh, you're getting quicker.
Okay.
Yeah. You got it. I think many people say this is the most powerful of the main deck monsters, or at least the one you definitely want to start with in your hand. You can special summon it for free, and then destroy itself to send a pair of mementos, or in fact more, as long as their levels are adding up to 5 or less. So here we see the Gatic and the Sleepy.
And here comes the first of the creation key.
Yeah, it's often used to send another copy of itself from the extra deck to the graveyard, because it has an effect in the grave. I think you can banish it just to search a memento card, or maybe when it's sent, just get a memento card. Basti was showing me all of these combos a few evenings ago, so I'm still not as good as he is, obviously, but getting a little bit more familiar. Yeah.
The ceiling is not that high, no worries. And okay, we're going to resolve. Is Michele on any going second, maybe spells to break fields? Let's see if...
I mean, he's used an Infinite Impermanence, but maybe he'll have some extra cards in his deck. But I'm not seeing a lot to go second with, really. I think possibly relying on that Dimension Shifter, but unfortunately hasn't drawn it to scale.
Yeah, I mean, we've said it in our meta discussion as well. Whatever deck can afford to play the card should definitely do it at the moment. So,
you know, it was accepted wisdom that Tempai can afford to play it, but you know, we saw in the last feature match,
didn't go so well.
The Shifter really lowered the ceiling for the Tempai deck to the point where it couldn't deal with a set Emerald Tortoise. Memento, a lot of the cards, they don't have an awful lot of graveyard effects. There is the Gatic, because when you first read the Memento cards, and they all just like destroy cards from your deck, send cards from your deck to the graveyard really, really easily. The aim is, they don't all have graveyard effects, but they do benefit, obviously, from being in the graveyard. Particularly the Creation King can summon itself by shuffling 5 other mementos. So you want to get to 5 other mementos, and then you can get the Continuous Trap, which I've forgotten the name of, but it turns your combined creation into a sort of Appaloosa type threat where you can lose attack points to negate effects. The Cranium Burst. There you go.
Yep.
But I can't see it in the deck, actually.
No, it looks as if he's not playing it, you know, Tom?
It's a brick. That's ready. Yeah.
Maybe he's got more exciting things to do.
There's other plans, maybe. Yeah.
I think we just got the Horn Dragon from deck. So...
Throw back to the Tri-Horn Dragon, of course.
Yeah.
Never really had a chance to put it in my deck, that card, but it is very cool. But it feels difficult to run it instead of a Blue Eyes White Dragon. It feels like it's going to often serve a similar purpose if you need it.
I've seen it in some to remain in Team Exodia decks, just in case it's both a target for training and Allure of Darkness. So in some of those, you see it.
Then you can play Cosmo Queen.
Now. Now. But why would you? You lose, you know, so many fashion points. So. And all right, so we do see a pivot in what is a very popular card this weekend, of course, the Silhouette.
Do you prefer the Silhouette track to the Azuri?
I guess not necessarily, but it's really on what kind of interruption do you usually set up, I feel, with your deck, and whatever you feel like is lacking, you can complement with, you know, the right trap card. Overall, I would say the statue is a safer choice, but yeah, it really depends on the deck a bit.
I mean, I think Mikhail is playing the statue, so they could have a fight. I'm not sure which one has more attack points.
Yeah. Showing up translation actually to Michele. And now we do see the Horned Dragon come down. Seems like we're gonna set a lot of cards. I saw a Code by the Grave, which is obviously quite popular for that Muchami Fubolos, even in the main deck. Well, has additional purpose.
Yeah, it's definitely not a card which is useless going first, even if your opponent has no hand traps. Unlike a lot of other sort of powerful spells, sort of solely for forcing through your combos, this can be very happily used as an interruption on your opponent's turn. An awful lot of cards end up in the graveyard when their effects are being activated. Although I'm not sure that there's that many for the Exodia deck, to be honest.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like it to me. Yeah. And I guess the best would be the Art of Blue Eyes, maybe. Like with that, you can have some issue, but yeah. Now we see the combined creation coming back, and yeah, this is a threatening field. So let's see what Michele is gonna try to do. There is always the merit that we have mentioned from time to time in keeping information. If you think you cannot just beat your opponent, you can just pick it up. But ooh, wow, okay. That's a great way to start. Okay. Good old Lava Golem.
I guess it still makes the job. I mean,
yeah.
Well, what do you pick? Does he know like what kind of interruptions are offered by the deck? I feel like this is a fairly sensible choice. I don't think he... Although, having said that, the Silhouette Rabbit destroying your spells and traps could be quite difficult to deal with, because all of your Millennium monsters place themselves in the spell and trap card zone briefly before making their way to the monster card zone.
Ooh, okay, there's another one.
He's got a plan, Tom.
He's left with 3 cards in it, so I'm really wondering what he's holding on to, because
the Ankh gotta be in there.
Okay.
And let's see if he needs to explain the effects to his opponent. Seems like it, so that's always a bit of a good sign.
Might need to explain them to us as well.
Fair enough.
They all summon themselves from the...
Yeah.
You place them in the spell and trap card zone, and then you summon them, and each Millennium monster searches a different card. So some search... one searches another Millennium monster, that is the Senjin. And the Golem, what does the Golem search?
Yeah, it basically pays 2,000 life points, or reveal either a Millennium Ash in your hand, and then special summon this card, and then you can add the Temple from the deck.
So I'm guessing it's his sort of least favorite one to draw, because he's running 3 copies of the Shield and 3 of the Senjin, but only 2 of the Golem.
Yep.
So maybe he prefers to draw the other ones, but this is still useful nonetheless. Temple looks like it lets you place more monsters in the spell and trap card zone. Every time I see decks which place monsters in the spell and trap card zone, I think, could you play it with Snake Eye? I think, well, can you use all of this synergy somehow?
We'd like to. All right.
Moves on with the tempo. Seems like for now is resolving, but it's up to Victor to also interrupt. And seems like he finally flips his trap.
Here comes the Silhouette track. This negates... What does it negate? 2 cards on the field?
Yeah, depending on the number of Silhouette cards he has.
Yeah. Ooh, but we do have another piece of the puzzle in the Sengen. So
Yeah, this is, I think, the premium starter card for the deck because it can search any of the other Millennium monsters. But he's going to start running low on life points. He's going to pay 2,000 for this, and then 2,000 if he searches another Millennium monster, which I'm guessing he will. Here comes the Bone Party. Is this going to trigger some effects? I'm guessing, because on the face of it, I think it just destroys and adds all special summons. But I'm wondering what effects. I think the field spell has an effect when a monster is destroyed. You can special one back from your grave.
Yes.
Seems like he's also reading it, so
he needs to know his own field spells.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and that graveyard monster who I can't remember the name of it, special summons itself when it's a memento is destroyed. But yeah, I'm wondering, like, something's provoked him to do it now, so I'm guessing he's going to have some interaction at the end of all of this, and he's not just summoning a bunch of monsters right now for fun. Well, it was a Bone Party. But does the Sleepy get to fusion summon when it's summoned? Or is it an ignition effect? So it looks like he's summoning the Sleepy now.
Let's check.
Yeah,
you can use it. Yeah, that's what's resolving.
The Memento Thunder Dragon? I'm not sure if that's his actual name. It just looks a lot like Thunder Dragon to me. Or the twin-headed Thunder Dragon, at least. Destroys a Memento card, get to search, I think, 2 from the deck. Unbelievably powerful effect, this one. But yeah, I'm still wondering where all of this is going to end up, because he's done it all now, so I'm wondering if it's going to somehow destroy the Sen'jin. Gets to add back the Creation King. And the field spell. Presumably, hasn't he already used the field spell?
Not sure, but
Gatic has an effect. I think it adds 1 back when it's special summoned. Quite a lot going on here, but it is Mikael's turn, so some effect should trigger from Victor at some point to, you know, interact with him, maybe. Oh, the fusion is face down. Okay. Mikael can be like, it's my turn.
Yeah,
like,
it's my turn.
Can you stop for a moment? Let me do
I'll
something.
remind you that it's my turn. Yeah.
Yeah, during the turn, a card is destroyed, or maybe a memento card is destroyed. You can also use fusion materials from your graveyard. Here comes Combined Creation once again. It has an effect which can pop cards on both sides of the field. I'm not sure when you get to activate it, though.
Yeah, anytime, really.
That's just a quick effect.
Yep.
So he's just going to do it now and
that makes a lot of sense.
Potentially destroy the whole field.
Yeah, exactly.
First they were negated, then they were destroyed.
I think that was
that's it.
So very, very well played by Victor, who after a series of plays, even longer than those that he did during his own turn, is able to set up the Creation King once again and just completely disrupt the start, even through the Lava Golem.
Yeah, I mean, very heads-up play. I'm interested that he's dropped that Cranium Burst, which is the thing that I've seen a lot of Memento players kind of end on. It's a very powerful interruption. But having said that, in my own deck build, I'm always a fan, you know, if you can remove like a piece of the end field at the expense of like making your deck more consistent, then I would love to do that. So if you still think, right, I can get to enough interruptions without having to put this trap in my deck, that's the kind of thing I love to do when I'm building decks.
I also feel like that Victor was capable of like, you know, showing us the power of the deck, right? Because I think it's very difficult to play against. I mean, there are a lot of different, you know, plays. I mean, as we saw just now, especially like in Michele's turn. And I really feel like it's one of those decks which you really have to respect entering to a tournament like this, especially because, like, if you don't really know where to activate your hand traps, for example, I think you are in very big trouble.
Yeah.
And I'm really curious to see now a bit about the side deck, because of course Victor is up against, you know, a deck maybe he didn't want to face. And on the other hand, that may be the same thing for his opponent, right? So,
yeah, at the same time, it's kind of tough to interact with the Exodia deck going second. A lot of the usual cards, even the Mulch armies, are not really effective against it. And therefore, you know, a lot of the side deck cards are completely cut off. But I would assume at least the Ash to come in. And then, you know, you're gonna, worst case scenario, get to go first and try out. I do agree with you that Memento is quite scary at the moment. At the same time, it falls into that category of decks of a lot of players not really being familiar with it. And I think that's the biggest strength, because it's a lot of cards. And it's a lot of cards that are not really, or rather cards that are unique to the deck. So it's not like you're going to encounter them often. And this makes it very tough for, you know, the usual duelist to be there and actually commit, just like we have seen with the Plan deck, you know, dominating event after event, maybe. Now it's time for Memento, but I guess let's find out, as they are basically done siding, so we can jump right back into action.
When you say, Marcello, that people aren't going to necessarily know what the Mementos do, but what about the Exodia cards, do you think?
I think it's flashier, and it's like, they are less cards, to be fair.
That's true, and they are a bit simpler, I think.
Yeah,
in terms of what they
pretty
do.
straightforward. And there comes the best one, arguably. So, as you have mentioned, Tom, a really great way to start things off. And this time, uninterrupted, it seems.
One thing that I find quite funny, he said it's fine into the Mulch armies, is that, like, I think Perulia would almost draw nothing, because everything goes
yeah, exactly.
goes from the hand to the spell and trap card zone.
Yeah, you usually don't even normal at all, so yeah, it's even the full Wallace is, you know. But we do see the side decked Ash used here though, which can be quite risky, and let's see if he gets banished, because we do have a shield.
Yeah, I'm wondering if you just hold it for the Ankh, but again, this is the thing, like, maybe you've read the cards, but if you haven't played against the deck, you might not know when the best time to do it is. Although, having said that, I don't even know if Ankh is one of those cards you can only use once.
I assume you can only use once. Yeah, you can't summon it up for the rest of the turn. Oh, but that's only if it resolves, right?
Yeah, so maybe you can just activate too if the first one gets ashed.
Yeah, but you need to have them, so, you know.
Yeah, but he would have got, you know, multiples if the...
And he also has the Golem, which, you know, completes basically the set.
This is all the Millennium monsters, unless you count the Heart of the Blue Eyes, which is treated as a Millennium card, but doesn't have Millennium in the name, so, you know.
Yeah, dream start here from Michele, who really wants to return the favor, and this will resolve, most likely. Just having a read, and we can set up the Exodia Rage, you know, ready. So
I've seen a lot of players at this point, before activating the Ankh, Link Summon maybe something like Illusion Rabbit. But maybe Michaela's just already drawn the statue, so there's no point making the Illusion Rabbit, because after you've resolved Millennium Ankh, you cannot then special summon any more monsters. But yeah, here comes the man himself. Most powerful monster in all of Yu-Gi-Oh! Exodia. Can negate a spell or trap once a turn, and also during the end phase can set one of his themed traps.
Oof. And we paired it with most likely Secret Village of the spellcasters, right?
Yeah.
That's a scary one. What are we giving our opponent? Okay.
Well, it doesn't matter, they won't be able to activate it.
Yeah.
Unless you specifically draw the Witch, right? Which is I assume it's a spellcaster. Oh, no, it's got Witch in the name, so it's a good guess.
Fair enough. But yeah, this is a scary start. As you have mentioned, usually you would pair it with the Silhouette, but works for me. And let's see if the name stands for itself. Is it unstoppable?
Well, it looks to be in this situation. Destroying the whole field, negating spell or trap, no other spells. I mean, maybe. I don't know how easily the Memento deck can just play with its monsters. I mean, a lot of decks can do that, but Memento also has some very powerful spells that it likes to use, so...
Absolutely.
Very good stuff from Michele, especially because like if the Ash Blossom was activated, then he basically has the Unstoppable Exodia compared with the Exode, which basically can get rid of his opponent's entire field.
And I see a couple spells in the end, and the Droplet would have been really good.
Ah, but it's paired with the Witch, so you are going to get to use the Droplet. Should we double check the Witch is actually a spellcaster?
Yeah, she is. Yeah.
She is,
and
okay.
funnily enough, I think she is the only spellcaster in the...
Oh, and he's only running 2 copies as well.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that was needed.
A dream.
But is this now the time just to destroy it? I'm not sure how many other ways the deck can summon from the hand with no...
No, exactly. I think that would be the right moment for Michele to activate the Exode, because, I mean, just in case, if you're not so sure, like...
Oh!
Ooh, nice one. We haven't seen this, I think, from Shadow time, maybe.
Comes back paired with Barrier as a very popular target, but I guess, yeah, you do have the double functionality of just signing it against Memento too.
So Victor taking his time now to be able to use spells, but I really don't know how the deck can play without access to the graveyard.
Are we gonna see the Droplet? I guess so.
Maybe it's, yeah.
Or now or never, pretty much.
There's nothing else to negate with the Droplet either, really, is there? So, although the Exodia becomes a lot less threatening once it's been hit with Droplet, because it normally can go up to however many attack you have as life points, so that's a healthy 4,000 attack. But in this case, it will have its effect negated, so it'll stay at 0. So yeah, players just resolving their chains in the correct order.
Yeah.
So resolve the Bone Party. It's a chain link 4, I think. Actually, it's chain link 5, isn't it?
Yeah.
But after all's said and done, I don't know what Victor's gonna do. He's already used this normal summon. Oh, this special summons though, so that's fine.
Yeah.
Okay. And it can destroy a spell or trap.
Yeah, but even if it destroys the village, I mean, maybe he's forced to go for the Exode, but I'm not so sure, honestly, if...
Oh, does it get destroyed by the Sachinoko? Does it target? No, I'm looking. I think it's the Sachinoko, not the Dark Blade, or maybe he's using the Dark Blade now. Because it still looks like this is one chain.
No, this is still part of the previous chain.
Yeah. So it's being destroyed by the Sachinoko. But that's not really what you want to happen, because everything's just going to end up banished.
Yep.
Very complicated chain, this one. Assume the Memento monsters don't like being banished all that much.
Who does?
Who does, exactly. Maybe the Exodia pieces are fine with it.
Or Malice coming up. So
catch tier monsters, you know. There's quite a few.
Yeah. DD, since we see the DD ground.
The DD scout plane.
Necrophase. Yeah, there is a few. Okay, what now? We have 2 cards remaining. Still, the Exod Fires of Rage is face down, representing a total blowout.
This might be forced out by the Sleepy itself. So you just summon it. Got more attack than Exodia. Who would win? The unstoppable Exodia or
a Sleepy.
A Sleepy Sheep. Victor's cards just seem to be melting away into this field now. Just the Sleepy and 1 remaining.
And yeah, there he comes. Sleepy obliterated by this Exit Fires of Rage.
No way to fusion summon anymore, if that's what he was trying to do.
And I think he picks up his cards. Solid effort, but in the end, it truly seems to be unstoppable once the Exodia resolves. And yeah, the score is tied. It's 1-1. So we are gonna need a game 3 to find out the winner of round 4. And now, though, Victor has the edge. He gets to go first and set up, or at least tries to set up the same field as game 1, which seems impressive because not even the Lava Golem was enough to just break it.
Yeah, as you say, very impressive. Only lights I can see, on the other hand, are potential shifters. And do we have oh no, so no Fuvalos in the deck for Savvy. Maybe the Ghost Sister and Spooky Dogwood.
I mean, there are almost 15 minutes, but like looking at this deck, I think the Evilly match will go in. Like, I mean, after saying what the deck does, I think I would assume that like going second, this is one of those cards you really want to have, just in case you don't really want to think about what your opponent is doing, just under battle phase and activate the Evilly match. And he has the Shifter, as you mentioned. He has the Ash Blossom, Impermanence, Lava Golem. I mean, he has options, you know. On the other hand, though, like if Victor starts things off as in game 1, I think it will be very scary for Michele if he doesn't have any interruptions.
Yeah, he can keep it as it is. Probably still keep those Ash Blossoms, because worst case scenario, I mean, you know, the card that you want to stop. I also wouldn't mind the Dimensional Barrier to come in, because it's a very solid way to slow the deck down and just, you know, stop the rank from resolving. So why not?
Yeah, see, looking at Victor's deck, he's got Ash in the side deck.
Yeah.
So that's... I feel like Ash in the main deck was probably the most popular card in the main deck. So I'll be interested to see why chosen the side deck rather than the main deck for that Ash Blossom. It does look like he's quite light on hand traps overall, and maybe favors having a powerful main deck engine and just side in the Ash in games 2 and 3 to deal with any potential more charmies.
Yeah, I mean, maybe he just felt like it was better to have it in the side deck, and sometimes we also saw our players adding hand traps with the cross-side designator, but this is not the case. So it's just, you know, wants to have it for maybe just specific matchups like maybe this one. But I guess we will soon find out, because our players are ready, so let's see who will be the winner of our round 4 future match.
Players just doing the final cuts before the game is started. Victor presumably gonna take the chance to go first, as we can see.
And here they are. Let's see what Victor starts things off with. I don't see any monsters actually from Victor's end, but let's see if he has any spells that can help him out navigate through this, but
no.
Is that it, really?
Yeah, I'm wondering, because a lot of the spells require you to tribute or destroy a monster you control in order to use them. Talents, the fusion, you're not going to be able to do anything with those, so... Wow, just a set 3 and pass. And, I mean, from where we're sitting, we know there's aren't an awful lot, and do you think Michele is going to give them much respect? Like...
No, I mean, like, if you're Michele, like, for sure, I mean, you're understanding that there's something maybe that didn't work on your opponent's side of the field, and especially because, like, maybe he could be having, you know, an impermanence or something like that. But, I mean, he's starting things off once again with the shield, and which is good news, because, like, as we saw before, he had basically the entire set, you know, the shield plus the Sengenjin plus, you know, the Golem. And let's see now if, you know, also with the Sengenjin and also the Ankh in hand, let's see how much pressure he can put to your opponent, to his opponent.
Yeah, I mean, he has the Ankh to reveal, right? So he's not going to have to pay any life points. He's going to keep his life at a healthy 8,000, which is actually super important because the unstoppable Exodia gains attack equal to your life points when it attacks. So if you're still at 8,000 when you attack with it, that's 8,000 damage then and there. So this could be a very, very quick game 3 if he just summons the Exodia and Victor has no way to block the attack.
Yeah, I mean, we mentioned this before. I mean, like the deck is capable of going through an OTK very easily, and maybe Michele can see the light in the sense that maybe it says, you know, maybe this is my occasion. I could push.
Yeah, he sees it with both hands when your opponent just sets 3 and passes, and they're not a paleo deck, they're not a labyrinth deck. It's
and especially because, like, I don't really think Michele can fear something like, such as, you know, torrential tribute. You know.
Well, you still have one effect negation with the Exodia. He's gonna go for a Link summon now. Nightmare Phoenix.
Nightmare Phoenix. I mean, yeah, I think he really wants to seal the game now. So he's just going for one and decided in this Pocket Dogwood. You got it, Tom.
Well, I think it's an interesting choice because, like, when you get low on time, like, it still can take a while to end the game, especially with the Dogwood. You still might get like a couple of turns.
Yeah.
But it's one of those things you'd really have to practice to figure out how it works. But I don't know if it's going to come up this game, right? It's going to reveal all 5 pieces of Exodia, and combined they're going to summon the unstoppable version from his extra deck. I really want someone playing this deck just to draw all 5 pieces.
You know, I actually know a guy who lost to at locals and his opponent in the very first 6 cards, all 5 pieces. You know, you have it on your left actually. I remember that day, and Marcello was there, and he lived that moment.
But this gets the job done equally well. Attack, this is 8,000 damage. And there it is.
And that's it. Yes. Michele seals the game and wins the match 2-1. And very well played by Michele. And I really feel like that, you know, he came back, you know, victoriously into this one. So let's go quickly back to us for the post-match discussion.
What a match it was here in round 4. Couldn't ask for more. A lot of emotions, but in the end, it really and truly was unstoppable, as it showed. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, a roar from the crowd there. They obviously very much enjoyed watching that 8,000 attack point swing. It's not every game you get to see a monster with 8,000 attack. Just one hit, boom. Yeah. Game over.
No, I mean, but we mentioned this before. I think the deck is very, I mean, it's scary, and he can afford to play hand traps. He has the Lava Golem, so even though, like, you want to set up a field, you don't really think about that, you know, because, like, how are the chances that your opponent is playing a card such as Lava Golem, right? And on the other end, there's also the unstoppable Exodia, which by himself, you know, is incredible, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely had a bit of everything. Luckily, at least in game 1, we got that redemption from round 1, where we got to see the full potential of the Memento deck and how many layers of different type of interruptions it can set up.
In a way, it reminds also the branded Chimera deck. You can, fusion summon during your turn, but then even set up more. Still have a lot of recursion. But yeah, it can be a scary one. Unfortunately, though, maybe it's the stream that doesn't bring it the best of luck. We did see that break in game 3. It can happen. Obviously, it's a shame, but at the end of the day, I'm sure it would have been a close one nonetheless. Because in game 1 we saw the full potential instead on the other end of the Exodia and the Millennium deck. We have used to it. We have seen it plenty of time now, both in Lille and also at the UK Open. It had a pretty good show. It seems like a consistent option across the field. Still, there is room to debate about. Maybe we will be able to ask about that line of the silhouette rabbit being skipped when usually you wouldn't see it. But I guess this settles it. We have our response on what's the best trap, right? I don't think that's how it works, but
no trap.
Yeah.
I mean, if I was a Memento player, I'd be very scared to go on the stream. They seem to be cursed with their drawing some very weak hands. Yeah. It's sad to see, but I mean, it's a great deck when it goes off. I mean, it has a lot of different things you can do. It gets to play on both players' turns, which is kind of the modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Deck's dream. It has ways to destroy cards, it can fusion, it can link, it can do pretty much everything you want.
No, I mean, you have a lot of choices, and we mentioned this before. I think entering into a tournament like this and playing a deck such as Memento, I think you have the advantage of, maybe my opponent doesn't know what I'm doing, and maybe doesn't know exactly where to activate, the hand traps, for example. And I think the deck is very fun to play with. It's still, let's say, new in the sense that maybe players are not so used to it. And maybe next time, we have the chance to see him on stream, it will be Memento's time.
Yeah, hopefully so. But yeah, without, I guess, moving on to what can we expect from the rest of the day and the rest of the field. Up until now, the trend has been, as you would expect from a tournament with 2,500 plus players, a lot of diversity. We do have those big representation from Snake Eye decks and Tenpai, but especially in day 1, I feel like you can really play against every different deck, anything.
Yeah, I mean, Marcello and I, before the event started, I made a little recorded meta-analysis for you guys at home, so maybe you'll catch that later in the weekend. But we were going through, looking through all the different types of deck. There's 10 plus decks, and then between the sort of the Snake Eye, the Fire King, the Fiendsmith, you can kind of put those together in various combinations. So if you wanted to count them all separately, you can end up with tons and tons of combinations.
Absolutely. So during one of our breaks, I'm sure you'll be able to enjoy that, while during at least 10, if not 15 of our breaks, you'll be able to enjoy the match that these two have had, which, spoilers, was something.
An hour and 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Game 1.
I don't know. Yeah, so that was absolutely incredible. But we don't want to spoil what that was, so we'll keep you guys hanging, and when that will be shown, I think you'll understand what we mean. But without further ado, thank you for being with us with round 4. But we want to hear it from the winner, Michele, and well, we have another Michele, Mike, interviewing him right here, right now.
Hello, nice to meet you. Hello. Congratulations on your win. It was an amazing duel, and we were very happy to see an Exodia deck getting the show. How do you feel about the deck?
Penso che il deck per adesso sta...
Can you put it close to your mouth?
Sta performando molto bene. Ho deciso di portarlo perché comunque è un deck molto semplice, non volevo portare un deck combo perché non avevo molto tempo per impararlo, mi piacevano molto le carte Exodia e quindi era la miglior scelta secondo me.
So he says he really like the deck, even into the format, because it's easy to drive in and he has a good matchup, and he very like Exodia.
I can tell. Okay, thank you. And we would like to have some highlights, so I can have your opinion about that.
Okay.
So the first highlight is at the end of the round 1, where your opponent destroyed your whole field with 1 card. What did you felt about this scenario?
I was in a really bad position because the 2 impermanence was not that really great. I did it in 2 very bad spots, The first one in Mace was like, maybe was good, maybe not. The second one, I could use it on the big monster instead of the rabbit, and then Lava Golem the rabbit, and what was the other monster? The dragon.
Okay, I see. So, otherwise, on round 2, you had an amazing field, and of course, in my opinion, there are 2 amazing cards on your field. Of course, the Unstoppable Exodia and the Village of the Spellcasters.
Yeah.
Is this a card that you mainly prefer to main deck, to side deck, or you like to have a set rotation as interruption, either going first or second?
I play set rotation and Secret Village in main deck because I really like the card. Versus Tempai, when you activate Secret Village, is 100% a win. And I really like the card, even if I do the set rotation and one of the 2 field spell is really bad. It maybe happens, but...
Okay, I see. And of course, our last clip, I think it's what everyone wants to see. Is the one that you pop your opponent. I mean, the trap is an amazing card. I want to ask you, what do you feel about this card?
The flame, the trap card. Yeah, is really good. It's the main interruption of the deck, I think. The fact that you pop all the opponent fields, and then from the graveyard you can banish it to add a piece, or shuffle back piece from the graveyard to banish, is really good. Really good versus Runic.
And the last card I want to ask your opinion about is, of course, the Millennium Act. That you literally revealed 5 pieces of the Exodia to summon the Unstoppable Exodia.
Yeah.
Tell me how you feel about this card.
Really, really good. I love that card. When I have it in the hand, is.
I mean, it's not every time that you see someone revealing 5 pieces of the Exodia and then summoning the Unstoppable Exodia.
Yeah.
An amazing card.
I bought it all quarter century only for him.
I can tell they look amazing.
Yeah.
So thank you, congratulations again for your win, and I hope that you do well in the main event.
Thank you.
Thank you everyone for joining us, and back to you, Ed.
Thanks very much, May, and it is always exciting to see Exodia in this tournament. So congratulations there to Michele. And we've got plenty more coming your way. Now we're in the midst of those in-between rounds, waiting for our round 5 feature match, so we can bring you something exciting for that one. But in the meantime, we've got even more of that pre-recorded content. So let's have a look at some more quarter-century memories with Luke and Marcello.
So it's time to take a trip to the wetlands, over to the garden where the land of the frogs are. And we're going to talk about specifically a World Championship winning deck with these cards here. Subtoad, one of the trickiest, cheekiest toads, shall we say, in the entire game of Yu-Gi-Oh! Tell us about it, Marcello.
Yeah, again, Light of Destruction. What a set it was, and if a lot of players focused on the big boss, Judgment Dragon, which looks a lot more threatening than just a 100 attack monster, oh well, they were wrong, because this card was absolutely incredible. It's important to mention that back in the day, there were a little bit of a different rulings. There was priority, so essentially when you normal summon a card, you could still use the effect immediately before your opponent got a chance to respond to it, which made this card even better, because essentially it's not a once per turn. It was one of those few cards, honestly the only one I can think of with a similar effect back in the day that was not once per turn. So as long as you had any other monster next to it, your entire deck, all of the frogs you had in there, you could send to the graveyard and then do things like activate multiple Pot of Avarice, or what later on was possible thanks to Ronin Toadin was to just activate Mass Driver and completely play out the game, because you played more than 20 frogs in your deck, and then you would deal more than 8,000 damage to your opponent life points. There was an amazing strategy that not only won the European Championship in 2010, but moved on to win even the World Championship.
So, Marcello, make sure you bow, because it's time to enter the dojo. and that is the dojo of the Six Samurai. Now, they've had a bunch of waves of support throughout the years, but let's first talk about the beginning of the Six Samurais. Each of them had their own unique effects that they were able to use whenever another Six Samurai monster was on the field, and they had that additional effect where when one of them was going to be destroyed, they were able to destroy a different one on the field. Very, very sneaky. But one of the most amazing things was Grandmaster of the Six Samurai. Whenever you had any Six Samurai monster on the field, the Grandmaster could make an appearance straight from your hand. And he had a great stat line to boot. And his effect to just constantly recover either himself or other Six Samurai monsters made him really powerful. And the boss monster at the time that was being used for Six Samurais was Great Shogun Shien. What a card. Stopped your opponent from playing multiple spell and trap effects in one turn. And yeah, huge, huge attack points. But we then saw an evolution.
Absolutely, because we also entered the realm of Bushido, in particular Bushido counters, that is, because a lot of powerful continuous spells were released, and one to rule them all was the Getaway of the Six. What a card this was. Honestly, it did everything the deck needed, and although it did take some time for it to see action, because the deck still didn't have every single piece it needed, this turned out to be a powerhouse once Kizan got released, because the deck got a very consistent way of just summoning more than a single Six Samurai per turn, which is what makes Getaway able to then use the reinforcement of the army kind of effect, searching your deck and then summoning more and more monsters into the field. But that was not the end of it, because Shiens were gonna come to the party, and with the new boss monster that was actually a synchro, and that was obviously the legendary Shien, which was one of the first instances in which a deck could put up a negation, actually.
Yeah.
And this was a very consistent spell and trap negation for the deck, thanks to the tuners that were released. And so Kageki and Kagemusha, you could play and just completely overwhelm the field. And if you saw some of these continuous spells, you could just even summon more than one synchro in a single turn, which was so unique to the deck back in the day. But well, as you've mentioned, this deck just doesn't stop evolving over time, and I think all of you guys should just keep this in mind and keep looking at your Six Samurai cards, maybe having that dust over them. You'll need them.
So, Marcello, we're going to talk about one of the most difficult monsters to get rid of in all of the history of Yu-Gi-Oh! Reborn Tengu. What a card. Whenever this card would leave the field, in any shape or form, it would summon another one from your deck. Whether it would be synchro summoned using this card, whether your opponent destroyed it, however, it was always gonna get summoned back.
And yeah, the deck was just incredible, because the card could be played, as you mentioned, with a lot of different ways. And I gotta say, this goes back to my nostalgia feelings, because back in 2011, my first ever top cut at an event was at the Italian National Championship with this deck. But while back in the day I was only, scratching the surface of top cut, there was a player in the name of Billy Brake, you might have heard of him, who was actually writing the history of the game, because he is considered the creator of what is the Tengu plant deck that was relying once again on our friend Dandelion, but synchros, most importantly, with cards such as Glow Up Bulb and Spore. You would be able to just use your Reborn Tengu, use your plant tuners, and just put up so many different synchros and so many different cards in the same turn, which allowed Billy Brake to actually become the first ever back-to-back YCS champion, which was an incredible future. But again, the card just wrote history for the game, and eventually Reborn Tengu would become one of the most popular, even Time Wizard events that you can play at all of our events.
Hello and welcome to YCS News. I'm Ed Templar and these are today's top stories. Our leading story today, all across Bologna, thousands of card-playing enthusiasts have made their way to the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series. With more information on this main event is Dr. Tom Payne. Doctor?
Thanks, Mr. Ed. I'm over here at the main event stage where players have been signing up this weekend. We've got over 2,000 duelists already signed up, so it's going to be a fantastic weekend for everyone involved. Ed, back to you at the studio.
Thanks, Doctor, but that's not the only thing happening here at YCS Bologna. In fact, there are public events which people can take part in. With more information is our Italian correspondent, Alberto. Alberto?
And thank you, Ed. I'm here at the public events because this weekend and throughout all days, there will not only be the main event, but also public events. There's a lot of different ones and a lot of cool ones. There's a 3 versus 3, you get to play with your friends against another team. There's a Time Wizard format 2005, 2010, and with a lot of requests, there have been the 2014 Time Wizard, which I honestly can't really wait to see in action. So don't go anywhere because we will be back in action for YCS Bologna with more content. Back to Ed.
Thanks, Alberto. And those tickets can be exchanged for amazing prizes. And with more information on those prizes is the newest addition to the team, Mike. Mike?
Thank you, Ed. So, we are broadcasting from the prize pool where players participating in the public events can exchange their tickets for either card sleeve or deck boxes, and even the amazing playmats, including the newest original playmat with the Heart of Blue Eyes on it. And of course, my personal favorite, Time Wizard classes. So, this is our amazing prize pool, and feel free to exchange your tickets. Back to you, Ed.
Thanks, Mike. But where will all of these matches be taking place? Well, I'm glad you've asked. With more information on the feature match area is me, but in a scarf. Me? Thanks, me, it's chilly today. Here is the feature match area where every single duel that you'll be seeing on here, whether pre-recorded or live, takes place right here. We have cameras above, we have lights and everything, and even an audience for people to come and sit and watch. This is where the action all happens here at YCS Bologna. Back to you, me. Thanks, me. Each of the duelists who take part in this will be going through a play-by-play analysis of their duel. With more information on this is one of our German correspondents, Leo. Leo?
Thank you, Ed. Indeed, this is the analysis area where we're going to get these players over after their matches. We're going to have our analyst screen here. We're going to show some moments of the match and ask the players what they thought during the duel so we can understand better how our best duelists work. Back to you, Ed.
Thanks, Leo. But where is all this coverage taking place that you're seeing throughout this weekend? Well, with more information on that is our second German correspondent, Basti. Basti?
Thank you, Ed. And here we are, and as you can see, the coverage area behind me. We see over there, that's our casting booth, where basically we have the deck lists available to look at, we have the card highlight tool and everything, and of course, the caster sitting. And then, right next to me here, the rest of the area, basically, as we see there, there's the interview area with the chairs and everything, where the interviews, of course, and also the quizzes are taking place. So this is basically where the magic happens in the rounds of our coverage here of the YCS at YCS Bologna. And I would say, let's give it back over to Ed.
Thanks, Basti. But what are all of these duelists taking part to win, I hear you ask? Well, with more information on that is our other Italian correspondent, Marcello. Take it away, Marcello.
Thanks, Ed. And here we are with some amazing prizes that our duelists can earn here at YCS Bologna. And I mean, we all know that the beauty of playing this game is meeting friends, traveling all over the world and just competing and having fun. But at the end of the day, we also want to win some amazing prizes, and we have the chance to do it here in Bologna. And as well as some familiar things here, we have a lot of new introduction for the season, as we have seen from YCS Lille as well. And first and most importantly, there is a new prize card in another verse, Solaria, which you can see displayed here in the ultra rare copy that is going just for first place, but as well as the amazing trophy that also depicts the card. But you can get your hands also on the playmat if you make it all the way to the top cut, where the card is also displayed. But again, there are a lot of exciting new
things that you can win here in Bologna, starting from a new console, as you can win the Steam Deck all for yourself, where you can play a lot of different games. I'm thinking Master Duel, of course, and grinding even some more Yu-Gi-Oh! In your free time. But the main inclusion, something that personally I'm a bit jealous of, because back in the day when I was playing it was not there, are these incredible YCS sleeves. I absolutely love the logo, and yeah, it's completely exclusive to the event, so it makes, you know, adds a little bit of steam. And personally, a favorite of mine are also these dices, metallic dice that you can win from top 8 on, usually, and they are really cool. If you open them up, I mean, I'm a fan in general. I've been playing the game for a lot of years, just rolling some dices before the match, and the case is actually pretty cool because it's all branded. You have the YCS logo as well on the dices. You get 4 of them, and I think it's a very exclusive thing, and it comes with bragging rights once you're back home to just take these bad boys out and, you know, claim that you have made it all the way down to an interview. Most importantly, the real prize is you get to be interviewed by Ed. So on that note, try your best this weekend and upcoming events to win these amazing prizes for yourself here. The competition is going to be amazing, but we all want to find out at the end of the day who will take this bad boy home with you. So thank you again, and now back to you, Ed.
Thanks, Marcello. Now I'm wearing a coat. That's all the news we have for you about the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series in Bologna. But make sure you guys stay tuned for more as this develops. Ed Templar, YCS News, wearing a coat.
once was a monster so powerful it was split into 5 pieces and sealed away. But now the time has come for you to unseal this mighty monster. Behold, the unstoppable Exodia Incarnate. Can you handle its unlimited power? Yu-Gi-Oh! The Infinite Forbidden, available now. 9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
So, Marcello, we have a return of the king, and that is our Monarchs. What an amazing deck it was when it first was released, and then it made a big comeback because of this little guy, Tree-Born Frog. Its ability to come back every single standby phase was just amazing. You always had somebody to tribute for your Monarchs, and even do some really crazy combos with enemy controller where you could play it directly from your hand and get Tree-Born Frog back twice in one turn. What a combo.
And yeah, not only that, the card was just unique in a way where it worked even if you discarded it from the end, so just another way to get, you know, some advantage. And this meant that some of those trap cards that lost popularity due to them being a technical -1, such as Raigeki Break or Phoenix Wing Blast, they came back. And well, that meant that you had so many tools available thanks to Tree-Born Frog, but if you just put a card back on top of your opponent deck, why not make it 2 with what was Raiza, an amazing tool of the new wave of Monarchs, we could say, and the card was just absolutely crazy. Due to the popularity of face-down monsters, you could just send a card back, then use the Wing Blast, and basically put your opponent 2 turns back, and that was absolutely ridiculous. But I think the throne of MVP, I think, gotta go to this fellow right here, Caius, the Shadow Monarch. This just completely changed the definition in Yu-Gi-Oh! Of what a good tribute monster was gonna be from that moment onward. This card is insane. If you like Time Wizard, and especially 2010, I think you have seen this card plenty of times because it dominates in a lot of different decks, and it's so versatile. And I think for all favorites, this meant that you could play both the old ones, both the new ones, and I think playing attributes, all different Monarchs, thanks to this fellow once again.
So, we're going to take a trip through the gateway to Dark World. We're going to talk about Silver and Gold, the 2 first iconic Dark World monsters that were really played heavily. They were one of the first themes of cards that really had one mechanic that bound them together, which was that they would get summoned back from the graveyard whenever they were sent there, whenever they were discarded. And one of the cool things about them was whenever your opponent would send them there as well, they would get additional effects like discarding cards from your opponent's hands.
It has been one of those decks where it's so unique, but still was able to get so much success throughout the history of the game, because whenever you take it for granted, whenever, you know, it just nicks in there, it can get free wins. And this deck is actually first and foremost the deck that has won the largest ever Yu-Gi-Oh! Tournament in YCS Long Beach, so that's one incredible accomplishment, again in a format in which nobody saw it coming. But most importantly, I have an interesting memory about this, because in the history of the game, unfortunately, there has always been one Italian world champion, and that is Dario Longo. But to just put it into perspective, sometimes what it takes, he was facing in the finals against a Dark World deck, and his opponent was holding 4 Dark World monsters and a card, and he had Spirit Reaper, and he took the gamble. He attacked directly with the Spirit Reaper, and he managed to discard the only non-Dark World card, claiming the World Championship. And that, if that's not Heart of the Cards, I don't know what is.
Right, Marcello, it's time to enter the world of chaos. Darkness and light combined into the envoys of beginning and end. First, let's talk about Blackluster Soldier. Used for a very long time, right up until even 2009, with the Twilight Light Swan deck. Such a powerful card, being able to just banish any monster on the field or getting that double attack in was so powerful. Back in the day during 2005, being able to destroy 2 monsters with one of your own monsters, or even just banishing monsters back then, was so incredibly powerful. We've talked a lot about Dandelion throughout our compilation. Dandelion doesn't like being banished.
Absolutely not, and the card has remained, as you've mentioned, competitive for multiple years, but again, for fans of Time Wizard, 2005 is quite popular, and I can tell you that Black Cluster Soldier is by far the, most the scariest monster out there. It's a threat to be reckoned with, and you should always keep that in mind while playing during that format. But at the same time, when things begin, at some point they must end. They must end.
Exactly.
And well, what a way to end them that with Chaos Emperor Dragon. I gotta say, for players who have been following the game for a lot of years, maybe scrolling through some of the Forbidden Unlimited lists outside of seeing the card back in the day, you might have saw a card called Yatagarasu, and you might have wondered,
just a small, innocent little bird.
Exactly, so innocent. What it does is that simply when it deals direct damage, which seems already quite impossible to accomplish, your opponent just keeps their next trophies. Nothing to be worried about. Well, let me tell you that that card, paired with the Chaos Emperor Dragon and Void of the End, was one of the first, if not ever only, loops in the game where you could essentially skip your opponent from ever having a draw phase for the rest of the duel, because the Chaos Emperor sends all of their cards to the graveyard, and then if you attack directly with the Yatagarasu, they have no cards, they skip their draw phase, it's tough to play without any single card.
Yeah.
And that was why these cards were paired with each other, and then eventually also received an errata. But they're still amazing boss monsters, so just pick your favorite. Is it the beginning or is it the end?
Welcome back to more of your coverage here at YCS Bologna 2024. In front of me, I have our round 5 feature match who are ready to kick things off. We have Christoph Teska versus Felix Furch, who are ready to get straight into a feature match. Gentlemen, we're going to do a high roll to see who goes first. Who would like to roll first? Felix is going to roll first. And that is a 10. Christoph, can you beat the 10? No, a 5. Are you going to go first? Felix is going to go first. So I'm going to hand you guys back over to Basti, Mike, and Leo, who are going to take you through our round 5 feature match.
Thank you, Ed, and welcome back to the caster's desk. We're here for round 5, as you already have heard. And again, we like to cook. Our duelists like to cook. We got you something spicy.
We did, of course. Back in the day, very popular level 3 deck was Burning Abyss. Not that popular anymore, but there's a new level 3 deck in town, and also in the venue doing quite well in this tournament. And it's Goblin Bikers all of a sudden. And yeah, basically a pure Goblin Biker deck. 56 cards in the main deck, which is quite the odd number, but he made it here with only a draw, I think, so far. Yep. So I'm excited.
Good performance, and I think the players are ready. So with a big kabonga, we're going to the table for round 5.
But the one in the spotlight, first of all, because winning the die roll is Felix, and we are coming back with actually the winner deck of our last European YCS. The winner deck of YCS Lille was Fiendsmith, Jubel, and Felix is still relying on the strength of those Jubel cards. And when you're opening that card, that Nightmare Throne, you are off to a good start, that I can tell you.
Christoph does not look too happy to see that Nightmare Throne, probably thinking, hey, if I'm going second, maybe it's going to be a not-so-combo-heavy deck, and then Spirit of Jubel gets destroyed from the deck.
Ooh, and that's honestly a crazy start, because usually when they do that, when Jubel players do that, that means they're trying to set up a Phantom of Jubel possibly before the normal summon even. Yep, that's indeed what's happening, using both of the Jubels that we just have access through the throne, and Phantom of Jubel, a monster negate already on the field before even summoning any other monsters. And there is the best normal summon he could ask for there. There's the Dark Beckoning Beast.
Phantom of the Jubel protecting every combo that Felix will make.
For sure. I mean, look at those quarter century rares, right? Dark Beckoning Beast, quarter century rare, into the opening of the Spirit Gates, also quarter century rare. Felix is playing an older deck, but he's definitely playing the newer cards here.
However, the Phantom of Jubel is ultimate rare, so there's definitely a preference. So we're going to see where this combo leads us. I mean, we have seen this in the past. Jubel has shifted out of the meta at least a little bit. Yeah. It was extremely dominant in Lille, however. This deck is still really, really strong. It didn't lose anything, but it is just a little bit worse into Fuvalos.
Yeah, for sure. That's the main factor right now, that the deck is kind of struggling to set up a very, very impressive field through a resolving Bolshami Fuvalos. But, I mean, if it does go first, and if that is not occurring, then you're still pretty good. And there is the Fiendsmith Trek now as well, hard drawn, which is going to search out the Lurry here, I believe.
Well, that would for sure be something very, very special and new. Lurry is being added to the hand, discarded immediately, special summons itself back to the field. And can we maybe see a Requiem here? Is that a possibility?
Yes. I mean, why not? Why would it not be a possibility? There it is, Fiendsmith Requiem.
And probably Lacrima.
Yeah, maybe. That's also very, very good possibility. I think that we're just going to see a full-on... It also looks... I mean, there is a trap card in the hand of Christoph. Oh, and he's saying, hold up, wait a second. I can see that there is a trap card in his hand, so this might be an infinite impermanence. At which point are you going to want to use it? Are you going to use it on the Lacrima? But the Engraver is already in the graveyard, so I think that point has passed. What are we going to throw it on?
I feel like maybe on Sequence isn't that bad. That could be the one we're waiting for. Also, if there possibly maybe is a Nibiru next to it in his hand, then the combination of impermanence on the Phantom and then a Nibiru after could be great, but it is just going to be bad. Oh, but we have the Shavara in hand, of course. We search that off of the Yama, meaning we can, in response, destroy the Sequence, meaning it will resolve here. And the Shavara already coming to the field now as well, but we can only summon out a Fiend monster now. We were planning that anyways, right? So
I think the Fiends
we are okay with this.
Has a few Fiends in the back pocket. But Christoph is already laughing, shaking his head. Was like, yeah, I knew that Shavara was in the hand there. Maybe I should have seen that one coming. And now Felix is just chilling, resolving his fusion there.
For Ariel, probably.
Yeah, because he did have the important start of going for the Dark Beckoning Beast, but he didn't have the normal summon of Samsara the Lotus yet. So I feel like we are now trying to exactly, through the Ariel Eater, access the Samsara the Lotus, send it to the graveyard, and we haven't even used the on-field effect, the second on-field effect of the opening of the Spirit Gates, meaning we can just bring it back here. And ooh, look at that. Easy discard. Fuvalo is such a crazy card at the moment. If you draw it first, it will not do a whole lot, but you can just use it for effects like that.
This is something that decks really enjoy doing, having random discards in their combo, and then you're like, hey, I can play this card in my main deck because if I draw it going first, it's not going to be a problem. I don't have valuable discards anyways most of the time, so I'd rather just play cards that are only good going second, and then I'm able to get at least some value off of them going first.
All right, we are now just searching the Nightmare Pain. No need to play around Roll and Lockbird or anything anymore.
Yeah, I think that
card is probably would have been activated ages ago here.
You know how funny it would have been if Christoph just went, oh wait, I forgot this.
I mean, then still, we just have to Phantom up on the field, so we probably just negate it. We may not even need to negate it, honestly.
At this point you let it resolve, right?
Possibly, yeah. All right, so Felix. This has all looked very smooth, but where are we going with this now? We're linking these two off. Keep in mind, this has to be a Fiend monster we link into.
Fiend. A Fiend.
It is a Fiend. Oh, it is a second copy of Yama. That's good to see. Usually, what we saw is when people are running the double Yama package, but also means that they're more so going for the Chamber of the Unchained, but we're still seeing Escape of the Unchained here in this main deck.
I really like the Chamber.
Yeah, same.
It feels like you can just play on so much more. You are not reliant on having your Unchained Link monsters left on the field. You can just play your combo further on with them, use them as extenders, and then in the next turn.
No, I totally agree, for sure. Ooh, look at that combination. The OG Jubel and also the Terror Incarnate next to each other in its newest rarity. This is looking beautiful.
And from the previous round that we had the Exodia, now we have the original Ubel.
Oh yes, it's looking bright out here in Bologna with all those cool decks. And we will have to see whether Christoph's cool deck can actually manage to get through this, because this currently, in our current Yu-Gi-Oh! Metagame, is probably one of the best decks at going first. If Ubel gets to set up a field and goes basically uninterrupted, because that Impermanence didn't do a whole lot, then it will be very, very, very tough to beat.
I want to ask, which deck is better at going first? Is it Ubel or is it Mermail? Would you prefer playing Mermail over Ubel at the moment?
It depends, right? I think the going second of Mermail might be a little bit better, honestly. And on the other hand, it really depends on how the opponent's deck is lined up. Because Mermail, for example, is really, really good into decks that are playing breakers, because it is able to just get them out of the hand before they get the chance to activate them. On the other hand, I think Ubel possibly is better into the hand trap variants. So it's kind of tough to say. They're both really good. I think we definitely are going to have both of them with decent success this weekend. But we got to see.
I want to say, if anything, the Mermail variant is a bit more resilient to hand traps, because actually you need 2 hand traps to just stop the effect of Neptabis. Other than that, you can still play on and establish a pretty impressive field.
Fair. There's Caesar now.
However, we have seen 1 Impermanence from Christoph, and it didn't do a whole lot here.
Yeah.
But I mean, it was at the point where it really shouldn't have been used, I want to say, because he knew that the Shavara was coming to dodge the Impermanence.
I think I would have probably just possibly tried to use the Impermanence on the Dark Beckoning Beast right at the beginning, right? That's a solid call to just try to do it there. If that works, usually their turn is going to be very small. I mean, they already had the Phantom on the field, meaning they at least can go into Yama, but it is not necessarily the best play there.
Still done a lot. I think that maybe also there is a chance that you want to keep it. To maybe if you have a decent hand with the engine, you can try to play through the field.
Yeah, there is a world where that's also a possibility for sure.
Turn
but
passed.
Now, Christoph's turn. And is he going to show Felix what he's on? Felix so far only knows 56 cards, but there is Tour Guide of the Underworld normal summon, and he's probably raising his eyebrows right now as we speak. And is that going to resolve? Nope. We can just use the Caesar on it, and Caesar has the beauty of not only negating the effect, but also destroying the effect. Activating that leaves Christoph picking up his cards. 1-0 for Felix and his strong Ubel Fiendsmith deck there. Ooh, that was a classic display, right? Weiss's Lille was all of that, but now back in Weiss's Bologna as well. What are you thinking, Mike?
I mean, as you spoke before, Burning Abyss were the original level 3 deck, and we just saw Tour Guide again after so many times.
Yeah.
But I believe that also Goblin Biker can make a very good board going first.
Yeah, for sure.
And I think that we have the side deck, the player can go and make a very good board. And of course,
hopefully.
He has a lot of good choices going first.
He definitely does, and I'm very excited to see it, because of course there's all the Goblin Bikers, all of them are level 3, but we just saw there's multiple ways in his deck to actually get level 3 monsters onto the field, because of course he wants to get to those rank 3s as well, and they don't necessarily need to be Goblin Biker monsters, so he's including one of my most favorite cards out of the entire Yu-Gi-Oh! Universe.
That's a Golem.
No. He's playing punk cards, man.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
true.
the beautiful punk cards. I love them. And apparently Christoph also has a thing for them, as he's running the Armines and, of course, also the Foxy Tunes and Ogre Dance and so on. And Emergency Teleport, of course. Still one of the most powerful spell cards of all time, if you ask me.
But I want to say we've talked about Goblin Bikers a lot now. But his opponent, Felix, did not see Goblin Bikers. He just saw Tour Guide of the Otherworld. You're thinking, hey, my opponent is probably going to run something spicy when you're in the featured match, and you're playing Ubel here, so you don't expect to get the feature match.
True.
You see a Tour Guide, everyone loves Burning Abyss. Do you suspect that your opponent is playing Burning Abyss here?
56 card Burning Abyss would be a statement.
Right.
But I mean,
I would probably
Bologna, right?
I would probably go for Unchained, to be honest.
Oh, yeah.
I think Unchained doesn't really play Tour Guide anymore, though. It did in the beginning when the new support was released, but I think at the moment it doesn't really play Tour Guide that much anymore.
Is it like a higher chance that your opponent is playing Goblin Bikers in round 5 of a YCS? Or is it rather Unchained with Turgate? Because maybe players are thinking, hey, I have a very, very spicy deck list here and I want those one-card starters.
I think with 56 cards, I am leaning towards Goblin Biker, honestly. But I mean, that's going to be now the question that his opponent, Felix, has to answer, because Felix is one side thing right now. And on the other end, of course, we got to ask ourselves, is it that much of a difference? Like, what cards are you going to bring in going second versus Unchained and Goblin Bikers? It's probably going to be somewhat similar, because, for example, I see Forbidden Droplet in the side deck. Seems like a no-brainer, honestly, against both of these decks. And then there's, of course, Mulchan Perulia. Same thing, kind of. Leo spotted the Cosmic Cyclones in the side deck as well. I mean, you can bring those in as well, obviously, sure. But yeah, we'll have to see how this one plays out, because I'm ready for some level 3 and rank 3 comboing, I can tell you that.
Yeah, and the duelists are ready too, I think, so let's go over to the table. My heart always skips a beat when I see a Cosmic Cyclone somewhere in Yu-Gi-Oh! I love this quick spell card. If you pay 1000 life points, you get to banish a spell or trap card. Magnificent.
Would you set it in round without knowing your opponent?
Always, especially when I'm not knowing the deck of my opponent, I would side. Also, if there is a chance that's Unchained, I think Cosmic Cyclone makes a lot of sense.
It ain't bad, but now Christoph's turn it is, and he gets to start this off. Let's see what he got here. Out of his 56 cards, which ones found their way into the opening hand? And, oh, the Armin, let's go. And immediately the Kagabucha Knight. That's a classic one as well from back in the day. Of course, just on a normal summon, you get to special summon him from the hand. So that means immediately 2 level 3 monsters on the field. Oh, but there is a Fuvalos activated right after. I mean, I was just saying, we're trying to set up so many Exceed monsters. That's like the plan of the deck. Yeah, that is going to be costly now, because every Exceed monster, and that's the first one, the Big Kabonga. That's going to be a Big Kabonga draw for Felix on the other hand, with the Fuvalos resolving now.
Christoph also has an emergency teleport in hand, I think, and that could have been chained to the Fuvalos to get a free body. So I think that he either forgot it or decides that he's not going to extend too far. He has Drone Lockbird and I think another hand trap in his hand. Actually, I'm not too sure about the Drone Lockbird, but I'm very sure about the other hand trap.
Okay, so Drone Lockbird could actually be used against the Fuvalos as well, right? Possibly. Yeah. Oh, but there's the Effect Veiler as well from Felix, shutting down the Big Kabonga. Oh no, we're setting a card and we're passing it back over to Felix. And now we saw how much it could do his Jubel deck in the first game. How good is it going to be going second now against the Big Kabonga? Because, to be fair, this Big Kabonga is now not negated anymore and is again an interruption now on the opponent's turn.
But also, it's a bit of a liability, because now you can run into it with Nightmare Pain on your field.
That's true. And we're searching out the Dark Beckoning Beast here off of this opening of the Spirit Gates. There is with Drone Lockbird though. Leo, you saw it correctly, so that's a good start here for Christoph. And I mean, the Big Kabonga kind of is only an interruption if you have another Goblin Biker card in your hand there, right? So that's not necessarily the case.
I'm pretty sure that it isn't the case, because I think it is a level 3, but a card that you can use on your opponent's turn, but not on this card. Dark Beckoning Beast is normal summon. I think we can see a Ghost Warner there. Oh, the Squirmia is being special summoned as well. This looks good for Felix now.
It looked like a normal summon to me, actually, yeah. I think we just normal the Squirmer there. It didn't activate or anything, it just put it to the field. So the additional normal summon was used of the Dark Beckoning Beast. We link these two off into Moon of the Closed Heaven. So the plan seems obvious. We're trying to segment into our Fiendsmith part of the deck. And that Requiem is going to bring out Fiendsmith Engraver or Lacrima first. What are we going for?
Probably Lacrima to get an extra body.
Yes, there it is.
Lacrima is being summoned, is going to activate the effect to send the Engraver from the deck to the graveyard. Or are we going to see another trap card? I do not think so. It was a very, very cool tech in the Fiendsmith deck that Joshua Schmidt played in the first round. I'm still very excited to see how far those decks will go.
There
it is, the Ghost Mourner.
The Ghost Mourner on the Lacrima.
Cutting off the access to Engraver is going to be kind of huge here.
Yeah, for sure. And that Drone Lockbird in general is also pretty good against Jubel, so I think this one might be a tough one for Felix, and Christoph can keep himself here in the game. Okay. Oh, he had Engraver already, discarding it for the opening of the Spirit Gates.
But wait, wasn't Drone Lockbird activated?
And so we're bringing something back from the graveyard.
For the Spirit Gates, yes. I thought the effect was activated.
No. It's all good. The Drone Lockbird does not impact this. But what are we going to do with these two now? Engraver in the graveyard is great now, yeah. That was a really, really good bait for the Mono from Felix's side.
And now it's Felix's turn to do whatever he wants. So I think he got the interruptions out. Of course, Drone Lockbird is still a little bit of a problem for you.
I think it's going to be pretty tough to access the Jubel part of your deck without having the ability to search.
But do you need to?
That's the question, right? Also, Yama doesn't seem that valuable now anymore, not being able to search, but
your opponent has
maybe
nothing.
just the sequence, yeah. Yeah, you're right. He absolutely doesn't. Sequence effect.
And you can go for an Aerial Eater. You have used the opening of the Spirit Gates already to reborn something, so that is out of the picture. You're right about that. Otherwise, you could have sent the Samsara de Lotus.
And the damage from Goshmurnir.
That is indeed the case. Also, what I'm wondering, did we even activate the effect of Arziamin? I don't think we ever searched anything with Arziamin, right? It was normal summon, then the Kagemusha Knight came out, and immediately the Fuvalas was dropped, and Christoph was so confused about it, so he just actually forgot about the searching part. So that could be valuable follow-up, honestly, if there was just a Foxitude on the hand or something. But instead, it's over to Felix now, who can use these two monsters from the graveyard. We saw that before to fusion summon out the Aerial Eater.
Yep. We could go into... I think we can access the Jubel engine quite easily if we go into a Muckracker at some point. And now send Acer Samsara de Lotus to the graveyard.
You're right. That's true. Very much.
And you have more than enough material for that. I mean, you could just summon back the Engraver from the graveyard. If there is still something that you can send back. If we haven't used it all for sequence.
Okay, Felix. Considering this. He started out with a 3-0 record. I saw him being at table 1 in the last round, and then he took that draw, but it seems like he's back on track with maybe looking pretty here in round number 5.
And I think Christoph at this point is just happy to be there. So he looks a little bit like he has accepted his fate.
I mean, at the end of the day, you have to have fun.
Yeah, exactly.
Truly. Truly, that's what we're all here for.
And also Squirmer is in the grave, so Felix can just banish him and special summon one level 1 Fiend monster with 0 attack and defense.
The deck has a lot of tools, yeah.
Engraver next. Engraver summons itself out by returning, I think... Yeah, we returned the Moon. Oh no, the sequence, right? Oh no, the sequence is still on the field. It was the Moon, yeah. Absolutely. Engraver effect now. Goodbye, Gabonga.
It sounds like the name of the song.
Not the song that Christoph is singing right now, that's for sure. Felix enjoys that jam quite well, though. And interesting to see that the Aerial Eater was summoned in defense position, right? How much attack does the Aerial Eater have?
Yep, doesn't matter.
Okay, yeah, fair enough. Okay, I will accept it.
But I agree, every time you're going second, you summon everything in attack position, basically.
Yeah, I mean, Aerial Eater was 2100, like... Yeah. Engraver plus Aerial Eater surely was more than just the Caesar now, so I guess we were missing out on a little bit of damage. Let's see whether that's going to hurt Felix eventually. Because Christoph is going to get another turn here. Attacks coming through.
I'm checking the graveyard. Where is the Gruesome Gravescomber? Because I don't see it anymore.
Gravescomber, you're right. It's not there. So we must have shuffled it back.
Have we shuffled it back for Aerial Eater?
Yeah, maybe. Okay, it goes over to Christoph. He's checking his graveyard. Maybe now also he was looking at the army. Maybe he just realized, oh, I could have searched with the army last turn, but we missed out on that. But we do have another card to draw. Is there a tour guide from the top? But even a tour guide into that Caesar might be problematic. Let's see. Let's find out.
And if the set card is really an emergency teleport, this also does not help against the DDD Wave King Caesar. Such a powerhouse of a card. It looks like a monster. This looks like it's another Psychic.
Ooh,
oh no, we actually
ain't
have
that
a
bad,
Goblin
actually.
Biker.
Yeah, that's one of the better Goblin Bikers. That's actually the one you do max out on. That's Goblin Biker Duck Charger, and that's a pretty decent normal summon to pick up there, because you could technically special summon it out by detaching from the opponent's Exceed monsters. Or is it only from yours? Oh, it's only from... Oh no, you can detach from the opponent's side as well. And now is that an effect that yeah, okay, that would be activating, so I think we're just normal summoning here in that case to play around the Caesar. But then the normal summoning effect, of course, also allows you to add a Goblin Biker spell trap from the deck. This might be one of the best top decks we could have gotten, honestly.
You know what would have helped here? Goblin Biker Snatch Steal. That would be a card that would absolutely help here.
Oh, we just attack into the sequence.
Do we not play Goblin Biker spells?
We do play plenty, and I don't see any cards in his hand, right?
Nope.
So we just... Oh, or is there a card in his hand? It doesn't look like it.
Maybe Christoph also just doesn't like searching cards? That may be also...
We're activating Lacrima now. Lacrima brings back the sequence. And we're activating... Oh no, we're just shuffling the deck. Lacrima back in. I'm really confused on why we didn't get anything with the Dark Charger, but it's just Dark Charger, 1600 attack points, attacking over the sequence. Shortly after it came back, though.
Was that maybe the Ash Blossom in the graveyard from Felix?
Oh, you solved the puzzle. You solved the puzzle there. It was the Ash Blossom. I didn't even realize it was activated.
Discarded.
Yeah, there is now emergency teleport.
You gotta try.
Caesar's there to negate it. That was clear since the beginning. We all knew about it.
And Engraver is again engraved.
Yeah, I was gonna say, actually now the Engraver is back in the graveyard. That's a problem as well. But now Tract is being activated by Felix.
I like that Felix played around the permanence and moved away from the emergency teleport column.
Okay, Larry discarded
Better
after being
safe than
searched.
sorry,
Yep, always, always. So sometimes the Jubel deck struggles to close out games because you have a whole lot of monsters that have 0 attack. But I think we're already set up pretty well here with the Caesar, the sequence, and the Larry on the field. So I don't think we're missing much here, honestly.
I just don't think he's going to Jubel this game out.
Yeah.
There's only 4,000 life points left, as you just said, and you can just go into Requiem, get the Engraver back from the graveyard, and then you should also already have the damage.
Probably. Let's see whether Felix sees that.
I mean, it's pretty hard not to see game here, right?
We could also just go for Yama, possibly.
You can go for basically everything.
Yeah, there is the Yama. That should probably help, because we're getting another monster with decent 2,000 attack points. There's Shavara added to the hand. I mean, even if we just set a spell trap here possibly and then activate the Shavara, we could be good to go. Or we just bring out the Engraver, sure, that also definitely helps.
That is not the way to go.
Engraver wanted to have the feeling of being in the extra deck for once, because all of his friends are also in the extra deck, right? All the Fiendsmith cards joining him are usually from the extra deck. Using Engraver, goodbye Dark Charger. That's more than 4,000 attack points on the field. In the battle phase we are, and Felix stays undefeated, winning it 2-0 here with a 4-win and 1-draw record.
I mean, this was an absolute classic, right? We love to feature the rogue decks, the really creative choices, but sometimes it is just not enough to beat those meta decks, and the meta decks prove why they are an absolute top.
That's true, absolutely. Very good display of the Jubel deck, and honestly, people are kind of sleeping on it, so I feel like it has dropped to a popularity level where it might be almost all of a sudden the underdog under the radar deck for this event. I mean, it's just won our last YCS, which wasn't too long ago with YCS Lille, but people are just focusing on the Fire King Snake Eye stuff and so on so much, so I wouldn't be surprised if this one could still perform very well.
To be honest, since the release of Fugalos, Jubel is indeed under the radar.
Yeah.
But I truly believe that in a good pilot, it can make its very strong board, of course, going first, and break any field going second.
Yeah.
There are two major factors for that I want to support. It is going to be A, not everyone has a Fugalos.
True.
And B, is that people are cutting Fuvalos from their main decks. We have seen so many deck lists already that are playing Fuvalos in the side deck, or if they are playing it at all. And if everyone is expecting those slowish decks that can play around Fuvalos, you can just throw your Jubel combo at them, and they're like, oh man, I was cutting down to 12 hand traps. What am I doing here? Why is this happening? But we actually, talking about this now, have a deck breakdown to show you guys, and I'm very curious to see what's happening.
I'm not surprised by that, but honestly, so Tempai on top, really clearly what I was expecting. But it's so close to the others, right? It's just like 1% more than Fire King in the second spot. And then Centurion is doing quite well there with 10% as well. Any other surprises?
Labyrinth being on there.
Oh, yeah, I agree. That's a decent representation.
With a cunning 3%. actually, I think this is not the biggest representation. It just shows how wide the meta is actually spread. If we have 39% others and decks with 3% mention like named. That is crazy.
Are we missing anything? Is there something that we would have expected to be on here, but apparently it's just in the other category? Is there something we have been anticipating? It's interesting to see Mermail didn't quite make it into the decks being named, but is there anything else that we might be expecting that is not on here? I'm wondering. It's pretty much, it was all on there. Plants could have been on there, but usually it's a number representation deck.
It's only 5 plants in the event, but they are all good.
Yes, exactly. But besides that, it's probably all of them, right? Yeah. And of course, you know, this is YCS Bologna, held in Italy. Let's see where all of our players for this event are coming from, because we also have a country breakdown of all the players attending. And no surprise, Italy's sitting pretty in the first place with basically making up half of the players here in our main event, followed by 2 Germans. No, we just had 2 Germans
yeah, sure.
in the feature match. Also 2 Germans in the feature match booth here, but also 11% Germans in the field.
I can promise you guys it's not only 2 Germans, because then we would have about 20 attendants of this tournament. So stay calm. France is following up, UK, Switzerland, and Spain, and then of course also other 18%. So it is quite the diverse YCS here. But we are going to talk about the winner's deck more in detail with the winner and Marcello.
Thank you, Leo. And yes, we are here with the winner, Felix. Congratulations a lot. How do you feel?
Thank you. Great. I would say pretty nervous. It's my first feature.
Yeah.
But
you did amazing.
Thankful that I won that. Yeah.
Yeah, you did absolutely amazing, and still I think looking pretty good here in day 1 at Bologna. What were your expectations walking into the event?
I actually didn't have any, to be honest.
Okay.
I just wanted to see how far I come, and in case of doubt, play side events Edison.
All right.
But I'm still undefeated.
That's great. That's great.
In the main event, so yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Maybe I can make the top cut.
Now that is the goal for sure, but yeah, it's still a bit of a long way to go, but you're absolutely crushing it. We have mentioned before that the U-Build deck was obviously doing really well back at YCS Lille, but it has changed a bit in these upcoming months. So why did you bring it? Have you been playing it for a while?
Yeah, I've been playing it for a while, even before the Fiendsmith cards came out. I just liked the deck, and it's actually still a solid tier 2 deck, even though Fuvalos exists. So yeah, that's
absolutely.
why I brought it.
So we can go through some of the key moments, I would say, in this amazing future match that you can have fun memory of. So looking up at the first spot, I think it's more of the pressure from the future match. This is where your opponent tried to impermanence you, but probably, as you can see from his smile afterwards, didn't think about the Shervara that you did search. So usually, what do you think in the line? So it's a great add to the deck, right? This additional layer,
Yep. I wouldn't say my line was optimally, because I was nervous, but I actually have thought about going into Yama and adding Shavara, so that Imperm doesn't hurt me. Yeah, then he Impermed me because he forgot, because he was nervous as well.
I mean, makes sense.
Yeah, but I think it would not have mattered, even if he did hold the Imperm, seeing my end board.
Yeah, and this is exactly the next thing that I want to bring up, because this is an incredible field that you were able to amass, and yeah, you passed on this. Your opponent obviously had to stare down a lot of interruptions. This is pretty much what you want to start with the deck, right?
Yeah, I would say this is one of the best end boards. Of course, I have an Omni and more disruptions than my opponent has cards in their hand, so yeah.
Absolutely. Now my question is, he went for Tour Guide, and once it was negated, he picked up his cards. Did you think of the Goblin Biker deck, or what were your thoughts?
Not actually of Goblin Biker, to be specific. I thought he was on some maybe Dark, maybe Fiend pile with 56 cards. I saw the big pile when shuffling, so I knew he was on some ghoul, let's say. So I expected something with Grasslux Arena, but not Goblin Biker specifically.
Okay, interesting. But while this game 1 was mostly about engine, game 2 I think was more on the entraps, and as we can see from the first clip, you have mentioned how your deck is hurt by the Mulchami Fuvolos. Luckily this time around you were the one using it, right?
Yep.
And yeah, your opponent was pretty much only forced to play the Bonga, and the card is definitely tough. What is your strategy to beat it specifically? What do you try to do? Yeah.
So I think most of the players won't Fuvolos in draw phase.
Yeah.
And wait until the main phase. And Yubel has the nice mechanic that you can contact fuse from your hand into a monster negate. So this is a good thing. And besides that, pray for Ash Blossom or Cold Buy.
That's always nice. But Mulchami Fuvolos was not the only star of the match, because you also had to face a problematic one, because as we can see, once you start your turn and activate, you get mapped by the Droll and Lock Bird. So what were your thoughts once that card was used?
Yeah, I thought that I wouldn't be able to build my full end board. Okay. But even though looking at my hand, I had some gas and extenders, even through Droll, so I could at least make some plays. And yeah, with one card in his hand remaining, I think, and the Ash Blossom in my hand, I think ending on a Caesar was relatively safe. Yeah.
Absolutely, and it did work out in the end. Yep. So again, you seem like, although you mentioned that you were quite nervous, you did great, and I don't think it is by chance that you're still undefeated here in the one. So congrats on your amazing run up until now. We'll wish you even better luck upcoming next. So thank you for being with us, and now guys, thank you for staying with us for round 5. But now let's hear it from Ed.
Thank you very much, Marcello. We will be back with even more coverage here from the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series live in Bologna. Round 6 feature match going to be happening very soon once the pairings are done. And once we've selected a duel for you, then you guys will have that on your screens live on Twitch and YouTube. But we've got loads more content to come your way. In fact, let's take a quick look at a commercial break and then some more of our pre-recorded content.
Dive into dueling and show the world you're in a league of your own. Sweep away the competition with a wave of new monsters, spells, and traps, including a brand new version of one of my numbers, Chaos number 32, Shark Drake Levice. Yu-Gi-Oh! Rage of the Abyss, available now. 9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
My favorite deck I played at the YCS was probably the Burning Abyssalist. I played back then in 2018 for the 230 days in Utrecht with all the Kaijus, the Orbiter Hydrolander, and Zekos Light. It's hard to say. Of course, winning the YCS, the German National Championship, was great. But I think my proudest moment was qualifying for Worlds last year. My favorite finals was the one from German Nets last year against my friend Tom. Shout out to him. It's kind of a matter of time, how much time you invest into the game, because theorizing all the meta decks and finding a way to counter them takes a lot of time. Also playing a lot of different kind of roguish decks helps a lot to find a niche deck in a format. Enjoy the game. It's all about fun. You can do well also with not the quote-unquote best deck in the format.
Are you ready to run it back? You can check out dozens of sweet new monster spells and traps, including cards you've only seen on TV or in the comics. But now they're real cards you can add to your deck. Teach your opponents a lesson they'll never forget. Battles of Legend, Terminal Revenge. 5 foil cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
So my favorite deck that I played at a YCS is my Tier Elements deck from YCS Dortmund 2023, which is not the one that I won with, but it was the most fun in my opinion. So it has to be when I won YCS Dortmund 2022 with the Tier Elements. It was my first Premier Top and it went really good. I don't really have rivals in the usual way to mean it, but I have a player I really look up to since he's my same age, which is Ryan Yu. He's a really great player and I hope one day to have his skills and accomplishments. Play a lot and find a group of people that can help you become better at the game. Not only like young players like you, but even more experienced players that can teach you all the things you cannot learn by just testing the format. I think in the final of YCS Dortmund, I didn't use Herald of Orange Light on Shifter. I could talk about it for like 10 minutes, but it was the reason why I won that game, because I forced my opponent into Shifter looping instead of barrier statuing, and that gave me a chance to win, and the deck rewarded me and I won.
So everyone give it up for your champion, Vincenzo Oravino, everybody!
The favorite deck I brought to Yu-Gi-Oh! Event is Runic for Hire. I think the proudest moment of my Yu-Gi-Oh! Career is probably qualifying for the second time to the World Championship. Because of the COVID, we had to wait a long time to be able to participate to the playoffs. So it was a real relief for me. That's pretty much it. I think the player I played against the most time for high stakes is probably Samir Bashar. So I would say Samir, and he's also a French player, so I get to see him a lot more. The play that I like the most is using Ash Blossom, baiting Ash Blossom when playing Runic for Hire against Dinkabri, because it was his deck at first, so I actually had to bait him on this move, and then I used his Ash Blossom for my plays, and it was for high stake as well, so I was really happy about it. I think Yu-Gi-Oh! Is a very fun game that you can meet a lot of people through, but you gotta focus at some point on the game itself if you don't want it to be only social, and then you can improve.
Welcome back to more of your coverage here at the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series live in Bologna. As you can see, I'm joined by two of my casting colleagues. I've got Mike and I've got Basti. Mike, this is your first time doing a quiz. How do you feel? Do you feel nervous about quizzing?
Pretty nervous because I have really no idea.
Okay, well, it should be all right. Hopefully some of these questions might be all right. So the way this is going to work is you guys have your mics. I'm going to read a question, and it's the first person to say buzz, to like buzz in their answer, and then you try and answer. If you don't get it right, I pass it over to the other person. If neither of you get it right, nobody gets any points. Try and keep a memory of your own score, because I forget.
Surely.
I have a terrible memory when it comes to these things. I should be a better quiz master than I am, but I'm hopeless. Anyway, I've got some questions for us. We're going to fill a little bit of time while we wait for our pairings to come up for round 6, for our round 6 feature match, and then we're speeding on very slowly, because I think we got 9 rounds in total today for our coverage, 9 whole rounds of Swiss, and then tomorrow we'll have 3 more rounds of Swiss, and then we get into the top 64 cut. So that means we have 6, 7, 8, 9, 4 more rounds for you in today's coverage. So thank you for tuning in on YouTube and Twitch. Make sure you stick around. We've got loads more coverage coming your way. Anyway, gentlemen, are we ready to quiz?
Yes, so ready.
Excellent.
Please.
Okay, your first question. Okay, let's go for this one. So obviously, we recently had a YCS in Lille. When was the last time a YCS took place in Lille prior to that?
But 2013?
Correct!
He's saying he's an amateur and
I know, here he is, storming ahead with 1 point. Okay, remember, you've got 1 point.
Yeah, 10 points, I agree.
Yeah, okay, yeah. So were you at Lille?
No, I just heard it on the stream. And
okay.
I
Okay, so he knows. He's been listening. He's been paying attention, doing his research. Okay, next one. What type of trap card is a scapegoat?
Boss.
Yes?
A normal trap card.
Incorrect. I'll pass it over. A scapegoat.
Identity quick play spell.
No, the trap version. Escapegoat. Not scapegoat, escapegoat.
Continuous trap.
Correct.
Yeah,
that's
I knew
2
it.
points.
I knew it.
2 points. Okay. Next question. Going for a classic card here, classic trap card.
Okay.
How many magic cylinders appear on the card magical cylinders?
Baz.
I think that was Basti just narrowly.
I think it was Baz.
3. Correct. Okay, so that's 2-1. He's clawing it back, Mike, but don't worry, you could still win. Next question. Okay, we're going to go for this one. Who is mistakenly arrested on the card Mistaken Arrest?
Boss. Is it Tardy Orc?
It is not. I'm going to pass it over.
I can tell you what the card does, but...
Do you remember the art?
Yeah, it's an orc, a green orc, a yellow
No,
green
it isn't.
Orc with a flare on it. Yeah, I cannot recall.
Okay, the answer was Sangan.
Oh!
It's Sangan getting mistakenly arrested, guys.
Of course it is.
Okay, next question. What attribute is Mystic Potato?
Boss. Must be a dog.
It is a dog.
Oh, let's go.
So now it's 2-2. Ooh, things are tense here. Things are heating up in the quiz. Okay, your next question, this is a labyrinth question.
Oh, perfect.
Which labyrinth monster has the highest attack?
Boss. Lady Labyrinth, it must be.
That is Lady Labyrinth of the Silver
Here
Castle,
we
correct.
go.
Okay, he's gone slightly ahead, 3-2, but don't worry, there's still plenty more questions. It's not over yet. What attribute are Mimighoul monsters?
Boss.
Earth. Correct. Okay, 4-2.
Turning around.
I've just heard in my ears, Mike's cheating. Okay, next. Which popular Link 2 monster is featured on the art of the trap card Small Scuffle?
Okay, that's very specific.
Very specific.
Small Scuffle.
Also, think of a popular Link 2 monster, possibly one of the most popular Link 2 monsters that sees play.
This season, is it still being played?
I think so. I think so. Now I'm doubting myself. Now I'm doubting if it's suddenly been a forbidden card. Oh, goodness. Okay, well, it's a popular Link 2 card.
I will just try my luck, boss, with Crystron Hakifibrax.
It's not Halkifibrax, no.
I guess IP Masquerena?
It is IP Masquerena!
No.
Did I blank? Is IP Masquerena forbidden?
No, it's
okay.
greatly legal.
Okay, right. I don't know why. So you made me doubt myself by going, is it played this season?
And it's still relevant.
It is very much still played, yeah.
Ooh, okay, we're fine. Okay, so 3, 4.
Yeah.
So far, see, you're clawing it back, mate. This is all fine. You could still get this. Okay. What is the name of the water charmer?
Bus. Area, it is.
Correct! Okay, 5-3. Next question. Okay, which one are we going for? This one. Which monster is featured on the art of Melfi staring contest?
Bus. Melfi Caddy?
Nope.
No.
Melfi Rabbit.
It is the Melfi Rabbit! Melfi Rabbi!
Driver Gate.
She's always getting the rebound. Always getting rebound with it.
Always getting it back. Okay. Next question. Which monsters are featured on the art of Favorite Contact?
Bus. You said which monsters, right?
Correct. There are 2.
2 of them. Elemental Hero, Avian, and Burstinatrix?
Incorrect. I'm going to pass it over.
I think it's Avian, and the one that has the electro stuff on him.
It's neither. So it's Elemental Hero Neos and Elemental Hero Shining Flare Wingman.
It needed to be Neos, yeah. That makes sense.
Obviously Neos, always Neos. What kind of animal accompanies Blazing Heater?
Bus. How are they called? I know a ferret.
A ferret?
Yeah, I think it is a ferret.
What's the German word you're thinking of?
A Frettchen.
No, okay, so no is the answer.
Okay.
Fox,
it is a fox! Yes. Okay.
Okay, almost.
You could have fooled me, by the way, by going, yeah, that was the German word for fox. I meant fox, not ferret. My mistake. Okay, so how many points is that for you? That's 4 points now.
We're even again.
24.
I think it's
24
5-5 it is at the moment.
5-5.
Yeah.
I'll take your word for it, 5-5. Okay. Now, I'm just going to ask our production team, have we got our pairings just yet? That is, by the sounds of it, they might just be appearing.
Okay. So maybe one, two deciders?
Apparently the time has just been starting to run, so in that case, that means the pairings might be live, which might be able to get you our round 6 feature match. So I'm going to ask you one more decider question, gentlemen, and this will decide who the winner is of this particular quiz segment. Okay, which one am I going to choose? Ooh, okay, let's try this. What color are the sheep tokens?
Bus. Red. Pink, yellow, and blue.
You got 3 right.
One of them is purple instead of... okay, Mike.
Okay, I'm going to have to pass them over.
Blue, yellow, red. I just made a mistake. I can tell from your face.
Red is not in there, according to my answer sheet.
Yeah, you might be right.
So I'm going to... Okay, we'll tell you what, we'll go on to a different question because this is the tiebreaker. Okay, ooh, which one do I pick? Ooh. Okay, we just had Ubel in the most recent feature match, so let's ask a Ubel one. What materials do you need to be able to fusion summon Phantom of Ubel? Mike.
Ubel and one Fiend Monster.
That is correct. That means Mike, in his first ever quiz, has taken the win. Oh, there's a handshake. That's a sportsmanly show of gratitude there. Commiserations, Basti, but congratulations, Mike. You've won your first ever quiz, which means at some point you'll be pitted against the winner of one of the other quizzes. This will be happening all throughout the weekend. We still have loads of pre-recorded content for you, but right now we're going to have a very, very short break and then come back with our round 6 feature match. Don't go away. Welcome back to your coverage here for round 6 feature match at YCS Bologna. You could see our two duelists in front of us. We have Matteo Magliocco and Pierangelo Campanelli, who are ready to kick things off as we speed towards the end of our first day of coverage. Gentlemen, we're going to do a high roll to see who goes first. Oh, you've already done it. Okay, who's going first then? You're going to go first? Okay, well, in that case, Pierangelo is going to be going first. So I'm going to hand you guys straight back over to your amazing commentary trio who are going to take you through your round 6 feature match. Guys, take it away.
Thank you, Ed, and welcome to round 6 from us as well. In the previous round, we've had the chance to explore some of the decks in contention. As in the previous round, we also showed you guys the data, I guess, meta breakdown for the event, and surprisingly, Tenpai at the top. Although, I guess if we combine Fire King, Snake Eye, and just Snake Eye as decks, that could make Snake Eye as the #1, but still, technically, that is the case, as we can see here as well. Thank you for the graphic, but in reality, for this round, we are actually going down, you know, a bit, not quite Time Wizard-wise, but let's say that the 2 decks that we are gonna be facing against each other, which we have yet not seen today, are not decks that have come out in the last year. Let's just say that. So, because on the one end, we're gonna see the OG, not quite OG, but I guess the OG Link Fire deck, maybe we could say, in Salamangreat. What do you guys think of the deck?
Salamangreat, I mean, it's come a long way from where it started, so I think everyone's memory of the deck might be a little bit old now, because the deck is much more combo-oriented. We're seeing a lot of Link plays, a lot of new Salamangreat Link monsters have come out. Obviously, everybody runs that rank 4 Raging Phoenix in their other fire decks, but I think Salamangreat uses it to a lot better of its potential just as a rank 4.
I also think that is one of those decks that we always seen over the last few YCSs, right? I mean, it's always been there, and I think it still performs very well because it can afford to play a lot of different hand traps as well. And I mean, I really like the deck, but I think I like even more Pierangelo's deck, you know, the Labyrinth. Handfuls of trap cards, the real ones, let's say.
Yeah, and I mean, turns out that when Tenpai is the most popular deck and they let you start, just setting 5 might be the best solution for that. And this is working out for Pierangelo, who has even won the die roll, so I'm sure he will be glad to go first and trying to set up. I'm pretty sure he's also playing the Question Cannon, so that could be an interesting one to see, Tom. And I would say, yeah, without further ado, our duelists seem ready, so let's start things off here in round 6. Here they are. What do you guys think of the matchup overall?
Yeah, I don't know. It's a really uncommon one, so I think the Labyrinth is the slightly more powerful deck if I was going to be choosing, especially when it gets to go first, with a... Is that a card of Demise?
Yeah, saw it as well.
It's not so easy to use, I suppose. You're just going to be setting 1 and discarding a couple of cards, so...
But also, like, I think Salamangreat is a very explosive deck, and with, like, cards such as Kill Drain, Trap Trick, you know, the Ice Dragon Prison, which is, you know, huge against Salamangreat deck. I'm really curious to see the deck in action, but here we start things off with the Speed Red Terror top, and have good memories of the card as well, you know?
Yeah, I mean, it's an absolutely premium card to start with, isn't it? You get 2 level 3s on the field without having to even use your normal summon. It's like a tour guide, but in a lot of cases, even better.
Totally, yeah.
Goblin Biker again?
Exactly.
No, not quite. It's the Mirage Stalio. I'm sure Pierangelo would be a little bit surprised to see this deck.
Let's see if he has any response to the Stalio. It looks as if he's thinking about it. Okay.
I was waiting for bottomless trap hole.
Yeah, you're not wrong, guys. This is Labyrinth indeed, but this has been somewhat common across just touching a couple runic spells, because they act as obviously interruption, even going second. But most importantly, you can summon Yugin to pretty much protect yourself from Lightning Storm or RP's Feather Duster. So that's why they are in the deck.
Yeah, it's a very flexible card all round. You can also occasionally just summon a monster if needs be, or just not being a trap card is sometimes relevant if you're like just to have a different type of card. Sometimes there are cards that deal with trap cards specifically, but not with these.
And here comes the Silent Mining, getting rid of Journal Lockbird with, I mean, against Runic is very good, but I don't think that maybe Matteo understood what is going on at the moment. But maybe he has something else. Okay, I see a cross-talk designator. That makes sense. You don't really want to get rid of it, just in case your opponent has any sort of interruption in his hand. And becomes the Lady as well, which is very good normal summon. Yes.
This is one of the things many people said about the Labyrinth deck is if you play Labyrinth, your opponent's non-engine cards will probably be pretty useless against you. We're seeing that Crossout Designator and we're seeing the Droll and Lockbird, both of which just kind of sitting dead in the hand for Matteo. I mean, it gets a little bit of use out of it with Cyanide Mining, but it's not really doing much by itself.
But yeah, we can see Matteo has upgraded his deck with some beautiful rarities. And yeah, the really strong part about Terror Chop, as you mentioned, is now you're still free to play. And I guess Matteo is expecting maybe Runic Stun as a deck right now. That could be an option. So doesn't change too much the way you play around against. But now he has finally revealed he's up against Labyrinth.
This is the point with the trap version of Labyrinth where you feel the most vulnerable, because if you're playing the furniture version, you have a lot more engine pieces, and like one Ash is annoying, but if you're just playing a more heavy trap version and you get hit by an Ash Blossom or something on your first attempt, then it feels like sometimes you can just not have a monster for the whole game and your opponent can just kind of beat you up without really needing to break through your traps significantly.
And here comes the Daruma Cannon, which is huge, because, I mean, the Silent Mining has been activated. If it's not the case and Matteo doesn't hold into a Salamangreat Great Circle, then he's in trouble.
Yeah, I'm thinking, like, it's quite, you know, it feels like Daruma Cannon is often the last line of defense because it's a really powerful trap card, so you feel like you'd probably want to exhaust all your other ones first. So maybe Matteo kind of knows that, but does that mean he has anything else to do afterwards?
Yeah, especially because like once you commit your normal summon with the Salamangreat deck, it's very difficult to put up on the field something else if you don't have something like, you know, the Foxy or the Spinny. And you can tell that Matteo is just, you know, having a look at his hand. Maybe there will not be the case, but what is this? Oh, maybe the Thrust is the last card we don't know in hand.
Yeah, it looks like a Thrust. Very nice, because the lady has just activated its effect.
You're right.
But what could he get here? Because what is he really looking for? That's the talent, the one-off.
Yeah, the obvious one is the talent, but it doesn't seem too great.
Yeah, I don't know what it's gonna do. Like, you can take the lady, but you're just gonna have to give it back. You can take the one card from hand, but that doesn't deal with the cards on the field. So maybe just draw two.
I think you just draw.
What do you think he's looking for in his deck?
Because like even if he draws into a circle, then it doesn't really solve the situation. I mean, I think he's going for drawing two cards. Yeah. Ogre and
Ogre, yeah.
And a trap card, but
I think Roar maybe.
Okay.
But yeah, it's the counter. Kind of a whiff. Yeah. Tough spot. We see that, as mentioned, that cross out, which is hardly going to have a target for outside of impermanence. Seems like that might be it. Yep. Matteo passes back, and I think Pierangelo is quite happy about how things have turned out. We must keep in mind he doesn't have a battle phase due to the Runic.
That's all right, he has a card of Demise, so...
Yeah, I guess that's a good way to cope with it.
I think that was his last card.
Yeah, that was the one he didn't play the last turn.
Nice. Yeah, doesn't want to activate his card demise, I guess.
I don't blame him. Like, this is a lot. And yeah, there is no response, of course, so we get another plus. This is brutal. Ice Dragon Prison is an incredible card against a deck like Salamangreat, which both relies on its graveyard, but also is completely focused on, you know, a single type, being Cybers mostly. So
yeah, you're going to get quite a lot of advantage here, getting the extra copy of Welcome. He's going to get to reset that Daruma Cannon, assuming that the lovely resolves.
I think I might want to launch a petition to go this Cannon Labyrinth, because we do have the Equation Cannons and now the Daruma Cannons being played as a free.
I've heard people try and call it Cannon Labyrinth.
Yeah,
yeah,
okay,
that's fair.
That's good. I think that works.
I will have to check if there are other cannons in the Yu-Gi-Oh database. There must be some.
We should just play all of them.
You could play it with the
Delta Soldier Cannon.
But then we need we need some sort of pirate card to just, you know, fill the gap. And yeah,
I was thinking, I'm trying to think of the name of the pirate deck that people play with Wunax.
Oh yeah, I know what you mean perfectly.
With the Blackbeard.
Yeah. Plunder. Yeah.
Plunder. There we are.
Yeah. Okay. Plunder, Cannon, Labyrinth. That's the deck. That's the goo for the next event. Sorry if we couldn't spoil it before. Rough spot. This is the dream if you're playing the Labyrinth deck. And I mean, it's one of those decks where the first turn is really crucial, but if you're not able to stop it, the advantage, it's just ridiculous, because you can probably get a +2 every single turn, both yours and your opponent's. Yeah, not many decks can keep up with that.
Yeah, I saw the Ash Blossom there. It's kind of gutting for Mate. If we'd had that the turn previous, there would have been no lovely... there would have been no Lady Summon that then wouldn't have been able to set the big Welcome, so there would have been almost cutting off access to the engine of Pirangelo. But yeah, staring down 5 traps and a Lady. And a big Welcome in graveyard to bounce anything you feel like. You can bounce spells and traps as well as monsters.
Matteo really trying to do something here, but
that's a Code of Soul he's just summoned.
Yeah, and the Welcome Labyrinth gets activated from Pirangelo's side.
Pretty sure what that does, because I think he's just got Lovelies and Ladies, but he just needs to maybe clear it out so he can set another trap.
Yeah, you also have the, as you mentioned, the big Welcome is still there, so many interruptions from all over.
And here it is. We mentioned this before, the Ice Dragon Prison against the Salamangreat deck is amazing.
Ravage.
No. It's
yeah, because we did go for the... We're locked, right?
Yeah.
Fiends.
Maybe...
No, it's only Fiends from the extra deck, isn't it? Or am I... I think it just stops you summoning from the extra deck. Maybe I'm going mad.
No.
Wasn't it?
Yeah, from deck correct. No, also deck, but yeah. You're right.
Well, from the deck or extra deck, right? So I mean that Dragon Prison can be activated, I guess, right? Because it's from the graveyard.
Hopefully for Pirangelo it won't matter too much. Did he just do Balinks into Balinks? Don't you need the field spell in order to do that? Pretty sure you do, right?
For the Balinks?
Yeah, it looks like he just went Balinks into Balinks.
Yeah.
Yeah, he needs the...
yeah, he does.
That's
We're freestyling, Tom.
That's the classic Salamangreat.
Yeah, I mean, he's
line.
old. I mean, yeah.
The field spell still sat in his hand. Yeah, it doesn't normally need a level 4 or lower Cyburst monster, but the field spell, the Sanctuary, can let you summon any Salamangreat monster by using just a copy of itself as a material, and a lot of the Salamangreat monsters have powerful effects when they are summoned with a copy of themselves already. It's not like one got destroyed, is it, Baelings? It got bounced, so there shouldn't be one in the grave.
How cannot? That's why he didn't use the field spell, because I think he used the Code of Soul as effect. I guess.
Yeah, that could be it.
You can use one, yeah.
Oh, I see. It gives you an extra Sanctuary kind of effect. It's interesting. It's like a Salamangreat card, but it doesn't have Salamangreat in the name, see?
I mean, this must have been it. Yeah, I think so.
It's a hanger-on to the Salamangreat archetype. But here comes the Daruma Cannon. You get to set a Dominus Impulse even, so it's such a powerful trap for the Labyrinth deck. On account of being another trap card to add to the arsenal that can be used from the hand, because it is often quite difficult when you're playing Labyrinth going second, because you just have to let your opponent do whatever they like, but not with Dominus Impulse.
But yeah, I think he has seen plenty for this game one, and so it's just Pierangelo who sets up an amazing start, and thanks to this die roll, I gotta say, because both were actually having some pretty strong hands with the Terror Chop. Just too many traps to fight back. That's how the deck sometimes just functions.
Yeah, I'd be interested to see. Oftentimes when players, you have a lot of dead cards in your main deck against like a trap deck, for example, and you need to like go through your side deck and think like, okay, I need to take all of these 10 cards out of my main deck or whatever, but do I have enough cards in my side deck to swap them out for? And sometimes the answer can be no.
I mean, the issue I think with Matteo's deck is that he has a lot of cards for going second for this specific matchup, but he doesn't have really. I mean, he has the Solemn Judgments, but he has to be careful about using them against Labyrinth, because, it will be like just a matter of seconds and then the game could be sealed. Because, like in general, he has the Asper's Fire, the Duster, he has the Evenly Matched. So, is there like a scenario in which you could go second in game 2?
I feel like you maybe just have them as an insurance policy in case you get shifted.
Yeah, and just passed.
Yeah, exactly, because it's a Labyrinth deck, so you're almost certainly going to survive the first turn if you just pass with nothing. Because they seem more useful than the hand traps he's got. He's running this kind of fun suite of hand traps that you see sometimes when people run the crossout designator in the main deck, and they run like one of literally everything.
That's basically like the approach, like 2 offs of basically everything, more or less. And on the other side, Pierangelo, I think that the approach is more or less similar, let's say. I think by going second, he has, the Evenly Matched as well. There's the Evelyn Prison if going first. I think is a very good card to protect also your set card. And he has the Shifter. So...
Yeah, it's a card that kind of flips the table, isn't it, from going first to second? It's almost like you just get to start.
Especially against Salamangreat, as you mentioned, it's just a matter of, okay, pass back to you and then just, see what happens next, especially because Labyrinth deck, I mean, is likely not to seal the game, especially because he's not playing any furniture in his main deck. So that will maybe be the case, but I guess we will soon find out as our players have ready with their side deck. So let's just jump into game 2.
One of my favorite things about playing the Cannon is that players really get to express themselves in their extra deck. You go through, you can go through and pick any fusions, any XYZ monsters you feel like from across the game. Just think,
you kind of did.
Like Acid Golem, Leviathan Dragon.
Never saw some of this, but...
basically.
Yeah, you can really find anything among there. You can just pick it up and then can you imagine finding a Seraphima? Crackers. Oh my god. So yeah, it's wild out there. All right, so now we take a look at this Salamangreat and
it's got that all-important Ash Blossom, if nothing else.
Oof, but we see this shifter right here. But the call by the grave, what a start. All right, all right.
I'll take that.
And again.
Wow.
All right, all right. I see you, Matteo.
Yeah, that's a really premium start with the Call by the Grave and the ideal starter card.
That is why you should upgrade your rarities. Just open up that terror drop.
You'd open up them more often.
Absolutely, science.
Yeah, science has proven it.
Here first.
Got to have the common or rare Takatomborg and Quarter Century Terratop.
I mean, no matter how Takatomborg you were playing, you were always saying that one, you know.
Okay, so there is a chance that this is uninterrupted right here, and yeah, that could be the case. You don't really expect many Antraps in the Labyrinth deck, I guess, but
yeah, there's those possibly Infinite Impermanence, but definitely Dominus Impulse. But I feel like if you have Dominus Impulse here, it's always hitting the Mirage Stalliers, so I think that might be a clear green light for Matteo to do whatever he feels like.
And very good opening from Matteo, honestly. I mean, like, you can ask for more, and the call by on the shifter, we were mentioning this before,
yeah,
how
I mean,
impactful it would have been. And
he saw the shifter and he was like, now! And he activated that call by to negate it straight up.
It's like just for the shifter as well. There's like no other card that the call by actually
yeah, absolutely
actually hits. But I guess you need it because shifter's so important.
You do.
I mean, I wouldn't put it past someone to be side decking Fuvalos in their Labyrinth deck or in basically anything, so might hit that too. Salamangreat, it's already locked into fire, I think, with the Salamangreat of fire, so no issue making use of the Princess there.
activates the Sanctuary.
A lot more value than it used to be, where you just put one Link 2 over a Link 2. Now you get a Link 4 over a Link 4 and get to search your deck for any Salamangreat card, is that right?
Make Salamangreat again.
Again, that Salamangreat Roar.
Yep.
Oh, and the Weasel gets to give him the...
Yeah, that's the great interaction here, where you actually can use the Princess right away. And kind of unique interaction to the Salamangreat deck.
So does he want to use the Princess now? I'm a bit confused by the chain links. I feel like there's quite a lot going on. Or maybe he's just resolving the...
I'll let Matteo take the
wheel.
Yeah, take the wheel.
Get that free Salamangreat Roar.
I mean, very good start here from Matteo, because he has the Impermanence, he has the Aurora, he has the Ash. I mean...
Yeah, do you think he's gonna use the Princess? It'd be a bit weird though, because he's already used the Summon from Grave. If he could bring back his other big Salamangreat.
Yeah, because it works well with the Phoenix usually, but I mean, depends on the type of setup. I think that's what he's discussing, I guess. Yeah, he does.
I guess like he can just bring back the Phoenix.
Yeah,
so
this is
with its own effect.
What's going on, exactly.
And it's just got bigger. Does it have any benefit, the fact that it was Link Summon using itself after it's searched a card already? Or because now it's just a sort of unlink summoned version.
Yeah.
But I don't think so. I think you can still use the raw, and you can still. Yeah.
Oh, he's actually thinking about, yeah, giving those up for another wolf.
This is a proper like link climbing.
Or down climbing,
Yeah.
I guess, yeah.
A bit risky though, right?
Yeah, maybe he just wanted the princess in the grave again, but that seems like an odd thing to want against Labyrinth, where they're probably not going to summon any monsters.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes you do get into this autopilot mode, I would say, but you really have to adjust to whatever deck you're facing, and I do agree that maybe should have thought about that slightly more.
Ooh, battle phase been declared, and I mean, there's the roar.
Yeah, we need a second copy, and it's not even that great, is it?
Yeah, I think Ash is just like easily the most powerful card against the Labyrinth deck.
Absolutely, and I mean, in Salamangreat, it's even better because you just get, if you have access to the first Ash, you just get one back every turn. So
yeah, you don't really like the idea of somebody looping Ash Blossoms against me.
Absolutely, especially if you're playing Labyrinth, because now we are back to 5 cards in hand, and yeah, Lady Debug coming down. This seems.
Yeah, you get so much
good
here.
But this way is cutting off this recycling Ash.
For this turn
option.
at least, yeah.
Yeah.
He's already, I mean, the wolf has already picked up a Gazelle, so giving him good follow-up as is.
Yeah, or a Gazelle.
He might be out of wolves, to be honest. I'm not sure how many you'd play at this point in time, but this is the second copy.
Yeah. How many does he play? Let me check.
Code is back.
Yes.
Yeah, we have added back the code, and I think, yeah, we're gonna use it right away. It seems.
I'm a bit confused about his first turn, really. He left up with. I feel like he just ended with a. I mean, he drew a card and then ended with like a Sunlight Wolf and a Roar.
The OG combo.
Yeah, I guess so. Bringing us back. I mean, you didn't used to draw a card, so maybe that's the that's the difference.
Absolutely.
See, right? Is it Heat Soul is a fire, right? But maybe I suppose everything else has to be fire, so you're not going to be able to summon it very easily.
Yeah, I mean, most importantly is like, if you end on it, so you want to end on a Salamangreat next to it as well, for the roars, I guess. Yep, now he's gonna use the effect, so gets this additional field spell, I guess. And here comes a pretty good one against Labyrinth. Gonna be able to destroy a card and draw one if uninterrupted, so. Are you surprised that the Mourner is still in there? I guess doesn't have enough to side out.
Yeah, I think so. Oh, got rid of the Daruma Cannon, which.
Yeah, you can't activate it unless unless there's at least one monster to set.
And that can go.
So.
Oh, draw into the deck lockdown.
Yeah, surely you've got more things.
You could have
to
used it first.
That's
oh yeah, you could have used it earlier.
I guess.
Yeah.
No.
Maybe he's got another one.
Of course, we've mentioned it. It's the Cannon Labyrinth.
Maybe you just only leave Link monsters on the field. You play around the equation cannon for the whole
Fair
game.
enough. And now we again continue. He's been debating it. Yeah. He's only playing the one, right? Or
well, no, it looks like there's two Pyro
two.
Phoenix.
Okay, good. That's good. The space is a big issue for this deck again.
I mean,
yeah,
I agree. He's like rocketing through the extra deck at this point.
Yeah, and the thing is that due to the nature of the deck, you want to play multiples of cards, even though maybe they're subpar in a way. Or like you get the effect only if you play 2 of them, and then that cuts on a lot. Like back in the day, this deck going second was easily OTK due to, you know, transcode talker and then access code, but nowadays it's really tough to find space for that kind of thing. And yeah, I'm sure that if you play a deck like this, you're gonna regret some of these decisions throughout 12 rounds tournament.
Yeah, his extra deck's already looking quite light.
It's down to 7 or something like that. There comes a spinny, and now we flip this welcome, but we know the Ash is there. Brutal. And I see a deck lockdown as well. Wow. I guess, yeah, it does make sense.
I think it's just another one of those cards you think might be better than Draw Lock Bird or something.
I mean, against Labyrinth for sure. But yeah. Okay, here comes Stalio. Didn't get to resolve it in game 1. Is it gonna go through? Yes.
Yeah, it's gonna.
But let me check something.
Twice in game 2, right? He already used it on the first turn. Here comes the Weasel.
Yeah, the doubt is, was that the card that he sent back to the extra deck? With
yeah,
Wolf?
yeah, he did.
Because then, yeah,
Oh, that's a good point, actually. Yeah, I'm not sure what happens
yeah,
to the
I think that's what they are discussing. Because I'm pretty sure you couldn't. I don't remember if you could summon it but not use the effect. Let me check real quick. Because it was something along those lines. No, you cannot actually just summon it at all.
Is it? It can't be something.
I don't know.
Is it if you
I guess it's just if you return it to the end. Yeah, because it sets with the added monster name, so I guess maybe that doesn't work then. Yeah, definitely a niche interaction, but seems like the judges ruled it that you can indeed go for it. Regardless, as you can see, it didn't really matter because Pierangelo picks up his cards and we are going to game 3. Yeah, I mean, absolute powerhouse start from both in the respective going first duels. And I guess there wasn't really a window of opportunity. The Ash, as we've mentioned, is the #1 enemy for the Labyrinth deck. It has always been, and it will always be, most likely. So yeah, that's just as easy as that.
Well, one thing that would scare me taking Labyrinth now is Ash has got a new friend, which is Dominus Impulse as well. Another card that can just do the same thing, arguably even, well, yeah, it can just negate everything, right? So.
Yeah, and I also feel like that now entering into this game 3, I mean, there are a lot of cards that Pierangelo can play, like the Solemn Judgment, the Lord of the Heavenly Prison. 15 minutes remaining. I mean, maybe this Pocket Dog could come in. What do you think, Tom? Like, I mean, we're almost there. Like, it may take some time for Salamangreat to go through his combo, right? So, why not?
Yeah, I feel like maybe with Labyrinth you want the games to be a little shorter than that, especially if you're going first. Like, I think if you're going second, it might be a consideration, but you never know. Like, it's always possible.
On the other end, though, yeah, we do have the usual suspects in a way. Not really a deck that is tailored for going second against Labyrinth. He did get a chance to resolve the Frost in game 1, so maybe that would be the priority, because in the side deck he has some premium targets like the Feather Duster, but I'm sure his opponent is aware of the possibility, so I mean, you don't really have that many effects that you're likely to use. So
yeah, I was thinking like it's a downside because of trying to use Thrust into your Lightning Storm is, you know, against Labyrinth, when are they going to use a monster effect? And if they have used a monster effect, it probably means they've already used like 3 spells or traps already, so the Thrust is not necessarily going to be so helpful.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see what happens next. And I mean, starting things off with the Lord of the Heavenly Prison honestly would be huge for a deck like this. And I mean, like, I think it was very well played by both of our players. And I think they showed us how these decks are still very powerful. And It's just a matter of how here you want to side deck, and I think Matteo has more card that he should side out, but maybe doesn't have enough space. Maybe if he's gonna win, we will ask him.
Definitely can be a bit of a rough time, but sometimes you have these matches where the player going first, just due to the nature of the decks, just tends to be favored. And we'll see whether that is the case or if we have a comeback from Matteo. Regardless, our duelists are almost ready, so let's find out who will be the winner of Game 3. Here they are. Bit of a crowd has gathered to watch this duel. And we see a Purulia. All right.
I don't think that's going to get him very far this game.
What did he pick? The Solemn. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, you don't want your opponent to like just pick that Solemn straight away without thinking about it. That means they have everything else they need. If they're picking up a Solemn, it feels like.
We have the Heavenly. Is it 4? Is it 5? We're gonna set a lot. I see a monster. No, we only set 3, so we didn't set a trap. Might be a second copy of something, but
I think I see a lady and an impulse.
Oh, that makes sense. I guess this Purulia. Oh, but isn't that a Feather Duster?
Yeah, he has it.
I see it. And we are starting with something else.
I think he just knows it trades with the Judgment, so if he plays it first, it's never going to do anything.
Well,
it's a card that destroys your opponent's face-down card and then deals 4,000 damage is not a bad card.
Absolutely. I'd say it's a better Cosmic Cycle. But
don't tell Leo.
No, I won't. But yeah, as mentioned, we get rid of this talent, which is not really the greatest. It's probably kept, as Alberto mentioned, because we cannot really side out many cards.
I feel like I would have just kept the Purulia in hand, to be honest.
Yeah, especially if we had the Sign and Mining. But no, in the end, we do use the halving life point cards, we could say. And I mean, Tenpai can deal 16,000. Sure, we cannot deal just 4,000?
You can deal 1 or 2, I reckon. Is that a thrust as well? Yeah, his non-engine is lining up.
I mean, I'm pretty sure against any deck this end could work out, but maybe, just maybe, Labyrinth could be the one that wins against such an opener.
Yeah, he's almost got covers for everything, right?
Yeah, I mean, Feather Duster, Talent, Trust, and free engine card. Purulia as well, yeah. This end is a dream. But maybe if there is a deck, that could be this one. The card that shows was again code, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And no way we negate this, right? Yeah, exactly.
We'll just have to see what the remaining cards are for Perangelo. Do you need to have activated a normal trap to summon the Lady Labyrinth, or just any trap? Can you do it after a Solemn Judgment?
I thought it was any
normal trap.
Normal, perfect.
Yes. So he's going to have to wait a minute.
Yeah, that's the difference with the Heavenly Prison. Seems like Pierangelo is debating a little bit here whether he wants to interact. No.
I feel like Impulse would have just ended the turn there, because I don't know how he'd get a Salamangrating Grave. I suppose he'd have to use the Sanctuary on Balinx. So we don't think he can do that, right? Just summon the lady.
This is also pretty good at ending turns, but yeah, I guess you're right then, because let me check on that. I mean, Alberto checked.
Yeah, he's just been informed to put it back in the hand.
Perfect.
I can still read, thank God.
Yeah.
yeah, I was getting worried out there.
It's actually going to work out really well for Pierangelo there, because I think the last card is Thrust. So it's just going to...
is it?
I think That's what I'm looking at, so...
Yeah.
Matteo's like, no, you summon it. You can use the effect if you want to. But now there's just no reason he'd use it till the end phase.
Yeah, a bit of an odd sequencing, of course, because as you have mentioned, we could have used the impulse earlier, while now we are gonna use the solemn strike on this gazelle. Wow,
playing very fast and loose with his life points.
And yeah, unfortunately, you were right. The last card is Thrust, but no, he's not gonna try to use it.
He's definitely trying to use it.
No, no. No, wow.
He activated it, he just had to put it back.
Yeah, that's unfortunate, yeah.
Both players just showing each other a card from their hand.
That's great fair play from our Italian players, full knowledge.
Perangelo, if he wasn't before, definitely going to hold that lady until the end phase now.
Yeah. This is not looking great for Matteo, especially now that, as you've mentioned, he knows about it. He's not really going to be interested in doing anything, and we get a Cosmic, which is alright, but we need a really solid top deck next turn.
Yeah, he's got a couple of turns.
Do you even set?
I'm feeling what you're feeling with that Cosmic. That did feel suspicious. Because you're not going to do anything now, right? Maybe he just really wanted to prompt a Labyrinth trap to be activated.
And the card of the mice, yes.
Oof. That's a decent top deck.
Oh, it's been so long since I've used Card of Demise. I wouldn't even know the can you attack first, or do you have to skip your battle phase? Okay, he just attacked afterwards, and you definitely don't take any damage afterwards, right?
Battle phase?
You just skip it, right? Or you take no damage?
I don't remember anything about battle phase. I just remember that you cannot special. Was there really a battle phase effect as well?
No, they take no damage.
They take no damage, yes.
Yeah, so you should have attacked first, right?
Yeah.
We are again, Tom, I already told you, we are just freestyling in this one. Just... Alright, but unfortunately, although the emotions were through the roof, it seems as if, and you can tell by Matteo's stance as well, he knows this one might be over, as he's gonna get his face down destroyed by Lovely, and then we're gonna still be able to special summon the lady in the end phase. This is plenty of advantage to seal this one out. Maybe not quite this turn, but...
Yeah, it feels like way too much, right? Because you're going to get a new trap back. You can bounce one of your monsters and then get an extra pop with Lovely, so you can take an extra card out the hand.
Yeah.
Oh, and here comes the
welcome.
welcome.
With the welcome, it's all over. It's gonna be Pierangelo taking this one and moving on with a very solid score, but yeah, just moments away, and there it is. That's the fist bump. Ooh. Big cheering from the crowd. Yeah, definitely interesting match, I can tell you that much. And yeah, as we've mentioned, we had two decks that we have yet not seen before today, facing off against each other. In the end, although it was, you know, really back and forth one, the player going first just kept on having too much advantage in this one, and Feather Duster was picked up, but that duality got him the answer for it.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say the Labyrinth deck has, you know, got a lot of answers. So it's not just like he had that one Solemn Judgment. He's running those runic cards. He's running the Lord of the Heavenly Prison. So he's got like, you know, almost 8 or 9 ways maybe to deal with a Feather Duster or a Lightning Storm. The thing that really stood out to me about that game was just how well the Labyrinth deck gives you this advantage against the non-engine, because you see all these cards that were just useless. It was like, you know, one player was playing with like 3 or 4 cards per game rather than 6.
And in such a format, I would say that playing a deck like Labyrinth, I think, always pays off, right? Because like at least there are 15 to 18 end traps in every single deck. You just sit at the table, and this is something I would do, honestly. Like I love the deck, and I think also Pierangelo loves it, and lovely end for him, honestly. So.
Yeah, I'm sure. But yeah, I mean, it's still a deck that can, you know, be built and played in a lot of different ways. As you have mentioned, we see more of decks relying on the Labyrinth engine and then playing multiple monsters. But sometimes this version does work out. It's one that also, you know, Dinka Bui back in the day was really successful with. And yeah, I do really like, as we've seen in Game 1, the inclusion of these 3 runic spells. I think they make a lot of sense. They are just very efficient at dealing with the most problematic card out there, and as well they give you a way to fight back when you're going second, which is definitely an issue for this type of deck. But I don't know. I think when you're expecting, as we've mentioned, Tenpai being in the most represented decks and Mulcharm is being everywhere, I think Labyrinth remains a solid pick.
Yeah, it's really hard to say no to that. And as you say, like having those runic spells adds that layer against Tenpai, because I think against Tenpai it's probably pretty scary to play against a deck where you know almost they're going to be running those 2 Lightning Storms and the Feather Duster. But yeah, maybe you feel much more confident with those runic spells in your back pocket.
Yeah, and also I feel like that, like the more you go into the tournament, and I think the more your opponent don't want to play against you, right? Because, you know, I think it's one of those decks that is very scary, especially because like, yeah, so many different interruptions, and I feel like the Daruma Cannon alone like does so much in this current format, and honestly, I really see like Pierangelo in a good position. 3 rounds remaining for the rest of the day to advance into day 2, and sitting with a 5-1 record, honestly, is already impressive. So only 1 loss for him, and almost there. Like I think he has to win at least 2 other matches to advance to tomorrow. So
yeah. It's definitely tough. We have a lot of players this weekend, so making it to the top cut will not be an easy task. But yeah, Pierangelo has the advantage. I agree with you. Trap Trick is actually one of my favorite cards of all time, just because it allows you to, you know, play with and have additional copies of really niche cards. And when you play a deck like this, where you have your own built Trap Trick outside of running the card potentially in Lady, it's nice because you can play a lot of 2-offs or even 1-offs, and then for example, Epidemic Virus, as we have seen again in the past, you just play against these random decks, maybe a runic deck, and then you cut them off guard. And I think it's very unique to the Labyrinth deck, this format, so I'm down for that. Absolutely.
Yeah, Trap Trick, definitely a card that we would like to see, and maybe we'll be told about it in our player interview with Leo.
Not quite a player interview, however, it is an analysis here. We have quite of a language barrier in this situation, so I'm just going to do this alone. Pierangelo beat Matteo. It was Labyrinth versus Salamangreat, 2 of my favorite decks, coincidentally. And as you guys all probably know by now, Salamangreat is my absolute favorite, but the deck has some issues. So I think we should go into the first clip already, because there's a big showcase on what the problem of the deck can be. So you're seeing the Daruma Karma Cannon. Salamangreat is a deck that can easily be stopped by just 1 interruption on the first normal summon we have seen earlier. Of course, Matteo is trying to fix that issue with the Speedroid engine. Yeah? So you're going into the Mirage Stalio first and you're trying to combo off there, but that one was popped immediately. There was no Bailings in the graveyard just yet, and therefore perfect solution for this situation. And then after the Lady debug, there was just a quick Daruma Karma Cannon turn, basically over. And yeah, so the next highlight that we're going to have is basically, I think, another cannon, because Matteo survived the turn, you know. Pierangelo is playing Labyrinth, so he's not about OTKing all that much. However, as soon as Matteo tried to start playing again, got the Salamangreat Gazelle finally onto the field, there was going to be another cannon. So we're just sitting there on the side of Pierangelo. Look at this. The resources that the deck can build up are absolutely incredible. 4 set cards, has a lovely, and has the Lady of Labyrinth on the field and doesn't even care about them. Just goes for the Daruma Karma Cannon instantly and therefore gets the W. Matteo couldn't play on from that point on. The deck only has that many extenders, and therefore it was Pierangelo's. In the next game, Pierangelo tried to go for a different route. Of course, it was going second. That is not the strong suit of the deck. But there was Dimension Shifter, which is a card that you can include now when you're not including the furniture pieces. But called by the grave. Ring, ring. We banished the Dimension Shifter. And it was just Matteo's turn to pop off. The combo was very, very interesting because he basically just ended on the good old combo of Salamangreat Sunlight Wolf with a raw setup, and that was due to the fact that he only started with Speedroid Terrortop. If you don't have another monster that you can normal summon next to this, you can't really go into the Horse Prince route. But after all that, we got into our turn 3, got into the Pyro Phoenix. There you could see that he's in fact running the Pyro Phoenix combo line, and Ash blossomed the Labyrinth. The strongest part about that deck versus the Labyrinth matchup is not only that you can basically Harpy's Feather Duster them with your engine at the end of their turn basically, but you can also search in Ash Blossom. There is a combo route where you're going to start with a Lady Debug and a Gazelle, and you're searching for the Code of Souls so that you don't have to summon it out with the Horse Prince. And if you do that, you can use the Horse Prince still to special summon out Ash Blossom, link that one off, summon the Sunlight Wolf and add back the Ash Blossom, so you take away any possible play that the Labyrinth deck can have versus you. But we're going to continue with the highlights, because I think there's either one more from game 2, which Matteo won with the Salamangreat strategy. Yep, there we are. We're going to see this going second, also very, very strong to go with the Pyro Phoenix. There was only one set card left. He played through everything before he summoned the big Raigeki and Feather Duster combo monster. But yeah, Pierangelo just said, yeah, no, I'm not having any of this. I'm quitting this game. And game 3, I want to say it came down to the wire a little, because this was really, really intense. Let's look at the clips. There were big moments in that game, because there was a classic Labyrinth start. You know, you set 3 cards, keep a few cards in hand. Harpy's Feather Duster, Solemn Judgment. No, I get to keep 2 of the set cards. Going down to 4,000 life points immediately. There was some, I want to say, Salamangreat slander from our casters who said, hey, Tenpai Dragon as a fire deck can deal 30,000 damage in one turn. What can Salamangreat do? Can it maybe do 4,000? Yes, it can do 4,000. Not in that situation, though, because, yeah, there were plenty of more cards. We have seen that there was a little bit of a confusion scenario with the Lady Labyrinth, and, of course, the Daruma Karma Cannon was a little bit of a wrong order there. However, the Daruma Karma Cannon still basically almost ended that turn. And let's go into the last clip of that matchup. The game state was pretty much neutral, but there it was. Card of Demise, a card that we haven't seen in ages. 2000, I want to say 17 was the last time when you played it in Paleo. Of course, True Draco, also a deck that loved to play that card. But it was dug up again by our Labyrinth player here. Pierangelo deserved win here against the Salamangreats of Matteo. That just goes to show how flexible Labyrinth is with certain cards that they can include into the deck if they want to. There is basically multiple cannons now that you can run. You can run all the card draw that you want. But most of the cards, they just have to be purple in your deck, and then you're going to be able to be a powerhouse of a player. But that's it for me, and I'm going to give it over to Ed Templar.
Thank you very much, mate. Always a pleasure to hear your analysis of those games. So that's round 6 feature match all done, which means for the rest of the day, we only have 3 more rounds. Rounds 7, 8, and 9 of Swiss you'll be seeing today as part of your coverage on our Saturday. And then tomorrow we go into rounds 10, 11, and 12 before we get into that top 64 cut and head towards that grand final here at YCS Bologna. Now, we've still got plenty more coverage coming your way, but first we're going to show you that last video of those quarter-century memories that Luca Marcello have been doing.
And we should now enter the realm of Dragon Rulers. 2013 was a while back, but oh wow.
It was a wild ride.
Yes. I think rarely we have seen the impact of a set and of an archetype of cards just as big as this one. Dragon Rulers introduced a way to play Yu-Gi-Oh! That never happened before, and they rarely even afterwards repeated itself. I'm thinking maybe tier elements along those lines, and the reason is that they allowed you to play not only with your field and with your hand, but also a lot with your graveyard, and for the first time consistently with your banished cards. Dragon Rulers, and here we are featuring their smaller versions that allowed you to essentially special summon them from the deck, were just so consistent. They allowed you to play a lot of different cards, but it was the first time ever where just the engine itself was extremely powerful. You could not only special summon a lot of high attack monsters and try to just rush your opponent down, but you could make XYZs and synchros, so accessing a lot of different extra deck options thanks to their rank 7s, Dragosak being one of them. Yeah. The card was incredible, still is played nowadays in Kashtira decks, so you can absolutely get how strong of the card that was. And again, we see cards that just relied about dragons. One of them, Dragon Ravine, meant obviously for the Dragonity decks, still saw a lot of powers because it allowed you to send the Dragon Lures from deck to graveyard and then just still use their effects. But if the format was about special summoning a lot, again, we have mentioned it, Duelist try and will eventually find a solution. And a card that back in the day was only a common that nobody was playing was Vanity Emptiness, arguably one of the strongest common cards of all time, that took the NAWCQ by storm with a complete domination with Vanity Emptiness that eventually began to just being played by a lot of decks. But I think that was not the only way that you could stop your opponent from special summoning, right?
No, we have to, if we're going to talk about Dragon Rulers and their history, we have to talk about one of the greatest triangles of power in the history of Yu-Gi-Oh! We had Dragon Rulers, but we also had two other decks that fought alongside it during that format. We had Spellbooks. What a deck. It was the first time, I think, that really a deck was completely about spell cards and just fetching lots of spells from your deck and using them. But the most important one, Spellbook of Judgment. You are able to summon any of your spellcaster monsters from your deck as long as you'd played enough Spellbook cards, and that card was good old Jaugen, which stopped you from special summoning. And the way that the Dragon Rulers dealt with that, you just had to draw the right cards. You had to summon the Dragon Ruler of play the Dragon Ruler of Infernos. What a meta that was. And of course, I would be not doing it justice if we also didn't talk about the third deck, which was Evil Swarm. Both of those decks, both the High Priestess of the Spellbooks, and then of course all of the Dragon Rulers were very high-level monsters. And Evil Swarm Ophion said, no, you're not allowed to summon any monsters above level 5. What an amazing format that was. The Dragon Rulers went on to stick around for a couple of more years in various different forms, but I think their original form was for sure the most memorable. So Marcello, most decks in Yu-Gi-Oh! Benefit a lot from having tons of cards in their hand, drawing a lot of cards, being able to play a lot of cards, keep lots of resources in their hand. But there was one deck that was able to play with a phantom hand of no cards, and that is Infernities. All of their cards were supercharged whenever you didn't have any cards in your hand. And we're going to talk first about Infernity Archfiend. If you drew Infernity Archfiend when you had no cards in your hand, you were able to just special summon him right away. And if you special summoned him when you had no cards in your hand, you could go and get any Infernity card from your deck. And there were some great choices. You could get Infernity Launcher, which allowed you to summon 2 of your Infernity monsters from the graveyard. You could get Infernity Barrier, which negated one of your opponent's cards. You could also get Infernity Break, which destroyed one of your opponent's cards. And those were the amazing trap cards, but the version that I want to talk about of Infinities was the Synchro version. So you would use Infernity Beetle, being able to turn 1 Beetle into 2 very quickly, and then Synchro up and up and up into these huge, huge Synchro monsters, and using various different levels of Infernity monsters, it would allow you to summon Trishula, of course, my favorite. And then it evolved from there.
It did, and I gotta say, although, yeah, it was fun to play around with Infernities and, you know, tuners and synchro monsters. I'm more on the XYZ side for certain reasons, and the deck did evolve into what was a machine, mainly thanks to Lavalval Chain, I gotta say, which obviously is a tremendous card that ended up being forbidden, and that can just send any of your Infernities, as you have mentioned, then bringing them back with Launcher. And what was actually even relevant is that, as you've mentioned, the deck is great at having no cards, which actually makes Archifiend, I think, arguably the best top deck in Yu-Gi-Oh! I'm thinking Bubble Man, but I think Archifiend might have the lead. And funny enough, sometimes you use Lavalval Chain secret second effect, which is that you can just put a monster on top of your deck. And so the deck actually used this combo to just take the Archifiend and put it on the top of your deck, so that next turn you were guaranteed to top deck it and then just go crazy with it. And that, I think, is something completely unique to Yu-Gi-Oh! So I think it was definitely a unique deck, and something that was so powerful that it won the only World Championship held in Italy back in Rimini 2014.
So, Marcello, something that's very dear to my heart, and to our shared heart as well, is Necros. What an amazing deck. The ability to ritual summon in this brand new, different way, all of the different mirrors that allowed you to summon these amazing Necros ritual monsters that embodied all of the different ice barrier dragons and various other powerful monsters throughout the history of Yu-Gi-Oh! Was amazing. And I want to tell a little story about this, about me and you. I remember one of the first times we met, we then spent a lot of time playing together, and we practiced and practiced and practiced before YCS Bochum for the Necros format. And I remember that we could never agree on whether we should have main deck cards to deal with spells and traps or not. And I was firmly of the opinion that I didn't want to play any spell and trap removal, but you decided to. And I remember that I lost the first 3 rounds of that event, and Marcello got to the top 8. It was a big difference, and I think you made the right choice. But I was happy because I got to commentate for the first ever time during that event.
That's great, and then I guess it was a win-win scenario, for sure. But yeah, I totally agree that for me as well, this is just as a special place in my heart. Not only because it was a lot of fun to play the deck, but because it was one of those periods where I think I've met most of the friends I eventually become really close to. You've mentioned our experience, but really a lot of those friends came in that days, and this is such a fun deck to play with. It's one of those that I never get tired of playing. Even today, you bring me a deck to a YCS and you ask me to play a Necros Mirror match, I will always be down. So if you've never played it, I really suggest you to pick up these cards and give it a try.
Welcome back to your coverage here at the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series live in Bologna. We've got our round 7 feature match in front of us, and we have Uchenna Brandl versus Luca Mantovani, and they're ready to kick things off. Gentlemen, we're going to do a high roll to see who goes first. Who would like to roll the dice first? Okay, we've got Luca rolling first with a 10. And for Uchenna, we have a 5. Okay, so Luca is going to go first. So I'm going to hand you guys back over to Basti, Mike, and Leo, who are going to once again take you through our round feature match. Guys, take it away.
Thank you, Ed. Indeed, we are back here for round number 7, and we are going to have a classic battle of the elements, because it is going to be fire versus water. The classic is back on, and I cannot wait for it, honestly, because this deck is crazy now after the recent main set. And of course, you guys at home already know which one I'm talking about. Which is it, Mike? One of your favorites
Mermail,
as well.
of course.
It is Mermail. So what's so cool about Mermail at the moment? Why is it coming back into the meta play?
It receives so much support in the latest set that it really can establish a very good board and make a great field.
Yeah.
And also, going second, it has so much engine that it can go and play around any field.
But I mean, going first, Leo, there's something else on top of that. It's not only the field that you're creating, but also you're decimating the hand of the opponent, right?
You can rip up to 3 cards, sometimes even look at your opponent's cards and hands. You are very resilient to hand traps. So alone from the Neptabus combo, you need 2 hand traps on Neptabus, throw 1 on this one, and then specifically an Ash Blossom onto the Dragoon's effect in the graveyard. Otherwise, the Mermail player will play, and that goes only, of course, if they only have 1 card, and that is the Neptabus.
And in fact, he will play because he is going first. He won the die roll, so we are going to see Mermails in action right away. So over to the table we go. Round number 7 coming your way.
This game 1 sound always makes me want to beatbox. But now we're going to see Luca starting off with a Mermail here. We're going lore accurate. And I see a Deep Sea Minstrel in hand. Ooh. I also see a brick. I see the stream, which is also called the Icarus attack for water monsters.
It's your stream,
I see? Oh, there's also double Purulia.
Oh,
is there any access to a combo? Luca is shuffling through his hand and he can't believe it. I don't think there is anything he can do here.
There's no way. I jinxed it by saying we're seeing Mermail combos first, and
Basti,
this is
it's
the
all
hand.
your fault again.
This is the hand. Look, Luca is trying to think of something, but I don't think he's finding anything here.
He can normal summon Mistral and set stream.
But he didn't even do that. Over to Uchenna is this, and he's of course living the dream. Not even a single card activated into him here, and he has 6 cards in hand now, ready to go.
And you immediately hand looped your opponent for 2. And if you are uncertain if you can win the game in this turn, I think this is also a moment where you might just pass back. You know your opponent can't play at all.
Surely.
They've just discarded 2 cards. You're risking your opponent to draw into more hand traps by playing. I could definitely understand just saying, hey, you know what? Go ahead.
Yeah, look, I think Uchenna is considering it. Look, there's the hand gesture. No cards being activated to the field.
Oh, what is this?
So, Luca, what are we drawing here? Did we find a play?
The Shadow Squad, which is an amazing new card.
Are we off to
He
the
can
races
discard
now?
it with Mistral.
We do! There we are. Finally, the first Mermail cards activated.
So, Mistral can reveals his opponent's hand and to banish 1 card until the end of the phase. And of course, Shadow Squad, when it is discarded to the graveyard for a cost of a water monster, can special summon 1 level 4 or lower Mermail or Atlantean from the deck.
Oh, yes.
Oh, have you seen Uchenna reading this and just shaking his head like, oh, this did not just happen right now. And
of course, there it is. We're having a look all together, and we see a Flamberge, double impermanence, a Kirin, and Ulcanix and the Hollowed Azamina. So Uchenna would have been able to play, but he didn't want to use that normal summon to give Luca 2 draws there.
Well, you're gonna take 1 impermanence, right?
Yeah.
I guess so, yeah. But then there's still 1 left.
Neptabis goes to send to the graveyard, so
yeah,
he can actually play.
Okay, goodbye Infinite Impermanence. 1 left in there, but Luca also now with ways to play.
Yep, double Purulia, absolutely broken, stall for a turn.
Okay, Shadow Squad activating. This is one of the ultra rares from Rota, and it is going to now, as you just explained, Mike,
activate its effect and bring out a Mermaid from the deck. And I think this is always Prince, right? There's no discussion about it. It's just always has to be Prince.
You can special summon a B-Spike, but most of the time it's Prince.
Yeah, but Prince also has the, I want to say, grown-up version of Prince. Now there is another Neptibus. This is the Prince, but there is Neptibus, the King now as well in the extra deck, which is phenomenal support. But we all know ever since Neptibus came out, the deck just thrived off of its effect. And not only the effect, but also the cost of the effect, because you have to send a water monster to the graveyard for cost, or a sea serpent rather. And that is going to trigger the send card. So if you're throwing an impermanence, oh no, does this resolve?
I mean, we're doing the cost first, so Uchenna then will still have the chance to respond. And I mean, this is just usually going to be Atlantean Dragoons. This card was one of the best cards back in the day for Mermaids, and clearly it is still, of course, yeah.
Usually now the target is the Shadow Squad. However, as this one has been used already, we're going for a different route here. Usually you want to summon Neptibus, send the Shadow Squad, and special summon out the Pike after having searched something else by the Dragoon.
Oh, what are we searching here? Because the search does resolve, and ooh, that is another one of the new Mermaid monsters. This is just the Abyss Rhine that we're adding, also free of in the deck.
An amazing card that you can discard. Another card, you can tribute one monster from the field or one card and special summon one level 7 fish from the deck, or you can add it to your hand.
Okay, so it's a bit controversial in the Mermaid community right now, whether you are playing Mermaid Abyss Megalo or not. Mike, you're an expert of the deck as well. What do you think about Megalo? Of course, back in the day, he was like the monster to go into, but nowadays it's still, yeah, with the time, is it a good card to play?
Yeah, it's a very good card because going second, it can help you make OTK and win the game.
Yeah, okay, fair enough.
Also, it is the coolest looking Mermaid card, and I don't want to have any kind of discussion about this. This is just absolute facts now. We know the hand of our opponent. There are 5 water monsters in your graveyard because, yes, Bologna is one as well, or rather is 2 as well. And Mulling Glacier can just basically either snipe 2 cards from the hand or force the infinite impermanence from Uchenna, which would feel very, very bad on his side. There's also the Rhine in hand. Rhine can tribute away the Neptibus. Neptibus is going to trigger, then summon back a Dragoon, and if you find a way into a Pike, which you can with Deep Sea King Colicant, then you can go for a Bahamut Shark, detach Dragoons to get a Surge and summon. Totally awesome. It is, in fact, totally awesome.
Yeah, that is really awesome. We are going to use the Impermanence, unsurprisingly. We also got to consider that Uchenna, it's not a good interruption, but he still has Kieran effect in hand to destroy the Ulcanix, which would then at least give them 2 monsters on the field, but they don't do anything on the field, and therefore it's probably not that good of a thing to do, giving up 2 cards in hand for that. Okay, but now we continue.
We will tribute the Prince to special summon level 7 fish, or add probably special summon Deep Sea King. And Prince then will trigger to special summon back the Dragoon from the graveyard.
There he is, the one-off Abyss Megalo in the deck. And we're triggering the Prince now, as you were saying.
However, the Megalo does not trigger on a summon like this. It only searches you an equip spell if you have summoned it by discarding 2 water monsters. That did not happen. You can tribute, of course, the Dragoons to get double the attack, or to get 2 attacks this turn. Dragoon's effect is going to trigger to extend your plays, but let's not forget that there is, as Basti mentioned earlier, the possibility for a Kieran effect to build up a wall, basically.
Indeed, yeah. And I don't know whether Luca is considering that at the moment, because this looks like he's definitely just setting up the double attack of Abyss Megalo, and I mean, that could easily be stopped then. Yeah. Let's see. We're going to use the effect of Megalo. That's such a classic effect to use in the first place, right? Yeah. Double attacking, that's not a common thing to see anymore in 2024 Yu-Gi-Oh, to be honest. But Megalo still does that. Did it back in the day, still doing it here in 2024. And so far, doing really well for Luca, of course.
And Luca hasn't normal summoned yet.
Oh, that's insane. Yeah. You gotta be kidding me. Really? He didn't normal summon yet?
Nope. Minstrel, discard the Shadow Squad.
Oh, you're
Shadow
right.
Squad special summon Neptibus. Neptibus effect. I don't have to run
you
down the
gotta be kidding
spreadsheet.
me, yeah. That's crazy, actually. All of that without even normal summoning. So for how long is the impermanence actually gone? When is it returning to the hand?
In the end phase.
In the end phase,
But
okay.
if Uchenna starts summoning monsters to defend his life points, then it's not going to have any kind of impact.
Oh, that is the normal summon now. There is the normal summon of Deep Sea Minstrel. And yep, now we go for the effect of Kirin. Oh, and Luca, look, he is surprised. He didn't expect that. He didn't realize that you could also just destroy another fire monster in the hand. So maybe he is misstepping into this interaction. Uchenna is carefully explaining it now. And Luca was very ready to attack for game, but no. We're bringing out the Kirin, and I'm sure we also can summon out the Garunix from the deck now.
There is still one thing that Luca has going for him. I mean, there's multiple things that Luca has going for him. This is basically a last defense from Uchenna. However, this has to be end of main phase, so Luca gets to do more in his main phase.
True.
However, he burned through quite a lot of resources. There's not really... Okay, we're ashing that, so we know how to run over Kirin. Do we know how to remove Kirin properly in this situation? Because you can't just destroy it by battle, right?
I mean, you can, technically, but the question is going to be whether that's going to be the outcome that you are willing to have of that. Because, of course, Kirin, if it is getting destroyed, it can just bring back a fire king from the graveyard and
is going to trigger,
something.
destroy Flamberge, and is going to search for the big Garunix. Garunix is going to special summon itself back, summon Avatar. There is going to be a big chain of events that you don't want to have here. So Luca has to find a way to stop the heat and cool down a little bit, perhaps by splashing some water into his face, and find a way to win this game at this point. It looks like a puzzle that you should be able to solve somehow, but I would have, of course, preferred... Is he actually... Basti, you have the deck list.
Yes.
Is he running the Deep Sea King? Is he running Kolekant?
He is... let me check. That's a very good question, because that's another controversial topic between the Mermaid community, and he's not. No, he's not running that.
She can though go to Marine Cess Link 2, a special summon squad, activate its effects to make all the monsters level 7 on the field, and make Gaius, then Gaius to Poseidra, and it will be...
Oh, you might be right. Oh, but we go for a synchro summon. Shang Ying is coming out. I didn't even realize that the Deep Sea Minstrel actually is a tuner, but yes, of course it is. So Cheng Ying coming out. Do we have a card to be banished here, though?
We have the Abyss Rhine. I think on the opposing turn you can banish it from the graveyard to get a draw and a discard.
Oh, so we're just setting up for the opponent's turn here?
Yeah.
Is that what we're doing?
That's what it looks like. And Luca, is he trying to run over?
Oh, no.
I would not advise you to do that.
Oh, Luca's double-checking, confirming with his opponent.
Is he discussing with Uchenna the possible lines that he has now? It's like, hey, by the way, if I run over Kirin, you can summon Ulcanix, right? And then you trigger Ulcanix, you have the Flamberge in hand, right? So, discussing the full game plan.
Of course, it's nice to see social cards on the field.
Oh, are we in the battle phase? Are we trying to do that?
All right.
I don't think we are, right?
Oh,
we're just passing over. And I mean, this deck, that Fire King Snake Eye deck, is scary. It's able to do so many things, and even though it didn't do that last turn, that's not really an indicator, because last turn he was choosing not to do anything, and he knows that there's, for example, Hollowed Azamina waiting in the hand. So, I would definitely be scared here in Luca's shoes. So, what do we draw? We got back the Impermanence, and I think we have seen a lot of Mulchamis resolving this game already. And Uchenna just decides to draw another one here.
That's of course not optimal. But we set the Impermanence.
We're setting it. We're setting the Hollowed Azamina as well.
It cannot be activated since there is no card to send, like a Sinful Wanted or Deception.
True. You're right, you're right. So the Hollowed Azamina alone doesn't do a whole lot, and we can pass it back over to Luca now.
In the end phase, you can activate the Rhine in the graveyard, discard your Stream from the hand, and get another draw. That means basically this is a 2-card draw phase for him, and a banish, of course, with the Chen Ying.
And also Chen Ying gets 100 attack for each banish card.
Wow, this is crazy.
And Kirin loses 100 attack. I wonder how relevant that is going to be. Actually, you could attempt to, if you think you're not going to win the game next turn, you can banish one of the face-down cards and banish the Ulcanix from the graveyard so that Kirin doesn't have a proper target.
Okay, so we draw. There is
pretty interesting.
The effect of the Cheng Ying. And just making sure that the Witcher stream is going to be explained here carefully. I think we just saw Neuron being used here to provide the information needed, and we have seen the Cheng Ying now resolving. We have cleared the monster out of the graveyard, and more importantly, even the monster on the field. And that is going to be scary now. Uchenna still has full life points, but I mean, that's a lot of attack points already on the field there.
Not enough, though.
Not enough, though. You're right, you're right. So, 2 cards in hand.
There is one of them as an Ash Blossom. Is that another Shadow Squad that he just
Indeed it is.
It does look like it for sure. Oh, we just go into battle phase, though. Here we are. That is plenty of damage, but as Leo was saying, it is still not enough, so we will see Uchenna having another turn.
And the Glacia is just chilling there, having a good time. So Luca values the Ash Blossom over a possible Abyss Gaius that he could summon. Of course, knowing there is infinite impermanence set on the field, and he knows the Channing isn't going to do anything this turn, so the impermanence does not really have a valuable target right here. However, if you commit into discard Ash Blossom after summoning the Shadow Squad, and then overlay with the Glacia, you would provide a valuable target for the impermanence. You would summon Abyss Gaius, invest everything you have, and then go, hey, here, imper me, and then start playing, if you can. Can he?
Normal summon Droll and Lockbird.
This is the Anima Zone.
What are we on to here? It is the Anima Zone, you're right. Linking off the Droll and Lockbird.
Wait, do we... Oh, this is nasty.
Wow.
Do we take the Glacia and then crash, destroy the Glacia, and then skip the battle phase of our opponent next turn?
There is also the effect of Virtuous Stream that can banish itself from the graveyard to shuffle back 3 water monsters to the deck.
Okay.
Excuse me?
Infinite impermanence being used.
Excuse me, it gives protection to a water monster.
Yeah. Oh, but it does not have to happen on protection. So it just chooses a monster on the field and says, hey, once per turn, when this card would be destroyed, it is not. So you can activate it whenever you want and trigger the Channing. That is very strong by Luca.
That's true. And so I was just wondering whether the Glacia would even trigger here, because Glacia says when it is leaving the field face up, it will skip the next battle phase, but it hasn't done that yet.
Yeah, we did not crash into the Channing.
Ooh, okay, so we are having the battle phase here. That's risky to give him the battle phase, honestly.
Oh, and Shadow Squad. Another one was top decked. I think we have 2 Shadow Squads here. Are we going to make everything level 7?
We do.
Can we get perhaps a Naptibus here on the field?
So, Luca once more explaining it to Uchenna, triggering it in the graveyard. That's also going to be fine.
Oh, and if you remove the Anima now, the next battle phase won't be skipped, but the one of the next turn. So you can remove it very freely here and just go into battle phase after that, because you're only going to miss out on the next. And I'm not really sure if we're going to see one. Naptibus. It's pretty Nepta busy today.
Oh my, it is for sure. We send Dragoons, and I think Uchenna kind of realizes now what he's up to, because this is a lot of attack points coming his way there.
What are we searching here? Is it going to be another Reen? Yeah. Getting the Reen, Ryan. I love that we now have Atlantean cards that look like Mermaid cards and Mermaid cards that look like Atlantean cards, while they're also always treated as such.
They're all one big family. The Water family is reunited and it's actually doing really, really well here in this tournament as well. And yeah, we spotted a couple of Mermaid players actually doing decent. Also, for like maybe general overview at the moment, there is definitely Tempai doing decently well at the top tables. I saw like basically every table through the top 10 tables, I want to say, had a Tempai on it, or at least like 7 at least out of those 10. Sometimes even playing against each other, so there's plenty of that. And interestingly enough, there's also multiple Ritual Beast player performing decently well. So maybe it's Euros all over again with Tenpai and Ritual Beast going strong. But we will have to see. First of all, Mermail is going strong as we have Luca coming back from this awful start with not activating a single card, then activating 2 Perulias for nothing, and then top decking the right card just in time, man.
To be fair, there were plenty of cards that he was going to be able to top deck, but there were also actually, when you think about it, it was like a 50-50 chance, maybe.
Kind of, yeah, probably right around that.
I mean, this is the power of Mermail, that with only 1 card can establish a very good field and also bring back all his engine and go force and push for the game.
Yeah, that's true. So, key decision here, of course, in this game was probably Uchenna deciding not to normal summon his Ulcanix, right? Because he could have just done that and then like play into it, and he would have probably won that turn, right? Because Mermaid doesn't really, like looking through the Mermaid list, it's not like they're playing Nibiru or cards like that, so very, very surely like the Fire King monsters are just so big that it would have worked. But go ahead, what are you trying to add here?
But you don't know your opponent's deck.
Sure.
And there are plenty of decks in this format that are, word has probably spread already after our round 1 feature match of Joshua Schmidt, especially, that there are decks with 26 hand traps, and sometimes apparently they want to start, so there will be times where they just have Molchamis and nothing else, and they will have to rely on discarding them and getting draws. So I do understand the decision. I respect the decision, even if it is a crazy combo deck. There is, if they are playing Molchamis, there is also a fair chance that they play other hand traps, something like a Nibiru, and always the chance that you're not going to win the game on that turn.
Yeah, no, for sure. It definitely same. I do respect the decision, but I think it did cost him the game there. I mean, it wasn't a bad decision at all, but it was just the decision that made the game, basically. And then, of course, the draw for a turn from Luca was then what made the game, because he actually got to play with that, and he got to play a lot, as we could see. And I think Mermail is in a really good spot because it's so good against interruption, right? Like all of the cards just send for calls, and like you're still getting something off, even though it is somewhat interrupted, and you just keep on going and going and going. And yeah, it's I like your pick for the tournament. I could see it definitely going deep, like top 4+ or something.
I hope so, because I really like the deck. Yeah. And I think that it can go all the way.
Yeah, possibly.
I think it's not only going to go deep, I think it's going to go deep C. Minstrel, also really strong card, trying to take away the cards in hand, the hand traps. And, I mean, those are just gone for the turn, but the knowledge stays forever.
Yes. Oh, yes. Oh, yes, for sure.
And this is the real power of Minstrel that gives the information.
Now, if you're seeing 3 hand traps from your opponent and you can only take 1 away, that is still, most of the time, if you have a good hand, going to be fine for you, because you can choose which cards to take away. If you're discarding a Shadow Squad, for example, and your opponent has Impermanence, and Ash Blossom, you take away the Ash Blossom, you can still get your... You can take away the most important hand trap, and then you can sequence your plays around this information. However, we have seen that those duelists are ready to go into Game 2, so let's head over to the table.
Fire vs. Water, edition number 2, game number 2. And honestly, Luca would be happy to draw those Molchamis again, because this time they would be very much stopping the opponent. And is there anything? Draw phase, Luca? Are we going to do something? Yep, there is the Purulia again. And honestly, I feel like Purulia at the moment, it almost feels like it has more of an impact than Fuvalos. It's kind of crazy.
I've had a discussion with Max van Neversale about this, but I'm going to prolong that because there's a way to play around that. And that is, oh wow, discard Garunix for 1/1. You don't need to normal summon your Snake Eye Ash if you can just special summon it from deck. Where is Fuvalos now? But the thing about Fuvalos versus Purulia is that Purulia gives you immediate value, and if you're playing a deck with multiple hand traps, you don't want to let your opponent play, because they can do some stuff, get some resources before you can activate your Fuvalos, because you don't want to drop it on the empty field.
There is Dominus Impulse right after, though, on the 1/1. That's massive. That's a 2-for-1 trade. And even though the Purulia hasn't drawn anything yet, it is going to be stopping that 1-for-1. But at least Bonfire right after. Bonfire, though, is going to add to the hand and will result in a draw here for Luca with the Purulia.
Not yet, but as soon as Ash is normal summoned,
there it is. Immediately, of course, getting the draw. And now after that, of course, the usual sequence, the usual play here is searching Poplar, and Snake Eye Poplar is then also, guess what, special summon itself from the hand, netting another draw here for Luca, and Luca is already smiling about that, because there he goes, number 2.
Interesting decision, though, because he has the Droll and Lockbird in hand. I think at this point you don't get too many draws anymore from this combo, so you could have, on summon, on resolve, activated the Droll and Lockbird as well, or you could have chained it, so your opponent doesn't get to search.
He has activated Impulse. That's why he was taking on 1-for-1. And because if he activates Impulse, he cannot draw then.
Yeah, that is absolutely true. And on top of that, I don't really agree on saying that we are not summoning from the hand that much anymore. This is a Fire King version of the deck at the end of the day,
True,
so
yeah.
Garunix and so on would still be...
Garunix is in the graveyard.
Oh, all right, true. Oh, we started with that. That's a very good point. Yeah, so maybe not that many special summons from the hand coming our way here. But first of all...
Doesn't matter, Dominus Impulse was used. You're completely correct about this.
That is true. So now, are we going to see the Flamberge Dragon? Interestingly enough, I think we see it for the first time this weekend, right? This is the first feature match of a Snake Eye deck we have.
Have you missed it?
Kinda, yeah. I don't mind it,
okay.
for sure. I like the Snake Eye decks. They're pretty good, if you ask me.
Wouldn't deny that, no.
Okay, there's the Flamberge Dragon putting the Poplar to the scale.
Flamberge is sitting pretty. We're going to see the good old OSS original Sinful Spoils sending Poplar from the Spell and Travel Zone. Ponix!
There he is. Ponix. And it feels like Luca is trying to hold back, but no, there's nothing.
I've had a very interesting discussion about the Mermaid versus Fire King matchup with Alexander Hulch, one of the more well-known Mermaid players from Europe. And he said that this matchup is actually, if your opponent goes for a rather lackluster field and not the full everything field, that you actually have a good shot to play through it with Engine, especially if you have resolved the Perulia and gotten 2 draws. I think there is a decent shot that you make it.
Yeah, I mean, we've been saying it left and right. Mermel is one of those decks with a crazy engine capable of playing through. Totally not be surprised, because let's be realistic, the field that Snake Eye Fire King is putting up is quite interactive and so on, but it's not like the most impressive combo field that just seems impossible to break.
It's not Ubel.
Yeah, exactly. So I could definitely see it happening.
It's also not Mermaid.
Yeah.
That field is crazy.
It is, for sure.
It is one of the times that drawing Garunix is actually a good thing, though.
Yeah,
absolutely.
True. But what the Mermaid deck does best against the Snake Eye deck is actually summoning an easy Abyss Dweller very early into the turn, forcing your opponent to remove your level 4 bodies from the field, because once you have the Dweller on the field, you take away so many interactions.
Ooh, look at that zombie vampire coming out here. That is more so a new technology, I want to say, that the Fire King decks are using. And we are going to see the top 4 cards from both players here, and then Uchenna will be able to special summon one of the monsters revealed. Okay. Getting Wanted and Deception to the graveyard isn't that bad. He doesn't get any monster on his own side, but he can choose one from the opponent, though.
There's even a fire monster if you need it.
Actually, this is massive, having a fire monster there, because that makes Hita way more valuable in the first turn. Just creates another monster out of nowhere because you did hit that Ash Blossom there. I like that a lot. That's good for him. That's very good. And of course, the Wanted ain't that bad either. But there's nothing to the Wanted, right? I mean, it gives us another draw, I guess. But besides that, I mean, yeah, I'm saying just another draw, but I guess getting another draw after you comboed already is pretty good. And look at that, we are going to use that here. Putting the Deception back underneath the deck and drawing a card.
It's pretty relevant since he can draw utility cards now, since he has used a lot of his engine.
And he did. I think he picked up something like an Infinite Impermanence, and that is also really helpful. Now we're linking off. Are we linking off the heat? Are we linking into the heater? Yes. We're Ash climbing. We're Ash climbing.
Oh man, this Ash is putting in way more work for Uchenna than for Luca, even though it's his card. We
gonna have a serious talk with it.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, after this match, if Uchenna manages to win, maybe Luca has to give him the card now, because it's more so Uchenna's card at this point.
Very duelist kingdom of him.
Yeah, exactly. So we are going to bring out the Promethean Princess. We're going to the graveyard because there is, of course, still plenty of cards in there which we haven't even necessarily summoned ourselves, but in the process somehow brought them into the graveyard. But Princess will probably just bring back... What do we bring back here? We could go Hita, which is a Link 2, because all of the other stuff has kind of already been used. It's kind of interesting to see that the Flamberge has not found its way into the graveyard yet, because usually you bring back Flamberge with the Promethean Princess, but that one is still chilling there on the field.
Yeah, and it's not really necessarily looking like it's going to do something.
All right.
Graveyard effect, Ulcanix. Have we used Ulcanix?
Good question, honestly. I think we did. We searched the Kirin, right? I'm pretty sure we searched the Kirin.
Fair.
Okay, so linking off now the Flamberge and the Promethean Princess.
Smells like an Ember Whale here.
And it's very important that
Sunlight Wolf. Okay.
Uchena doesn't need to care about Nibiru since Impulse has been activated.
Oh yeah, that's true.
That's a very, very good point, yeah. Those niche restrictions by the Dominus cards, you need to remember those, because some people might just still be playing around Nibiru here, but there's actually no need. You can play the combo in the best possible way that you want, disregarding that Nibiru completely, because it just cannot be activated even if it is there.
I love the balancing on that card, to be honest, because this makes it just great. You know, there is certain drawbacks. You have to deck build your deck
efficiently, for sure.
Yeah, I love this.
I am absolutely on board with that. Okay, so we are linking off these two. Is this going to be IP Masquerena? It is indeed going to be that. So we did now lose our chance to actually bring the Flamberge back to the field to put it into the spell and trap zone. But I think our way of accessing the IP Masquerena in the graveyard is the card that we're seeing now here, and it is going to be the Amulet. And ooh, are we just going to bring out the card that is supposed to be for the Tenpai matchup, Kikinagi Fucho, for our own first turn? Of course, being a pretty good card just to say, hey, I am not going to lose the game next turn.
Actually, Flamberge in the beginning brought back the Popular to the spell trap zone.
Oh, okay.
If I remember correctly. So it has already done its job.
I like the play with the Fucho since now he's protected for one turn, and the follow-up that Uchena has, it's probably game the next turn.
Yeah, that's actually very, very smart what he did there. Over to Luca, and I think Luca has just picked up his Megalo for turn, and with all those monsters that he has there in his hand, that could be massive. Okay, Standby phase, Ponyx back to the hand. We know those shenanigans, but now back to the deck that got recent support, the deck that we may not know that much about just yet, and Luca is here for us, showcasing it to us in the round 7 featured match. What is he going to do?
I like that Uchena is now just playing with the camera and looking at his friends outside, because he has summoned the Kikinigagi Fucho in a matchup where I don't want to say doesn't belong, but it's very unusual to see that here. And it looks like it's going to win him the game. We haven't even started the turn of Luca, but I'm struggling to find a theoretical approach to play through this. But let's see what Luca can cook up here. Of course, if he manages to take out the field from Uchena and then set up a full field with Abyss Dweller and other cards, this could still work wonders for him. Now we're going to activate
the infantry. Yeah, we could technically target the field spell if we wanted to, but they could protect that. Oh, but there also is the Drolan Lockbird. Luca looking at his hand furiously. Does he have any way to extend through that? Luca picks up his cards. 1-1 the score. Uchena and Kikinagashi Fucho equaling the score, and so we are going to see a third game coming our way here. Whew.
Snake Eyes Fire King said, hey, with fire we can't win, let's go for win.
It's literally fire versus water.
Yeah, but the win cards won in the game. The rank 1 exceeds and Droll and Lockbird just ended this quickly, because I was just then remembering Pike is a very good start. If you get your Dragoons into the graveyard or somehow onto the field, you can go for a Dweller, and Dweller just basically takes away all of the resources. I'm very curious to see what Luca is going to set up here, because if he just ends on like a Toad and a Dweller, it's already going to be super difficult for his opponent.
It really, really is, absolutely. I was just missing the Happy's Featherstorm there, honestly, next to the Kikinagashi Fucho. That would have been the icing on the cake. But no, of course, Luca now going first. And the good thing with this Mermail deck, I personally think, is you don't even really need to side in any going first cards, right? Your deck is so crazy going first, so why would you need like additional cards like Skildrian or something? We saw, I think Uchena just sent that Skildrian into the graveyard with his zombie vampire. He's bringing in those additional cards going first because his combo is rather minimalistic, I want to say.
Yeah. Maybe some thrust targets.
Yeah,
actually,
possibly
maybe that, because that can like cheese you a game, you know, if you have a Dimensional Barrier versus Tenpai or a DDG versus a Fire King version.
Oh, also another good thing is in answer to Drolan Lockbird, because we just saw Drolan Lockbird hurts him, so there is crossout designators and Drolan Lockbirds in there, so I guess we're going to bring that in as well.
And also both Purulia and Fualos hurt the deck, so also Rush is a very good option for a Mermail pilot.
Yeah, but so we're probably keeping the Mulch Armies in then alongside the crossout designators, I'm assuming, just having one each to be prepared if the opponent is using them. Because if I'm looking at this, there is actually the card you were talking about is not in there. There's no Frosts in this, actually.
Oh, I thought there was no Cosmic Cyclone in there.
Oh, there is Cosmic Cyclones. I can make you happy at least with that. No, that is absolutely going to be in there. But yeah, that going first combo, if it does resolve, of course, is going to be incredibly good. And another card that hurts the deck a lot is, of course, the Dimension Shifter. That's not a card he has to be scared of here, though, because Fire King is equally scared of that card, so he's not going to bring that in all of a sudden. Some niche cards that have found some new love in the format right now that have been gone for a while. DD Crow, I saw that in a couple of lists, and I also see it in the side deck of Uchenna. Is that an option against Mermail? I'm just trying to think of a spot where you could use it.
If a Dragoons is being sent to the graveyard for cost, you can DD Crow it, yes, and then it is not in the graveyard anymore when it would try to activate. Thus, it won't.
Yeah, true. The good old Benton situation, right? I remember that from the Drytron days. They will tribute a Benton and we would go DD Crow so it doesn't activate. So yeah, if you want to prevent activating effects with that, works against higher deck seals as well.
I'm going even further. Dante mills for a cost. So if you hit a Gruff with Dante and you DD Crow it won't trigger.
All of that is true. Probably none of that going to be seen here, but we are going to hopefully see a great gameplay, gameplay-wise here for the third game. And yeah, another edition, of course, of Fire vs. Water. What are you at home thinking? What is going to be more successful this weekend? What is going to go deeper into the tournament? Is it going to be a Mermail strategy? Is it going to be a Snake Eye variant like the Fire King one we're seeing here? I want to say I think Fire King still definitely pretty far up there. You have your love for Mermail, Leo, so you're the deciding factor here?
All day Mermail.
All day Mermail, okay. Team Water has won. Let's see whether Team Water can win here in the feature match. Players are ready, game 3 as well, so let's go. I love how Uchenna has organized his cards in hand there. Is that going to make them better? I don't know, but let's see.
It's Exodia, right?
Oh, and look at that. I think Luca drew both crossout targets. I think he drew the Droll Lockbird and the Perulia there. Oh, or the Fuvalos even.
That looks like Ryan with Dragoon, so I think he's okay.
Okay, yeah, I guess that will do the trick for now.
And he has also an Ash Blossom in order to play around one from the Machalmis.
Oh, speaking of Ash Blossom and Joy Spring, though, that is Uchenna activating it.
Looking at the hand of Uchenna, I don't know if you guys can see this, but this kind of looks like there are 3 Ash Blossoms.
Oh my.
And the play set. We still get to search the Neptibus. Yeah. You Ash Blossom the Rhine thinking, hey, this was +1 for me, but there is no normal summon. Neptibus is being summoned here, and it is going to activate, going +1 for cost immediately. Can you even impermanence the rest? This looks like it is going to resolve, or did we perhaps just say, okay, you can pay the cost, and then I'm going to think a little bit about it. Shadow Squad is being activated. Neptibus is going to resolve. I think we're going to see the next Dragoons being added to the hand. Shadow Squad might summon out a Pike, and then this looks like it's about to be full combo.
This is a big wave lining up here. Water is definitely right now getting into the groove. Luca perhaps maybe going to perform his biggest combo of the match so far. Oh, yep, he just keeps on going. Uchenna also says, yeah, just keep the deck open, just keep on running. And what are we going to grab here?
That doesn't quite have a poker face here.
Yeah, for sure. I would agree. Discarding the Dragoons. Oh my. It's good to see those cards back, isn't it?
It is. I'm so hyped about this. Discarding them. Now, what are we going to search here? Are we going to search an Abyss Gun?
That's also another card where people are hesitant about whether to run it or not, and I see Luca is running 1 Abyss Gandhi in there. Yeah, that's true. Some like it, some prefer not to run it, but I actually go with Luca. I really like the card, honestly.
Me too.
I can confirm that. It is a very good option in the scenario like this.
Yeah. Sounds about right. So, or maybe it's not though. I think we have settled on the Gandhi now, but also the Dragoon Surge is going to come through now too. And what is that going to bring us?
Let's see how Luca gets to another level 4 on the field, because Rhine was already activated, so you can't tribute the Neptibus from the field anymore to special summon back the Dragoons from the graveyard and go into a profitable Bahamut Shark, just detaching material for cost, thus activating the Dragoons. You're searching for another Neptubus, which now just seems like follow-up, or do you have a way to discard it?
Maybe there's a Megalo waiting in hand. I don't know. He drew it 2 games in a row, so maybe another one here. We'll have to see. Luca, or he doesn't look as confident anymore, to be honest, right now. Oh, linking off here instead.
He has an extra deck too.
Yeah, yes. I'm surprised, but you are surprised by that. But yeah, there is Bicorella Anemone. Honorable Marince's card in his extra deck.
That lets you special summon one more water monster from the graveyard to the field.
Yep. Water Gang! Can you special summon something that discard Cyber Gang? That's what I wanted to say. And yes, there is a way to discard. You can summon out the Shadow Squad. Shadow Squad can discard and make all water monsters level 7. But how does that help you in this situation?
Okay, discarding the Gandhi. Gandhi is going to bring back... Are we going to bring back Pike? We are bringing back Pike. Okay, so that's a level 4 monster again. But now...
Is Pike once per turn? That is a big question here.
I mean, it's a pretty old card, so I wouldn't be surprised if it's not.
No, he actually is.
Okay, well, linking once more here, and there is now going to be the Mermail Abyssalacia coming out.
And I think this one only discards on the opposing turn, right?
Yeah.
Exactly.
So what are we trying to get to here?
Have we overcooked?
I think that was the hand motion. I think we're giving it over to Uchenna. And Uchenna couldn't be happier, honestly, because he's playing against Mermail, a deck that is supposed to create crazy fields, and all of a sudden he's just staring down that Mermail Abyssalacia plus a single Corral Anemone, which is actually quite good with its graveyard effect because it will generate follow-up too. But I don't think follow-up right now is the issue for Luca because he has enough of that.
There is a big choke point for the deck, and that is Abyss Rhine. If you stop them from using that, it is going to be tough to create the follow-up for the field because you want this level 7, you want the toys or the Megalo in some situations. In this one, a toys would change the complete game. You can discard Neptubus, summon back Dragoons, go for whatever you want. However,
oh my,
it wasn't there here.
You know what? I think Uchenna just drew that Poplar for turn, and that is not really the card you want to see because Poplar is the one you want to search, and rightfully so at the moment. It is sitting at a limited state in the TCG, and therefore picking up that one limited copy of it is not what you want to see, but there is Ash Blossom and Joy Spring on it, and usually Kirin is great with dodging interaction. It's not going to dodge that Ash Blossom and Joy Spring though, because it is still going to negate here. Impulse as well though on the Kirin.
Oh, that is, I don't think that is too big here. The Kirin wouldn't have done too much, I suppose. It's not being destroyed. You don't have a trap card in the graveyard, which is
no, it would
mostly done.
Because Kirin would be special summoned, and then he can make Hita, and there is an Ash Blossom on Lucas' board.
I mean, that would require him to have another fire monster.
He can bonfire to take
Fuvalos gets ashed here. Okay, we can use those ashes step by step.
Abyss Rhine.
Rhine was
and it was discarded for Fuvalos.
It is not Max C, Basti.
Yeah. Oh yeah, 2 per second. Yo, you guys are so right. I completely accepted the fact that he did that.
There is usually Bonfire is a crazy extender, but now Poplar is being limited to 1, and that changes the deck so much. He has used the normal summon already. Searches for an Oak, and Oak doesn't do anything. I forgot. I thought the Kirin was used to dodge an Ash Blossom, which obviously does not work. So I was confused by that too. But you can also, of course, destroy the Ash Blossom from your own hand and then go into Hita. You were right about that, Mike.
You can also activate first Bonfire to add Ash on or Rock, and then destroy Kirin. The Ash in the hand, special summon, make Hita, Princess, and then bring back the one that was destroyed.
Fair enough. So, over to Luca, it was enough! We were thinking, what kind of Mermail field is this? It did the trick against the Poplar here on the other side of the field, and there is another Neptubus. The Prince is back.
This is an up and down roller coaster of emotions. All these turns passed from Luca with a lackluster combo field, or sometimes not even a field whatsoever.
Yeah, no Promethean Princes for Uchenna, but the Neptubus Prince, the Atlantean Prince for Luca, and I think this Prince might be sealing the deal here. Going through his...
Are we going to send a Shadow Squad?
Yep, it is in the graveyards.
You just need damage on the field.
Yep, true. It's less than 5 minutes remaining on the round, so Luca definitely will have to take care of that. Mermail's combos tend to take a little longer, but there only is a Poplar on the opponent's side of the field. We do have to consider that there's also still Kieran in the hands, so definitely don't forget about that, because there is something which Shenna can do. Ash Blossom and Joy Spring now, though, on the Shadow Squad, I believe, right?
The third one in this duel. And Luca has forgotten about the Kirin once already in game 1. Will he do that again? I mean, he already has so many monsters on the field. It is tempting to just go battle phase and go for some damage. But Luca perhaps can go for something else. What does he have here? The Abyss Rhine is not being... Abyss Rhine. The Abyss Lacia can't be used here. Only on the opposing turn.
So are we trying to maybe go into Zilan? Oh, okay. I like this. I think we just declare our battle phase. Then he has to do the Kirin, because that is in the main phase only. And then we can think about stuff again. Like, then we can just reset our mind and be like, okay, now how do I deal with this? And one good way possibly to deal with this is linking into Zilantes, possibly. For a second I was like, how are we banishing those now? But that is going to be it's not Zilantes, it is the Mermaid King Napped Abyss instead. All the kings united now on the water side. That one's 2400. Luca trying to find a monster bigger than that Kirin. It looks like he's struggling with that, though, to be honest. He's going for his graveyard. How do we get over that Kirin? He passes it over. There's no way. Uchana is on it again. Norman summoning the Oak. He's in this. How?
Poplar is being summoned. Poplar is going to search out the next card.
There's
Original
no
Sinful Spoils. Can we get a Ponix? Now this has to be in super speed. Uchenna now channeling. He's laughing at the camera, but rather play. You have 2 minutes and 45 seconds.
Uchenna brings out the Flamberge, possibly.
He's already targeting cards when he hasn't even summoned a Flamberge
He cannot
yet.
target Prince, I think.
True, he can't target Prince, but he can target the Mermaid King Napped Abyss, right? Because only the monsters that are protected by the king.
Yeah, I think that's what he was asking before, pushing it back into the spell and trap zone. Uchenna all of a sudden in the lead. Who could have seen that coming?
2 minutes left remaining. Tributes away or sends away the Flamberge Dragon here for the original Sinful Spoils. Ponix is being summoned. You can summon back 2 monsters from the graveyard. Not if there aren't any. Yeah, and smiling into the camera, but you need the damage. 2 minutes, Uchenna. The Kirin is waiting. The Kirin is looking so angry at Luca. Wants to attack here, but the battle phase has not been entered yet.
Yeah, he's calm and chill, honestly. Uchenna doesn't even worry about it.
Chill. I'm super stressed out right now.
You are more stressed out than him for sure at the moment. Uchenna just casually resolving that Fire King Island there. Garunix it is. More and more monsters. I think he actually is setting up to go for the full 8,000 points of damage here. He wants to do it in style. He wants to finish the match before the timer runs out. He just actually wants to win it as he is supposed to. Oh, Kirin effect going to destroy the Prince.
And that is going to resolve.
Look at that. We link off these. I thought for a second we go for Fucho again here.
For dominance.
Nope, it's Hita though instead. Hita effect.
We know about the Ash Blossom. This can be Promethean Princess into the Ambler Whale. This would then be game 1 minute left. At this point, I'm still not really doubting that Uchenna is going to make it. Still, I'm super stressed out about this situation. There is... He's not going fast at this point. This is just regular pace.
He is the most chill Fire King player I've ever seen. Honestly, there's Flamberge back. That's so many attack points. Are we finally entering the battle phase? It looks like we are. Uchenna in the battle phase. Uchenna, match winner here with his Fire King Snake Eye deck. What a match that was.
Who was ever worried? Who was ever worried? This was a crystal clear win. Uchenna always knew it. He always believed. He was basically signalizing everyone to the camera. Every single thought he had, it was immediately telegraphed to the audience. I loved it.
He won that game by opening triple Ash Blossom and Joy Spring. How on earth?
And he wasn't playing with his Labyrinth.
Yeah, that is true. Let's analyze that turn. Was there really nothing our Mermaid player could have done? Because he just didn't find a way to out a Kirin. How?
It could have added Bemuli Glacier on the first turn. And then with Anemone bring back 1 monster, and then we have 5 waters in the graveyard, and then special summon Glacier to discard 2 cards from his opponent's hand.
Okay.
But of course, something that we have to tell is that the stream is very nervous.
Yes,
so
of
the
course.
players, you know, get blurred, get blackout. So it's very logical to not see every line.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, Uchera certainly was profiting off of that there, because I don't think he was having too high hopes after seeing the 3 Ash Blossoms in his opening hand there. So it is for this edition right now, Fire winning. Team Water, how's it looking at the moment, guys? Kind of sad over here.
Okay, so the problem was that Cosmic Cyclone wasn't drawn, okay?
Exactly.
Yeah, if he had drawn the Cosmic Cyclone that he definitely decided in going first, it would have been his game all the way. Luca would have won it, but that was, I think, the issue back there. But yeah, it was, never believed in Uchena in this game 3, to be honest. No offense, but this never looked like he had a chance.
Yeah, I can tell you though why Uchena actually was so chill about it, because Uchena, I remember him from making top 4 at the Austrian National Championship with Fluwanderees. I think Fluwanderees players, they just have that chill attribute, you know? Like they played their birds all the time. They were doing a million normal summons.
They have nothing left to lose.
yeah, exactly. No, they got used to the fact of just taking very, very much time to have so many summons and so on and so forth. So he's in the groove, and he won the game. So who could tell he's wrong, huh?
Was it a barrier statue wind nationals, or was it after the...
It was bad, yeah, it was bad.
Phenomenal.
Thank you.
For the elements though, Fire won the war, the battle, but not the war.
Fair enough.
The water will be back.
Yeah.
I'm not doubting that for sure.
We have multiple duelists in the tournament that are running Mermail, and they are rather talented. They are incredible combo players, so I'm hoping that we're going to see some on day 2. I'm guaranteeing that we're going to see a lot of Fire on day 2, especially because Tenpai is also on Fire.
Yeah, that is true, but also maybe the Sharks need to come in and help, you know, because of course Sharks received massive support in Rage of the Abyss as well. You're loving the Shark decks as well. Maybe Sharks are overtaking.
Armored Shark is an incredible combo piece
in Mermail. I know, but it's also a great deck in general itself. I hope we see some Sharks. I love Sharks.
I know. I mean, I have seen my Salomon grades, and therefore you are entitled to your Sharks. Which rogue deck, which deck that isn't really strong right now would you want to see, Mike?
To be honest, there are plenty of them. One of my personal choice, of course, would be something with dragons, because I really love Dragolink.
Tenpai.
Yeah, there you go. We found your deck. We found your deck.
Like, you know, the deck, the Prima Right one with the normal monsters?
Yes.
That's pretty cool. And I think that it can take people off guard. It is the same logic as the Joshua's deck with the Castillo and Fitzsmith.
Yeah.
Just make seal, maybe a seizure, and pass your opponent with 3 to 4 hand wraps.
Keep it simple, keep it simple. And actually, in fact, we did see people doing decently well with those primitive dragon decks in the back. So it's definitely going to be a thing we may be able to bring into the featured match stage in the later rounds. Of course, 2 more to go for today. We're not going to be on those anymore because our colleagues are going to be casting those. So already goodbye from the booth from our side. Bye. But now time to bring it over to our analyst, Alberto, and the winner, Uchena, of course.
Thank you so much, Seb. I'm here with Uchena, the winner of our round 7. First of all, congratulations.
Thank you, man.
I think it was a very close match, and I mean, a back and forth, let's say, especially after game 1. I think, you know, maybe you had some thoughts about it. So what were your emotions, you know, just in general, you know, coming to the future match area?
I mean, I was at feature match already at Nationals, not as big in Austria, but my opponent wasn't. We talked about it a bit before we went into it. And he was very nervous, like I noticed it the whole match, and I think it cost him something.
Yeah, no, especially because like I think that, you know, sitting at the future match area in general is not easy. You are in round 7, so you have already played quite a few matches, I would say. And especially playing like against, you know, Finsmith's Fire deck is not easy in general.
Yeah,
you know?
I mean, he had the, he won the die roll with his deck, which is huge for him. With his, what was he playing?
Yeah, the Mermail.
Yeah,
so
Mermail.
I mean, and I have the first highlights while you talk, so at least we can go through it.
Yeah, let's do it.
So, because like as you were mentioning, he plays Mermail, but then something happens, I mean, I guess, right? Because here the Borussia get activated, and but it kind of bricked, let's say, no?
Yeah, he bricked, obviously, but I don't know.
Yeah,
like,
something else happened.
I had the normal summon Olcanix, but I didn't want him to give him 2 draws, and at the time I didn't know what he was playing. Like I could play, but I didn't want to risk it, you know,
no,
like
but I
giving
think
too much draws.
Exactly, but I think it made perfect sense for you to just pass, because like in your mind is,
I had
you
two
didn't play a single
imperms
card.
in the hand.
Exactly.
I thought I can, like, if he rips something, I have two imperm, I can stop him. That was in my mind.
Exactly, and I think it makes perfect sense.
Especially if he couldn't play in the first turn at all. Yeah,
exactly. And in the second one I'd like to show you, I think there is a point in which, in this specific moment, I think he was going for the OTK, but he didn't realize the Kirin could get activated, right?
Yeah, he was going for it, but I wanted him, like, I didn't want him to make it as easy.
Yeah.
And he passed, and that's the first time that he, like, did fall to his nerves, in my opinion.
Yeah, and also, like, you could tell that maybe he was not super familiar with the cards, right? Especially because, like, we noticed that he was reading a lot of them.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think he was just making sure for himself, because he was, as I said, very, very nervous. And yeah, then he passed. He passed so often.
Yeah.
When he, I think, in my opinion, should not have. But yeah.
And in the third and last one for game one, there was a moment in which I think you tried, let's say, no, with the normal summon of the Drone Lock, because in that moment you just go for the Anima and taking the Glacier. Now we will say it.
Yeah. I just didn't give up as easy, and I mean, I thought I would have a whole nother turn, but I missed that when the Glacials is on field, that he don't get a battle phase. I missed that because the card was Italian, but yeah, I should have read it. Yeah.
This is actually the one for game 2, but we can already see that basically you start things off with the 1-for-1, and here it basically goes for the Porulia and the Impulse. And after that, so I mean, were you scared, like, when you saw them?
I mean, it was after I finished the combo. I realized how good it was that I hard drew the Garunix and could discard it, so it gets summoned from graveyard and he has one less draw. But yeah, the Dominus Impulse was something, but I had enough starters, luckily.
Yeah, and in the next one I'm about to show you, as you mentioned, I mean, I think you navigated through this quite well, I would say. No? So are you satisfied with it overall?
Yeah, like I gave him 2 draws, so yeah. For full combo, basically.
Yeah, especially like with the Fuku in general, I think it's very difficult to get rid of it.
Yeah, like I cannot die. It's meant to be for Tenpai, but basically, I feel like I could die technically, like piercing damage, but yeah, you feel safer.
No, especially because like there's the Megalo, which can attack multiple times, but with the Fuku you're just safe. You know? And after this one, there's basically the very last one, let's say, highlight of game 2. Which basically seals the deal for you, right? And I wanted to ask you before we see it now, what were you thinking entering into game 3?
I was very scared. I did put in as much hand traps as I could. Like normally I only side like 8 cards to have enough starters to beat his hand traps. But I screw it and I put all hand traps in because I was so scared from the hand trip, you know. Hand trip is kind of
and we can say it now that basically, I mean, there was a certain point in which, yes, I mean, this specific point in which he was trying with the infantry to get rid of it, but when basically you activated the Drone Lock Bird, I think he immediately realized that.
That sealed the deal, like on the spot. You like full board plus the roll is OP, especially against combo.
I mean, exactly, this was already too much, and I think when he looks at his hand, I mean, you know it.
My friends were over there, that's why I was looking to them.
And yeah, I mean, basically now you're entering into game 3. You were telling me you were a bit nervous because, of course, Mermel is a super explosive deck.
Yeah.
And he started things off with the Neptabis, which also we thought that it would have been scary, right? Because like from that, it could get even more crazier.
As far as I know, it's like 2 hand trips and 2 Omni negates on the end board.
Exactly.
And they cannot be targeted, if I remember correct. So yeah.
And also there's the Molten Glacier, which is insane in the deck. And the first light in game 3, honestly, I mean, there's the Hash being activated on the Poplar, plus the Impulse on the Kirin.
Yeah.
And basically there was a certain point in which you passed, and we thought maybe over for him. But what were you thinking in that moment?
Yeah, like I was only angry because I drew 3 Ash Blossom. Like,
yeah, exactly.
But that where his nerves again screwed him.
Yeah, because like basically I think there was a point in which I think also there with the Impulse, this is something that maybe won you the game, you know?
Yeah, I think this Impulse is kind of wasted.
Yeah, because basically later on in the second highlight that we are about to show you guys, basically you get to activate the Kirin and he has no way to get rid of it.
Of course, yeah.
Yeah. And basically from this moment on, you just manage to like advance into even further into this game.
Then my combo started.
Yes,
and, like
exactly.
the OTK is pretty strong in this
and
deck.
We can basically advance into the next and final highlight, just to show you guys, you know, how Uchenna basically sealed the game. And I think it was very impressive because, like, overall, I think after 7 rounds, you know, always being there and you know, competing. You know, I think I want to congratulate you. Like, first of all, you know, as you can see, I think you piloted the deck very well. And to make day 2, you need another one. So with an X, I mean, to make day 2 at least. Now you are in an X1 record, so almost there because like 2 rounds remaining for the day. But
X3s to day 2?
Well, I mean, you may have a chance, but like I think, you know, you may be even more confident advancing into day 2 with like an even better. But I think you have good chances, honestly, after saying this match.
Thank you.
So best of luck for the tournament. I hope to see you soon tomorrow.
Thank you.
Why not? And guys, thank you so much for watching. Back to Ed.
Very much. Now we are going to be right back very shortly with our next round, because apparently pairings are now live. The round is starting, so we'll be back very soon. In the meantime, we do have some extra videos to show you while we just wait, but it shouldn't be too long. So in the meantime, we're going to guess some cards and maybe we'll even show you a combo tutorial. Be right back.
Hi everyone and welcome back to the coverage for YCS Bologna 2024. I'm here joined by Alberto, but most importantly by Time Wizard, and that is because we are gonna go and take a tip down memory lane as we delve into some combos, and well, specifically we are gonna dive into Time Wizard 2010. And well, if for a lot of players April 2010 is considered to be, you know, a back and forth grinding Yu-Gi-Oh with no real combos, oh well, you will be wrong, because back in the day, and thanks to Quarter Century Bonanza, we are now able to enjoy some of these cards as we will in different rarities. There was a peculiar card, I would say, in the name of Substitute, which is an absurd card, and back in the day it was even crazier because it was not once per turn, but most importantly, as there was turn player priority, ignition priority, when you summoned the Substitute, you could, before your opponent gets a sensory response, activate the effect, and essentially that gave the deck just such explosiveness. And well, that card, just a few months later, with the release of Ronin Todin, would become probably the first or one of the first ever FTKs in Yu-Gi-Oh! That would win not only the European Championship, but even the World Championship. But even in April 2010, the deck had a lot of potential. And if you've ever played this kind of Time Wizard tournament, which you can do this weekend as well in YCS Bologna, you know that there are a lot of more slower decks. For example, Monarchs are very popular, but today I want to focus on a deck that a lot of players call Dream Frog, and that is because the deck does so many things. It can do a lot. It's very fun. It's my personal favorite at the moment to just enjoy. So I'm gonna use Alberto to just you know, teach him teach him some combos, because I think he needs some. So if we jump back into action, as we mentioned, the star of the deck is this beautiful Quarter Century rare Substitute. Essentially, the idea of this deck is that you want to get access to this card as fast as possible. Usually in this format you have obviously the free copies and the 1 copy of 1-for-1 to also get it, but players have found, you know, different ways to access this card. And another one which is quite funny to me is that you can use your Swap Frog to actually send to the graveyard the Substitute and then recover it with Salvage. So this is also a way that this deck can operate, and essentially again the idea is you can play a few Monarchs, but you want to get to Substitute. And why is that? Well, you can do a lot with Substitute. As anyone who has played the Time Wizard knows, as long as you have any other monster on the field, you can start using the effect and just go on an infinite feint, just using all the frogs in your deck. So, for example, you have a tree burn, you can tribute the tree burn and keep on filling your deck up by sending more and more frogs to the graveyard to just fill your deck. And then the good thing is that by doing so, you enable cards like Pot of Avarice to essentially be completely free. As long as you have a monster next to it, you can just keep on tributing monster and using Pot of Avarice for free, which again is a great advantage of the deck. But most importantly, something that you can do with a card that is forbidden nowadays as well is this little guy, Fishburg Blaster. This card is absolutely insane. What it allows you to do, first of all, it's a tuner, but you can only use water monsters to synchro summon it with. By discarding a card, as long as you control a level 3 or lower monster, so this is all good, you can keep on bringing it back. So essentially, if you can get access to this card and you just have a substitute, as long as you have cards in your hand, you can just bring out your frogs and then discard cards from the end to just bring back the Fishburg, and this keeps on giving you cards for substitute. So essentially, the Fishburg turns your cards in hand into cards on the field. But what are we going to do with that, Alberto? Well, back in 2010, things were a little different. And I'm going to introduce you guys to a couple of friends, which are Armory Arm and Colossal Fighter. Some good old, fan favorites. And the thing is, back in the day, there was an interesting ruling where if you read Armory Arm, you would think that you equip it to your own monsters, it makes them stronger, you attack over your opponent, you deal some damage, that's great. Well, that's not how the card was always used, because turns out you can actually equip Armory Arm to your opponent monsters. And what that does is that if you crush your monsters into it, the effect still goes through, so you deal damage equal to whatever you've crushed. And, well, Colossal Fighter is a sneaky little card that when it's destroyed by battle, keeps on coming back. So basically what you can do, as long as your opponent has at least a 1900 attack monster, if you have these two cards, this back in the day was an OTK because of the ruling, so you would equip this to your opponent, keep on crushing.
And you could see more of that combo tutorial coming up very soon after our round 8 feature match, which we have here live for you at the YCS here in Bologna. In front of me, I have Francesco Simoncelli and Jole Arcudi, who are ready to jump straight in. Gentlemen, we're going to do a high roll to see who goes first. So who would like to roll first? Okay, Francesco and Jole, that's Snake Eyes there. Okay, are you going to go first? Okay, Francesco is going to go first. I'm going to hand you guys back over to your wonderful commentary trio who are going to take you through our penultimate feature match of the day here at YCS Bologna. Gentlemen, take it away.
And of course, it has to be the penultimate indeed when you are talking about Ed. But it's round 8 we are in, and we have a special one for you guys. As some of you might have recognized one of the two duelists, Francesco, obviously with a bit of more on turf advantage, although they're both Italian. Former World Championship participant, and of course one to be reckoned. But most importantly, they are both playing some interesting decks, I would say, because Francesco is one of those duelists who is also pretty much fascinated with going back in time a little bit, as he's playing Orcus cards. We could say the OG Fiendsmith combo, right? Where you just go. Unfortunately, no Mermaid is available, but still, the deck is definitely powerful. We have a lot of tools back from the Forbidden Limited list, so I'm excited to see it. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I mean, as you say, back in the day, it was basically like Orchestra. 2 monsters, Mermaid, and then off you go. But not quite so powerful anymore, but still got a lot of tricks up its sleeve. I'm really sad you can't play it with the Fiendsmiths, because it locks you into dark monsters. But yeah. Here we go. There are some very cool-looking combos. There are some exciting cards in his extra deck, so I'm very excited to see what happens.
Absolutely. But on the other hand, to ruin his plans, we could say, we have the one and only Runic deck to rule them all, as we are facing off against a Runic stun version. So, I mean, the usual deal, obviously playing with what's left and a few of those, you know, skill drain, rivalry, and so on. So obviously the game plan here will be an interesting one, because when we are losing the die roll, especially against a deck like Orcust, I think game one especially will be down to some mind games, because I would think none of the two are expecting what the other is playing. So I really want to see what's going on. But I think without further ado, we want to see some Orcust combos, as Francesco has won the die roll. So let's go to game one. Here they are. I know which card you're waiting for, Tom.
Yeah? Which one's that?
It's a card that draws additional cards, let's say. From the extra deck, I mean, from Francesco. Did you forget already? Okay.
Draws from the extra deck?
Oh, no, guys.
What card does this?
Nah, guys. No. I can't believe this. he has been talking about the card for a while, but okay. Let's pretend. Oh, but talking of combos, there you go. There you go. Set one pass. Wow. Okay. Yeah, you can see Francesco smiling. Definitely not happy about this one. Oh well.
Oh, and he's getting the rough new. I mean, not quite yet, because this could still be anything, right?
Yeah.
But you don't really want to have a hand of 5 that can't do anything against a Runic stun deck. But they will give you a turn to get back on your feet, and an extra card to get back on your feet.
Okay. So, oh, wow. One day, yeah, that's...
One day of peace followed by a dimensional feature. The least peaceful.
Now he knows. So, if he didn't know, now he definitely knows. And I guess this wasn't the best opener, because at least we prevented, you know, the fountain. But let's see if Francesco can pick up some of his engine. This feature is actually really annoying for Orcust.
Yeah, I think it's really, really annoying, isn't it? Because he's running the Horus engine as well. So
yeah, rough.
And he does not have like the Arpus Feather Duster as well.
And I think he just passed back.
Wow.
I mean, he couldn't really do much last turn anyway, but he's got to see 2 fresh cards, courtesy of the One Day of Peace and his normal draw.
And a pass back too. All right. That's the pace of this one.
It's proper Time Wizard Yu-Gi-Oh! This.
Absolutely. Our little buddy on the table is enjoying it.
I mean, Ed mentioned the penultimate duel. I want to see what is the penultimate Time Wizard tournament. We have the ultimate Time Wizard, but...
yeah, let's run that.
He's been sort of slow rolling these Runic spells, because he could have used that last turn if he wanted, but maybe he thought the card in his hand was too valuable to discard.
Makes sense. And we are actually giving up on our desires, it seems. Wow. I mean, I guess you didn't have the space to activate it, but he's really debating between this one. And in the end, he gives up. Okay, another Ash from Francesco, though.
I don't like this column. It's making me worried. But I suppose Imperm would have happened rather than Ash Blossom.
There is a world in which we have banished all the fountains.
That would be a very bad world, yeah.
Francesco is really happy, but let's see.
He hasn't looked at the banish power yet, has he?
Not yet.
No.
Not yet.
He doesn't even need to look, you know?
All right. Confident man.
Maybe we'll see a sort of, you know, other player decks out the...
Pass back.
The Runic deck.
Okay, now he does.
Now it's about time.
And I see I found 2, and I think I see 2. I'm pretty sure I saw another one.
One for sure.
how do you win?
Good question.
Oh, well, we're going to get aggressive.
That's how you win, Tom.
Normal summon the Rainbow Magician. But like once your opponent has no cards on the field, it starts to become really difficult to activate Runic cards.
Yeah.
Especially if your extra monster zone is full.
I'm not too sure, but I'm pretty sure I did see 2 fountains in there, so... Ooh, a super polymerization is the first real card activated by Francesco in this duo. Definitely
yeah,
an interesting start.
This is really weird, isn't it? These aren't the cards you expect to be dealing with, I suppose, as the Runic player.
And yeah, we just played the Mud Dragon control, which is actually quite strong against Runic.
I was thinking that too, like,
yeah,
untargetable.
That's we're riding the Dragon to
That's a
victory.
win condition.
Yeah,
because there's a Gozen match being set. Not sure.
How do you deal with it?
I mean, he has got a scrubbed raid in his hand, which will, you know, but it requires him to give up a card every turn to end the battle phase.
Okay, I guess we're special summoning something.
You can summon Jerry, but that has to, it targets, I don't know if it has to be sent to the graveyard as well.
Yeah, it does. Also, yeah, stats-wise, it doesn't quite cut it, so...
Oh, but he's using his scrubbed raid, so once a turn you can send a card you control to the graveyard to end the battle phase. Oh, you know what he can do?
Fraki?
Oh, maybe he didn't banish both fountains.
Because Fraki would have been an interesting one, being 2000 attack at less, but...
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, are you really using your extra deck in this deck? That's the thing.
Yeah, it seems weird. He must have that in his extra deck.
Does he? Yeah, I think so. Yeah,
there's 3 of them.
Yeah. But I guess, yeah, this also works.
I think we were getting too excited. I think the fountain has been added, so...
Yep.
Francesco just, I guess, got to sit back. I feel like you just don't put any cards on the field against Runic, because you just give them targets.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. I mean, it's still kinda soon to tell, but at some point I think Francesco will also have to realize what his game plan is in terms of, am I winning this one, and do I really want to go into time against the Runic deck later on down the line, you know? Because it still looks like this could be somewhat winnable, but it definitely seems tough. And if you end up losing this in like 20 minutes down the line, you really risk just losing to Mugen in game 3. So, I don't know.
Yeah, this is very neat though. Why not? Does the Scrub Raid have to be activated during the battle phase?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, but I mean, switching off the Dimensional Fissure here could give him a turn to make some plays.
For sure. This is big. And here we see one of the first synergies, Joelle reading the Orcus cards. Orcus Nightmare it is.
Wow, look at his face down. He's got Gozen Match and Grave of the Super Ancient Organism. I don't think either of those are really going to cut it. It's quite funny. The Mud Dragon is water,
I was about
you can
to
change it to a dark.
Because you could use it, but then, yeah, the effect is actually there. That's funny.
He's going to have to achieve a lot this turn while he is free from the Dimensional Fissure.
Yeah, we don't know the last set, I guess. Huh?
I think it's Grave of the Super Ancient Organism.
It's not too bad, I guess. Because I was thinking Dingirsu is obviously really good as a way, even through Gozen Match, to clear threats, but I guess that could be a way of preventing it, of preventing some of the interactions from Francesco. But the Unseen Organism doesn't do all that much against this deck, maybe. Because it doesn't affect, it's only on field, right? pretty sure.
Yeah.
So yeah.
You know, stopping the Horus monsters from using their effects on the field is not super important.
Yep. So
it's a Gozen match here to prevent any more Horus monsters from hitting the field. But as we all know, Orc is very focused on using just one type. Oh, sorry, one attribute even, which is Dark. Since any of the graveyard effects of the Orcus monsters mean you can only summon Dark monsters for the rest of the turn from the extra deck.
And yeah, this is a lot. I think he potentially just has it, doesn't he? Because I mean, Dingirsu can clear whatever at some point.
Yeah, I guess there's a lot of possible options, because if you want to win the game this turn, then you have to deal with the Scrubbed Raid.
Yeah.
But going forwards, you might want to get rid of the Dimensional Fissure, but then you don't know what the last set is going to be.
Yeah, of course the last set is relevant, but only for mind games. Like in reality, it shouldn't really have an impact if it is the organism.
I'll hold it too. It's going to come in clutch by preventing the Imseti from attacking for 3,000 damage.
Yeah, it could.
Yeah. Here comes Galatea. Wow, this is really bringing me back to seeing full Orcust.
I mean, the engine is still good. It's obviously tough sometimes to, you know, find a proper version of the deck that can play around a lot of what the other meta decks are offering, but as a core, it's still good.
Yeah, it feels like it's very strong into John Lockbird in particular, which is a very popular card at the moment.
Okay. Here comes the Dingirsu, and this is a big decision from Francesco. What does he want to get rid of? Is he going for the OTK? Or does he even want to clear a Gozen? Is there a universe? I don't think so.
Yeah, surely not clearing Gozen match.
Yeah, you lock yourself anyway, so like it doesn't really matter.
He would lose his Mud Dragon, which would be sad, but maybe he's just going to attach. Yeah, from the damage pile.
Fair enough.
Seems unlikely. Francesco has got a Topologic Bomber Dragon in his extra deck, but not the Trisbana.
No.
Would be devastating against the Runic stun, banishing all the spells and traps. So getting rid of that Scrub Raid means it's kind of more aggressive, wants to see if he can put the 8,000 on the field.
I do like this. We can bring more back, boost the attack of something. Not quite sure which one we are targeting.
Just not the Imseti.
Yeah. It's gonna happen.
Yeah, it's gonna happen. It's on the World Wand, maybe. Oh, Gizmek. Oh,
that's
another
one.
Ooh, yeah,
that's another one that loses to it.
He's going to be banishing his own deck as well. Going to help with the Runic stun in its goal.
I think we are entering. No. Okay.
Oh, he targeted the Imseti for the extra attack. Does he have any rank 8s he can use under the... Oh, he has Zombie Vampire.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, what do we bring back? All right. Smaller one at least. And it's flipped now though. Okay, of all moments, I guess probably we enter battle phase, I
Yeah.
want to assume, because... Yeah.
Does it prevents things from attacking? Or
Yeah,
does
yeah, it prevents things, that's why you...
So you have to use it before
yeah, I
the
mean,
attack is
it
declared.
was never getting... It was, I guess, never getting attacked by Yugen, on the Yugen, but yeah, why not? And this gives him another turn. Most likely, unless there is some surprise from Francesco. But, I mean, the only cards left were the Fountain and the Trader. I don't remember.
Yeah,
that
was
is
a
it
card
Trader?
scanner.
Yeah, card scanner, yeah.
I mean, it's not irrelevant, the card scanner,
No,
because
no.
you call spell, and a lot of the time you're probably going to hit a runic spell.
Yeah.
You do start to run out of spell and trap card zones, though. So if you were like running through the list of continuous traps, what I mean, Grave the Super Ancient Organism seems like one that I wasn't expecting to see.
In the main deck, at least, yeah.
So I was wondering, do you think there's other ones? Or do you think we're starting to run low now as more and more of them get limited or forbidden?
No, I would agree with you. It seems a bit extreme to me, but I guess it's not the worst, depending on what you expect. Like, it's decent against Tempai. At least it can give you a turn, and yeah, even against like Fire King it can be okay. It's obviously not the greatest, but yeah, I'm not an expert. You can ask Alberto probably on this kind of thing.
No, I mean, like, I miss them, honestly, but being at one,
Okay.
but slowly, I think we're just losing them, and also losing the possibility of me playing them, which, you know. But yeah, I mean, now plays back to Joel. Let's see if he can find any runic cards.
Yeah, Judge just pointing out, I think the Mud Dragon changes back at the end of the turn, so I don't really know if you have to send the Mud Dragon or you can choose to keep border, but I mean, you're never keeping the Mud Dragon anyway, so
it's gone. And yeah, as mentioned, we do start with the scanner.
It's a really powerful draw for Gio. It looks like a runic in his hand, so I don't think the runic has to resolve. I mean, it's not going to resolve right with the SP, but it will put your choice of runic spell, which I think has a tip or something on the bottom. But maybe he's not going to get to use the scanner.
We're interacting now.
I guess you have to do it now to get rid of the scanner, if you want to get rid of the scanner.
Like, do we not get rid of Fountain instead?
That would make more sense to me.
Yeah. I guess. Yeah. I think that's just straight up the plan, but because you also have the SP to protect from like a possible freezing curse on the Girsu.
Yeah, you'd have to chain it to the Runic Fountain activation, right? Because it's one of those things that doesn't destroy in the same chain. But you are right. It makes a lot more sense to me to...
Yep, let's see if he gets punished by this, or maybe he's holding the counter trap, I don't know.
Or the Ash.
Yeah, there it is, okay. Crescendo. And yeah, that's pretty much game over. So very well execution by Francesco, who kept his composure, and although he passed, I guess this time around he was happy to find out that he was up against Runic Stun, because probably every other deck would have just straight up destroyed you. So you can afford to brick against such a slow deck.
Yeah, so I mean, if you're playing Runic Stun, you think you get that kind of start, and don't take the game. It's got to be a bit of a knock to the confidence. But maybe he was like, oh, this is not a deck I was prepared for.
And
so
you can see it. There it goes. So about 20 minutes are what's needed for Francesco to take this one home. And now it's a lot complete different match, I feel like. Because once you have the knowledge, I mean, I'll ask you guys what the side deck looked like, but in general, you can really tailor your deck better for a matchup like Runic Stun. So what are we expecting from Francesco?
I mean, he has the Cosmic Cyclone for sure, and there's also, I think it's been very popular this week in the deck Lockdown, no?
Yeah.
But I mean, in general, I'm still not sure why he's not playing the Arpis Feather Duster. Maybe it was not just filling.
8, I guess.
He's also playing the Graves. That's great.
The Duster in particular, as we were mentioning in the Labyrinth match, like against Runic, they have a very good answer to it. Just any Runic spell or trap.
Yeah.
I also think Centurion is picking up in popularity, and one of the things they have is the Centurion Auxilla prevents your face-up spells and traps being destroyed by card effects. So between things like Runix and Centurion, maybe the Duster loses a little bit of value.
Yeah.
And let's see on the other hand, though, Joelle going first maybe has some more hate, you know, like the Solemn Judgments, if he really feels like it. He has the Amano Iwado, like maybe for some specific matchups as well, because like he has the Spectre Border in the main deck, maybe sometimes just adds them up just in case. I think in general, like even though you're not super sure of what the Orcos deck does, I mean, I think he has seen that he's a combo deck, he plays with the Graveyard, and there's the Dingirso, which is like super annoying to play with. So I guess like if he really feels like he can side in the Solemn Judgments and the Amano Iwado if he has space, but you know.
Yeah, because like Amano usually is much better for going second than for going first, so it's unsure. But yeah, he's gonna have to tailor his deck. But as you mentioned, none of the two were expecting the other deck, so it's tough to improvise. And I'm pretty sure he had no idea what the Orcus cards did in the first place. So you know, it's tough to adapt. And at least he has this game one where he can really understand what went, because pretty much his opponent went through the entire engine. So. If you're a quick learner, you can try and adapt sometimes on the spot. So we'll see how that goes, but I think it's a very important match as they are both on a X11 score. So ending day one with 7-1-1 is really, really good. But if you lose another one, I'm pretty sure you have to win out, because I'm expecting 9 wins, 1 draw and 2 losses to be probably safe for top cut. But anything lower would be risky, so yeah, this is the spot that these two guys are in, but I think they are almost done, so we can jump right back into action for game 2.
One card I'm seeing in the side deck is Tyrant's Tirade. That's a very old card. You contribute 2 monsters, and then no one can activate effect monsters anymore. So that seems like quite a powerful effect. I'm not sure how easy it is for the Runic deck to actually just get 2 monsters to tribute. So it seems like quite an investment. But here we go with the Runic tip once more.
Yeah. Yeah. The only issue about Tyrant is that it doesn't stop effects in the graveyard. Mm-hmm. And so against Orcus specifically, still leads to a lot of advantage going on, and then they can just attack with everything. So it's an interesting card, but definitely on the nichier side. Oh, and this is a solid start. Obviously, we didn't want to banish all of our fountains, but solid start.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, starting with tip is always the best card in your deck, followed by, I can see a Solemn Judgment. Like, this is a very good start. And then that Grave of the Super Ancient Organism back again. Obviously, he's decided it is useful against the Horus cards. Is he not going to try and draw something with his fountain?
Apparently not. Okay. Definitely an interesting decision.
Maybe just holding the runic spells for their sort of full effects rather than just summoning a monster you're not going to use.
Yeah, that's understandable, but at the same time, when you're playing so many continuous trap, I feel like, and even like 3 copies of Dimensional Fissure, it's pretty good to get those, especially because you can then draw again during your opponent's turn. So I don't know, that was a little questionable, but as you can see here, Fissure would have been amazing. And okay, we are going to the casino. Let's see.
I'm definitely with you, and drawing last time would have been great. But yeah, here it comes.
Let's see what we are getting. This could be a dangerous game if we hit some Arcusts. And wow, okay, it is the sarcophagus. That's fun.
And he's going just for 2?
I guess so.
I guess this is like slightly more conservative into a potential Ash Blossom, because if you run out of runic spells and then you're denied your draw, then you might kind of be stuck for the next couple of turns, where if you kind of like pace it a bit slower, then instead you can try and activate it more times.
Well, yeah.
I mean, Francesco's thinking about it, right? So, yeah.
Or like you have, like last turn you activated Tip and Desires and you didn't see an Ash, so
that's true.
I mean, now we normal summon the ARP, and yeah, as expected, we do see a read. So we are holding Grave Solemn and a runic spell. So
I think the runic spell is Destruction.
Yeah.
So that's just an attack, it looks like. So perfect news for Giol. Marcello just looking at me if I pronounced that name correctly.
No. Absolutely not. It was perfectly pronounced. Giol is,
Is that how you say it? I don't.
Yeah. I mean, we've mentioned in your Tommaso nowadays.
Exactly.
So, you know. Okay, nothing great. Banished off the top from Francesco's deck. And actually this was not the best, because although the crescendo effect on field is usually the most relevant one, it also has an engrave effect, which can be pretty useful to just get an additional resource. And typically you can't use it during your opponent's turn, because you can only use one of the two. But if they destroy it, as in this case, it basically means that Francesco can search whatever. And the funny thing is you can actually search any dark machine. So some people back in the day were citing like a Jinzo in there. that could have been a fun way to, you know, shut down these traps from his opponent.
Yeah, not irrelevant against this deck at all, but doesn't deal with runics and it doesn't deal with Dimensional Fissure.
Yeah. And you see, the fissure was there, so if he would have used it, he would have picked it up a turn earlier.
Just going for 2 at a time. And Francesco definitely like looking like he has an Ash, so maybe going for 2 at a time is the right way of doing it. But maybe he's just bluffing.
Just looking like he's picking up everything, yeah. I mean, okay, I guess the time is a concern, as we were briefly mentioning before. 90 minutes, it's still quite comfortable to play it out, but it was like, I'm not going anywhere in this game. Might as well save the time, and yeah, can't blame him. And yeah, the score is tied, and now it all comes down to this final game. The plan is pretty clear, although I really, we didn't get to see Francesco combo properly going first, so I want to see if he doesn't break this time around, not jinxing, what he wants to go for. Obviously this could look quite different, as he's facing a very peculiar deck, but yeah, what do you guys think the plan could be?
Well, I've had a little peek at his extra deck, and one card that stood out to me was the Topologic Bomber Dragon. So that can interrupt your opponent multiple times in a turn, because every time a monster is summoned to where it points to, it destroys all the other monsters on the field. But against Runic, that's pretty much irrelevant.
Yeah.
So I don't know, he's going to have to come up with something on the spot, maybe. I can't really see what else. I mean, the Dingirsu itself is quite a powerful card to play during your opponent's turn, if you can do that, to send maybe a Runic Fountain to the graveyard. And I really want to see that Giant King coach trainer.
Ah, now he knows. Okay. Yeah. I agree with you. I guess the plan is probably just draw as many cards as possible with your engine, so that you can access those, you know, Cosmic Cyclones from the side deck. If you're able to shut down the fountains, you are in a really good spot. And Crescendo is really annoying going first for the deck, so yeah, seems like that could be a way to play this game out and grind. But you're obviously not gonna face anything going first. I don't think there is any interruption from the deck on the other side, right, in terms of entraps or anything like that. So
I did see maybe a sneaky Ghost Sister and Spooky Dogwood coming in.
It's there. Yeah.
I mean, the spookiest.
It's one of those cards where, like, if your opponent plays it on you, it can be quite difficult to figure out exactly how much life points you can give unless you've like practiced with it a lot, because you need to know how many turns and how much time it's going to take you to end the game. If you go like and do your full combo and then, you know, give your opponent 30,000 life points or something silly, you know, you might not actually be able to close the game out even if you look like you're in a completely winning position.
Yeah, but let's see whether that will be the case as they are done with their side decks. Only one duel remains to find out the winner of round 8. Okay, trying to get a glimpse. Okay, we do have the sarcophagus. At least we are improving from game 1.
That is straight into a coach trainer, isn't it? That gets you 3 level 8s at the drop of a hat.
Of course we are.
That's 1. That's 2. And discard 1 more. Go on. Yes. Here we go. Good thing as well, it puts you ahead on life points, the coach trainer. Well, assuming you draw at least 1 monster. One of the few cards in the game you can only activate thrice per turn. Has that in common with the Pearly XYZs.
Save it for the quizzes, Tom. All this trivia for free. Yeah. And yeah, there it is.
In defense. I think you just got to put it in attack mode. I've never really got that.
No,
you know,
nah, look at the... Come on. Look at the bats. It's not meant to be in defense. But yeah, this is great. Insane pushes back in the day.
Oh, you're reading this thing. Like, does it really do that?
Yeah, it does.
You just draw 3 cards. I'm playing the runic deck, you know.
Yeah. Looks pretty confused, but
very nice interaction, honestly, this from Francesco with the King's Sarcophagus as well, gathering of one of his Orcus and send the harp to the graveyard. And then once again here using the Coach King and other
dealing some damage, and yeah, that's just...
What sent the harp to the graveyard?
I think he went for and yeah, I was confused as well because the Nightmare, it seems like, was discarded, but
you have to banish the Nightmare.
Yeah, I thought so as well.
Yeah, you're right.
Did he send it from his deck or his hand?
No, because he discarded the Nightmare for the
King's Sarcophagus.
King's Sarcophagus effect. And
I think he just sent it with King's Sarcophagus.
I think so. I think he might have made a small...
There's no weird synergy that Harp Horror is somehow a Horus card.
No.
Okay.
But then I guess, did he activate it twice? I'm not sure, but I guess so. And we can now keep,
Anyway, here comes some nice Orcus combos.
Yeah, into the crescendo as we were expecting.
I suppose John knows that no Cosmic Cyclones were picked up from the coach trainer, but still could have been some in his opening hand. He's got two level 7s on the field now, so can he make a rank 7 maybe? No, I think maybe the judge just picking up something, or they asked a question about how the harp went to the graveyard.
Yeah. So that's yet another face down and passes.
Can Dingisu not just stop something being destroyed?
Yeah.
Am I remembering the effect wrong?
Yeah. Just the touch one, right? And I think, I'm not sure if he read it. Yeah, he's gonna read it now. I mean, again, it's one of those things where all match you have only witnessed an effect by Dingisu. This has never came up, but unfortunately, yeah, he does that too.
Yeah, that's a real setback though, because every runic spell can potentially draw you 3 cards. Can push into an Ash or a Crescendo.
And does this resolve? It does. Okay. Not using Crescendo here.
Is that a tip for a third time?
Yeah. What do you think? Would you have Crescendo the Desire?
I don't think so. I think you can just Crescendo the... Can you Crescendo effects, or do you have to Crescendo activations?
You mean of the Yugin?
No, I'm just thinking you just save it for a fountain, because it banishes the card.
Once it resolves?
I don't know. I don't know.
Right?
But
usually you can't with these kind of cards, but let me check. Yeah, no, you cannot.
But you just do it on the fountain and then get down 1 fountain. Because this could very well be the last fountain. It banishes the card too, right? So this could be the end of the fountain trains.
Okay, we set before
and then
activating the card.
This is the end phase. Is he just trying to gain 1,000 to go ahead in life points?
Which he's not gonna do because he's down 1,600. So
because there were 2 monsters, yeah.
And what? What?
Just preventing the life points are all important. It only does 1,000, right? There's no...
Yeah. I mean, it has the targeting protection as well, but like, not now, because like...
Maybe Francesco didn't realize he's up.
Yeah.
Would be more than 1,000 difference. But like, he has so much going on right now.
I have no idea. But
he can just like make a Dingisu with two level 8s as well, the old-fashioned way.
We have a skill drain hiding in there.
But skill drain doesn't protect you from just being attacked. It can do quite a lot of damage.
Does not. But it drains the skill.
It does. You need Mystic Mind for that. No attack, no skills.
Ooh, and we have the Cosmic from the side deck. That's huge. But as mentioned,
was you can prevent other cards from being targeted?
I think it was only runic cards. Yeah, no, it's only runic cards. Pretty sure.
I guess you can just put Dingisu over Galatea anyway. Probably easier than two level 8s.
Here comes Babel.
So much action for Francesco. He's got everything his deck could offer in his hands.
And here comes another Dingisu.
I mean, you kind of have to play the freezing curses, otherwise you lose your dimensional fissure, but I don't know what difference it makes.
Okay. This seems almost done. Is it freezing or is it destruction? I'm not sure, but I guess
destruction would be even worse.
Yeah.
Learning the hard way about Dingisu's protection.
Regardless, yeah. That's done. We only have one more. Runic. Yeah, he's counting the attacks, and this seems like mission impossible. Taking it.
Where's a, quaking mirror force when you need one?
Oh no, it was Slumber. Yeah, he's just looking at it. Yeah, once again, I think Girso is there to protect all of Francesco's monsters. And I think, yeah, he's soon realizing that he can just punish, but that's not really taking you there, right? And that's it. Francesco takes it 2-0, or rather 2-1, but yeah, what an impressive match. Really back and forth one, especially in game one. We had the weirdest of starts with both players, I think, passing back and forth a couple times. But I mean, maybe the experience at the future match table showed off for Francesco. And yeah, he took it. Orcus is still with a very comfortable score, looking good into making the 2.
Yeah, I mean, truly very unique. Not even something that was on our radar at all.
No.
Completely, a deck out of, I don't even know when it won its last YCS, but quite a few years prior to this. And to the extent that, again, like old decks is something that people might not necessarily remember. I mean, there's playing the new decks and hoping people don't know the cards, but also if you pick out an old deck that, obviously people like us who have been playing the game for forever know, but a lot of people may have started way after the Orcus deck was popular, so you're going to have that surprise factor as well.
Yeah, maybe Calafan off under the radar for a while, but I think the deck is very consistent, and I also like the fact that he's piloting it in a very fashion way. He has the super poly as well, which is quite unexpected. He has the skill drain, and I think the deck is super consistent, and it pushes a lot. It puts a pot of pressure into your opponent, and you can afford to play hand traps. And once again, I think is one of those decks which if you're not super familiar with, because I think it's been at least 5 years. It was maybe 2019 when the deck was around. If you're not super familiar with the deck, at the end of the day, you may be struggling with it, right? Especially because, we saw, although Joelle was playing, kind of a more stun deck, at the end of the day, Francesco knew what he had to do in order to beat the deck, and the Dingirzo alone, I think it's just too strong. Yeah,
it was quite sneaky with that protection effect at the end there. Not that it mattered too much, probably, but yeah, across the board, I think it still is an interesting engine. Obviously, it's gonna line up better against some decks. I can see it working out pretty well against Tempai, for example. The protection also can come in handy there, and against other decks, it has to be seen. Obviously, the shifter seems still to be quite a big issue for it. And I guess Francesco has just found a way to adapt, and probably, as we should get a chance to ask, just have fun with one of his favorite decks and, just tailor it for the format. He has the home turf advantage, as though almost half of the field does. So that's not too much of an advantage, I'd say. But yeah, overall though, congrats to Joelle. He's still with a pretty good score. As mentioned, we are expecting, the 9 wins, 1 draw and 2 losses to be kind of like the score that should guarantee you a spot in the top 64. So they are both still in contention for that. But we have one more round to be played today to find out who this duelist advancing to day 2 will be. But before we move on to that, we want to hear it from Francesco, the winner of round 8, and let's hear it from the post-match analysis.
Here we are with Francesco Simoncelli winning with the Horus Orcus strategy here. Congratulations, man. What makes you play this deck here today?
I decided to play this deck only because it have a good matchup versus Tempai.
Okay.
And it's the most representative deck in the YCS.
Yeah, there's a lot of Tempai players for sure.
A good call. And versus all this random decks like Runic, all Horus engine is really good.
Yeah, the Horus engine is insane, you're right. Okay, so we're going to look at a couple of highlights and we're going to get your opinion on some of that. So first highlight, let's go into the game. And that was a very key moment because you had the infinite impermanence in the Dimensional Fissure column. Dimensional Fissure in general, pretty strong against your deck, right? So you needed that impermanence there, okay?
Yes, True, but the deck can play versus Dimensional Fissure.
Okay.
Only with one card in engine like Girsu.
Okay.
You can make Galatea and make over there Dingirsu, so you can send it to the
True,
game.
you're right. Dingirsu is super flexible, right?
Yeah. It's one of the best cards of the deck.
True.
And it's still so strong versus Fire King Engine and Promethean
well.
stuff, and yeah.
Yeah, you're
so
right. Okay.
It's
yeah,
really
true.
good.
Second highlight, actually all about Dingirsu now. As we can see, there you summoned it for the first time in that match, and you got to send that scrubbed raid. Were you trying to go for game there, or what was the intention of that?
Yeah. I wanna try to for the game, and I say if I didn't close because my opponent have another floodgate or something else or a random runic, I can end my bird with a strong bird, so
still fine, right? Yeah, it still was all right. So talking about that strong field, last highlight out of game number 1 we have on here, the last card remaining. He got the Runic Fountain, so he was like, okay, we can get back into this, but Orcus Crescendo then for you just negating that. And I mean, that's probably a pretty big upside of your deck as well, right? That you have that hard negate for cards. A lot of decks are actually missing that at the moment, but you have it, right?
Yeah, it's true.
Orcus Crescendo is crazy, but then in the second game actually was pretty quick, so I only have one highlight from there. Let's see which one it was, because you got to resolve your Imset. He's searching out the King Sarcophagus, and then the Runic Dispelling. 6 cards to choose from, and he got the right one, right?
And I had 2 cards that it start from the grave, like Crescendo and Harp.
Yeah.
But he hit the best one, and in this moment I decided to only make the attack with Harp, because Runic, if it takes damage at the time, can't.
True. It's a very slow deck for sure, of course. Also, I think we saw that overall in the beginning of game 1. You tried to keep it very slow. Of course, your opening hand wasn't great, but still, like then you didn't do very much because you were like, okay, when I don't give them set cards, or when I don't give them monsters, they can't activate their Runic. So you were getting time with that, right? That was pretty good of you.
Yeah.
But then game number 3, of course, and there was a card we haven't seen in a long time here in our first highlight. Coach King Giant Trainer, right? Your opponent had to read that card multiple times, actually.
Yes.
So explain it to us. What is it there for?
It's one of the best cards versus all board breaker decks, or
true.
without entraps, because one is good for the time because you draw, and in this spot was too good.
True, you did damage with that. All right.
If your opponent don't play entraps, you can draw a floodgate or something else.
You drew 3 cards with it. I mean, that's crazy. Like with 1 card, that's pretty insane. And then, of course, you built a good field again, and then your field actually is pretty good into those Runic cards, as we are going to see now in the next highlight once more, because your opponent started off by Runic Destruction. And then you showed him another effect of your Dingirsu, right?
Yes.
You were double checking, and explain the other effect of Dingirsu, because people probably have forgotten at this point.
If a card on my field, not only one, will be destroyed, you can detach one and protect it. And it isn't once per turn.
Oh, it's not once per turn even? That's really good.
This start is really strong versus Tempai because you can't lose from Storm, Duster, and something else.
Yeah, and I mean, you even got to protect your Crescendo there because the set card was a Crescendo in that case, and then that was pretty crazy. Back to you, because he couldn't break your field there at all, and the last highlight then we have prepared here, it's going to be all about Dingirsu once more, because you summoned on a second copy of it and activate the effect, just send another card to the graveyard, and at that point you pretty much knew that you're probably going to win this game, right? You were already smiling into the camera, telling your friends, yeah, this is looking good over here, right?
Thank you.
I mean, I saw actually, when you were playing on the floor, a lot of your friends are cheering on for you, are watching you playing at the top tables, right? Good feeling here in Bologna, Italy?
Yes, see, some people know me, and I have a lot of friends here, so it's...
I mean, home country YCS is always special, right, here in Italy. So, very interesting deck choice by you. Thank you so much for answering all the questions and also explaining a couple of the older Orcus cards that are still going strong in the tournament. X1-1 here with Francesco Simoncelli. So thank you for the interview, and now we're going to get it back over to Ad for some more live interviews.
Thank you very much. So, gosh, it's interesting to see Orcus coming back here on a feature match of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series live in Bologna. We only have one left. One more match is going to be happening as part of our coverage here for our first day at YCS Bologna before we get into the next 3 games of Swiss tomorrow and then into that top 64 cut. So before we get into that final match, while we just wait for pairings and pick a feature match for all of you at home, we've got a little bit more content for you, so don't go anywhere.
This is essentially you take 100 damage at a time, they take 28. So you can see how that it's easily an OTK, but how can we do this with the substitute? Well, we did mention it. All you need is to get access to the Fishboard Blaster, and then as long as you have this, any 4 cards in hand will do the trick. And this is because, as we have mentioned, you can keep on using the blaster. So what you would do is you tribute the blaster, bring out some of your frogs, and in particular, my favorite one, which you usually don't see, Death Frog. This is here just because it's a level 5, so you can use it to then synchro summon. And then what you do, essentially, you discard one of these cards, doesn't matter what it is. You bring out the Fishburg, again use the effect, bring out any level 2, discard the second card, bring out the Fishburg, and this is already a synchro. So you can go 5, 2, and 8, and this already makes your Colossal. And then, again, simple as that, you discard the third card, bring it back, tribute it to get any level 2 frog, whatever you prefer. I'm gonna get a dupe. And last card in hand is discarded to bring it back one last time, and this is a 4 into your Armory Arm. So as easy as that, this is an OTK as long as you have 4 cards in hand. And what makes another great card in this deck, another way to do it even easier, is, well, another card that is forbidden nowadays, and that is Dandelion, because essentially what you do is that if you have the Fishburg, as we mentioned, you need 4 cards in hand. Turns out that if you actually discard the Dandelion, you need only 1 more, because the Dandelion will get you 2 tokens, and then you can tribute the tokens for substitute. So you can see how much fun you can have with this. You can just get to play with a lot of very cool frogs, and then assemble your synchro summons, but still have this very good win condition. And the plus side as well is that since you're filling up your graveyard, you have these cards like Power of Avarice and Salvage, which sure, they are a +1, but how are they important? They represent more cards in hand for this OTK. So this is why this deck is a dream. You get to play a lot of very cool different water monsters and still overwhelm your opponent. But if you're feeling threatened, it also allows you to go for the good old dupe lock, where if you summon 2 dupes, your opponent would be forced to attack 1, but if you have 2 on the field, they cannot declare attacks on your monsters. And that's a great time to buy some time for our little fellow time wizard over here. So this has been the Dream Frog analysis. Thank you guys for diving into this. If you want to have fun, again, check out some of these cool Quarter Century Bonanza cards that have come out that can make your deck a lot more bling nowadays. And make sure to test this deck out and try it for yourself at the Time Wizard events happening here at YCS Bologna or at the upcoming events. Stay tuned and keep watching. Thank you.
Welcome back to the coverage of YCS Bologna 2024. I am joined now by James, and we are going to have a closer look at the Mimigal cards, because Mimigal has received recent support now in the newest main set, and you are going to show us a couple of things about that. So how about we just head to the top-down camera and let's see what we got here. So you're a big fan of the deck, right?
I am. I really like the play style. It's quite unique in how it plays, giving monsters to your opponent and trying to sort of reveal it in a surprise. But then the new support from Rage of the Abyss has also given it an extra dimension to play with as well.
Sounds about right. So what do we start off with here?
So I'm going to start off with probably the sort of the main combo, the bread and butter combo, which actually uses 2 cards from Infinite Forbidden, but then we'll use the new cards from Rage of the Abyss.
Yeah, from Rage of the Abyss. Let's go.
So we start off with Mimigal Dragon and Mimigal Maker. So the Mimigal Dragon will stay in your hand. You will activate Maker. With this, you reveal 2 flip monsters with different names from your deck.
All right, what are we revealing?
So with this, we will reveal...
It's always the same 2 for this, right?
It's usually the same 2 for this. If you really wanted to go for it, then there are other combos you can do. So with this, I'm actually going to reveal 2 of the new cards, Mimigal Fairy and Mimigal Armor.
All right.
Both of these have effects that allow you to special summon them to your side of the field from your hand.
Yeah. That's the nice new bonus we have,
Yep, so we will choose one at random.
I'll just pick this one. Come on,
Yep,
let's go with
that's
this
fine.
one.
So you have got the Mimigal Fairy.
I got the Fairy, okay. Fairy it is, but we're setting it to the field here.
So Armor goes to hand, and then once they've been added and chosen, I get to special summon any Mimigal from my hand. So with this, I can special summon Dragon. Then Dragon, when it's normal or special summon, gets to add a Mimigal spell or trap to my hand.
Yeah, let's
so
do
with
this
you can add Mimigal Dungeon.
Fair enough. So there is the potential to use Ash Blossom and Joy Spring on the Mimigal Maker. Would you say it's just best to immediately hit that card when you see it against this deck?
I think it is, just because you do get 2 monsters on the field, and often there are ways to bring it back to your side of the field to add things. So it is something that can impact you. Also, Ash Blossoming the Mimigal Dragon is also another option. Just because this searches some of your best cards, which are your spells and traps.
There we are, with the dungeon.
So the dungeon, which is a field spell, which can activate, and then you can activate its effect to search for another Mimigal monster.
We keep on going. That feels like Droll and Lockbird could also be somewhat impactful against the deck, is it?
So particularly with these cards, there is a lot of adding going on. So both these cards have been added to your hand, so Droll and Lockbird is unfortunately another card that can stop it, but there are, you can play Cross-Out Designator and Called by the Grave as ways to hopefully get around that.
And I mean, on the other hand, it doesn't look like Fuvalos hurts it too much, as so far we haven't special summoned from the extra deck at least. But let's see what is coming now.
So, because you control a monster on your side of the field, I am able to special summon Mimigal Armor.
All right.
And then, at the moment, I have not normal summoned. So
True.
I will normal summon Mimigal Archfiend. So Mimigal Archfiend is one of the previous cards from the archetype, which on summon can flip one of your monsters face up.
There's the Fairy still.
So whenever your cards get flipped up, it activates its effect, which then comes back to me. It has the bonus of you cannot activate any effects of monster special summon from your hand, which on my turn, less of a problem.
True.
But I can also flip it up on your turn as well to impact you with either Maker or with Mimigal Master as well.
Against what card specifically would that be the case?
So for this would impact on things like Snake Eye Poplar.
True. I
so
see.
you wouldn't be able to special summon that and get your search. That's probably the most impactful.
No, but it's a pretty reasonable
card.
one, as that's very popular at the moment, for sure.
So with this, you can then overlay into one of your new cards. So we go for Mimigal Throne. So this, you can detach a material to summon a Mimigal Master from your hand, deck, or graveyard.
Pretty flexible. And okay, now we're getting into the territory where Fuvalos does look a little more scary as we do access extra deck and deck now. But I mean, that's also a good thing as we're doing more things now compared to the previous stuff that Mimigal was doing. So it's good that there's more now.
So Master on summon then gives you another add, so another target for Ash Blossom and Joy Spring or for Droll and Lockbird to stop. It doesn't necessarily matter what you search from here, as you're mostly giving it to your opponent. So for this, we will just give a Slime.
All right. Fair enough.
So this just gets added to your hand. then you can use your other 2 level 1 monsters to go into Giant Mimigal.
That's a cool one if you ask me. Yeah.
Yep, and this one on summon, so it does not need to detach for this effect.
Yeah.
On summon, it will search for any Mimigal card.
That's pretty crazy. And what are we getting there?
So with this, we are getting Mimigal Room.
Ooh, I love that, because trap cards usually mean you have like different layers of interruptions. So what does the Mimigal Room exactly do?
So Mimigal Room just allows you to special summon 1 Mimigal monster from your hand or deck to either your field or face down on your opponent's field.
That's very flexible and nice, yeah.
So either on your turn it can give you your next turn it can give you an extra monster, or it can give your opponent a face down monster. And actually, this plays into the other effect of Mimigal Dungeon, which is that any player who controls a face-down monster cannot normal summon monsters or declare an attack with monsters that were special summoned that turn.
Yep.
So you're able to then, if I've given you activate the slime effect to give you a monster, you've then, I can't normal summon. You then have to flip this face up to clear your board, and then that would give me another monster.
Goes back to you, indeed.
And then slime actually would give you a second monster as well.
That's pretty crazy, yeah.
But as I say, this doesn't matter what it is. But now you've cleared your board. Oh yes, I can normal summon now.
There comes the room.
But then there
again.
comes the room, gives them
another one, pretty much
another
whatever,
one,
right?
Pretty much whatever, and they then can't flip that face up because it's been summoned this turn.
That turn.
So now they can't normal summon at all.
Yeah, so that's pretty cool. So would you say right now playing pure Mimigol is the way to go, or is there other engines in the game that are really making sense to combine it with?
So I think you can definitely play Mimigol in its pure form. As you can see, you can do things like this and go into other cards after this. For example, an F-Zero using your 2 rank ones.
Yeah, didn't even think about that.
But just to supplement the engine, you can play things like Kashtira.
I've seen that plenty, actually.
Yeah, I actually use the Snake Eye engine because you have level 1s in that deck, which means you can make,
that's always good,
which means you can make Giant Mimigal.
Oh, so you bring back 2 level 1s for Flamberge and then go, I see, that's pretty nice.
Which then means you can then search Maker or something
and then the whole Mimigol combo starts after. I see, that's cool.
Another one that I saw earlier on, before the new support, was Dogmatica as well, because you are giving your opponent cards and actually activating effects. There are cards such as Dogmatica Matrix that searches for the ritual that allows you to take cards from your opponent's extra deck. There's lots of ways to play the deck, and also giving your opponent cards and activating effects on their side of the field means that cards like Triple Tactics Talent and Triple Tactics Thrust you can play them in your main deck because you don't have to worry about, my opponent hasn't activated an effect failure. Or
kind of similar to Gen and Ken in that regard, kind of, right? Yeah, that's pretty cool. Yeah, but as you can see, Mimigol has some very new tools, and they're very cool in what they do, and very unique, as you said, in its mechanic in general, giving the opponent set monsters and everything. So thank you so much, James, for explaining that to us, and I hope all of you guys at home want to try that out now. Get your Mimigol cards, and you will see some more live content coming your way now from YC's Bologna in just a moment.
Here we go, back with your last feature match here for the first day of coverage at YCS Bologna 2024. In front of me, I have Francesco Simoncelli. No, sorry, that's the last round. I have Andrea Sessa and Timoti Baggio, who are ready to kick things off here. So, guys, we are going to do a high roll to see who goes first. Okay, we're going to have Andrea rolling first. That is a 5 for Andrea, and Timoti has rolled a higher than that. So are you going to go first? You're going to go first? Okay, Timoti is going to go first in this round. So one more time, I'm going to hand you over to our wonderful commentary trio who are going to take you through this match. Then they'll probably get the player names right. So guys, over to you.
Thank you, Ed, and welcome to the last round. As you have mentioned, we have witnessed 8 amazing duels up until now, but we have to find out the winner as we need to understand who will be the duelist advancing to day 2. It's a tough competition. We've mentioned it multiple times, over 2,500 players gathered here in Bologna, and only the best of the best can make it all the way to the top 64. But it seems like diversity is the key word for what is the meta for this event, as you would expect. And it's also the gift that keeps on giving, because we have even some more tools for you guys, right?
Yeah, I mean, yet another deck that lacks description. I don't know what to call it. It's it looks like a lot of fun. I mean, maybe the keen-eyed viewers watching could see the very big-looking deck on the table there, but it has a full 60 cards and it's playing a variety of engines. We've got a little bit of not Snake Eye, but Sinful Spoils cards, Fiendsmith cards, adventure cards. We're going to have an adventure ourselves watching this feature match, I'm going to say.
Absolutely, but what do you mean you cannot define it? Isn't it a mirror match, as Alberto mentioned? When he looked at the deck for a moment. But no, it's definitely not a mirror match, guys, because interestingly enough, Andrea, which is also a player that has quite the past in Yu-Gi-Oh!, has been playing the game for 10 plus years. A lot of Italians this weekend, of the high caliber ones, have decided to bring pure Kashtira. Yeah, you heard it right, no Arisert, but still a very similar deck to what was the core Kashtira deck back in the day. And it's definitely an interesting meta call. From my understanding, obviously it's a deck that can play Shifter, and it's also a deck that usually plays well, at least around the Fuvalos and a lot of the interruptions. I am a little skeptic on the power level, but maybe they can prove us wrong, and I'm definitely interested in seeing it in action, because I am expecting to see more of that in day 2 and probably even in Top Cut. So let's see what the fuss is all about. As our duelists are ready, let's jump into game 1.
So Marcello, were you not looped in on the conspiracy of Italian duelists all to pick up the Kashtira deck?
No.
There was a surprise to you?
I'll wait for the finals. If they win, obviously it was all me. If they don't make it, I have nothing to do about it. Okay? So, that's how it is.
That's how it goes.
Yeah. But it's actually gonna be going second, it seems. And yeah, you can see Andrea's reaction leaning forward. Didn't expect that. Not quite the adventure part of the deck that you want to start things off with, but we'll take it.
Still get to special summon it for free, and any 2 monsters can make a Fiendsmith monster. Fiendsmith is such a great engine, but it does require quite a hefty extra deck investment, so maybe we'll see how you can cope with a 60-card main deck and only a 15-card extra deck. Oh dear.
Ooh, when it comes to shifters being activated here, and kind of a throwback, because we were mentioning the turn before the Orcus deck, and now I think it's another throw for the Water Enchantress, but the shifter here, it's huge.
Absolutely, like classic Kashtira action here, that dimension shifter. I feel like there was almost a point where Kashtira was popular enough it wasn't worth running. The mention Shifter, but we're definitely not at that point at the moment, and that Shifter is going to be very, very powerful. Timoti really just shaking his head. He doesn't seem very happy.
Yeah, because he got heavily punished. That's the thing. He could have used the Enchantress effect, but instead he wanted to first use it and then, you know, banish it from the graveyard. Instead, if he would have used the in-hand effect, he could have gotten a negation off with the Griffin. So I guess that really caught him off guard by not using the Shifter, as some duelists have done this weekend in the draw phase to play around, you know, talent. Andrea got rewarded, and now we see the impermanence to stop the rabbit.
Yeah, you're right there. It does seem like an interesting choice to just hold the Shifter. I don't really think there's too much of a benefit to doing so, but maybe there is.
Oof, and that's a great one to start things off here.
Yeah, I feel like a Shifter and Impermanent Fenrir is going to get you quite far in this event.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's like one of those staples that most of the deck has been playing so far. Like, even though if not in trios, at least, you know, a couple of them in every single deck. And I really feel like that playing in a tournament like this with a Kashtira deck, I think brings you consistency throughout all the rounds, right? I think it's one of those decks that really, you know, keeps on doing what it does at its best.
Yeah, it does what it does pretty consistently. Hard to argue with that. I feel like maybe if you're Timoti, like, do you actually know this is just pure Kashtira at this point? Because I don't know what deck plays like Shifter and Fenrir, other than just like a regular Kashtira deck. But they're not cards that like anything yet would like necessarily indicate you're playing Kashtira.
Yeah.
But I suppose like the Shifter, can you play Fenrir in like Ritual Beast or something? I don't know, or Tenpai, maybe.
Yeah,
you could play it in Tenpai probably. Well, in Tenpai you'd have to give up Impulse. That doesn't seem likely.
Yeah, I mean, trade-off, interesting trade-off, I'd say.
It could still be Vanquish Soul in theory. I think you'd play all these cards in Vanquish Soul, but I don't think you'd play the Unicorn in Vanquish Soul. So I think here we're kind of locked in.
And I think at this point, Timothy has realized that, you know, it is up against a Kashtira deck.
Yeah, what I was wondering is that, I mean, Kashtira cards are still really popular this weekend in general. Like a lot of the Nikai deck, or like in round one, we saw Joshua Smith and a lot of other duelists are playing the same deck as him. And what I was wondering about his deck is there are going to be games in which your opponent just thinks, obviously not with the Shifter, but they think you are playing Snake Eye and you just throw into the Kashtira part of the deck. And I think that can play into, you know, some interesting mind games like the Fuwalos. Do you really, you know, keep it inside it out? But obviously once, you know, the Shifter hits the graveyard, I think, yeah, you can pretty much assume that they are not on that part of the deck.
I mean, Fuwalos is not irrelevant against the Kashtira deck anyway, because you're maybe going to hit a Theosis or something like that. And if you're looking for cards to take out of the deck, then maybe Fuwalos isn't one of them, and you might have like even worse cards to take out.
And let's just see now, Andrea, what we would like to go for is just having a think about this, because basically Timothy is left with 2 cards in hand, right? Yes.
If you're feeling very greedy, you could use a Dracosack, and then that would clear your field. And then you'd be able to summon the Unicorn from hand, but he's not so greedy as me. Just gonna keep the Fenrir and call it a day. Because this feels like very subpar, like taking advantage of your opponent's, you know, weak opening field. You had Shifter, Imperm, Fenrir. Like, I don't think you can hope for much more. So, if yeah, it feels like you kind of want to be doing more in this kind of spot.
Yeah. And that's where the skepticism was on my side on the power level, but because honestly, if you can't win with such an opener, I don't know what more you can expect your deck to, you know, do.
I mean, even though Fenrir searches anything from the deck, it's never been like the easiest card to use just by itself in the Kashtira deck specifically. You kind of always wanted to start with the Unicorn, yeah.
Yeah, I guess even nowadays it's the top threat of the deck, because obviously back in the day when the deck was at full power, everyone had to build their extra deck for it, and also for the combos. While nowadays you see a lot of one-offs, and so the unicorn can be extremely annoying to deal with, especially when you go first. You can activate it even twice if they want to like interrupt you. So
yeah, I mean, cards like Princess, very, very important. Most players expect to get its effect off a couple of times in a game, bring it back from the grave and so on. So yeah, picking it off before it ever hits the field can be very nasty. Timoti just trying to figure out the best way to sequence his plays and live this Fenrir. Makes sense. Fenrir going to be hit by, going to hit the Engraver, because otherwise the Engraver could just answer it by itself with the help of a Requiem.
And here, yes, he gets rid of the Engraver and nothing else. Ooh, and here comes the Illusion of Chaos, which I think is one of another card that we haven't seen in a while.
Yeah.
And it was incredibly powerful with the Magician's Soul, and here it is. I think this is something that we have seen quite a few times over the past years. And it's always good, I think, to see, you know, like these cards back in action here in 2024, and especially because like here you can see Timothy explaining Andrea what the card does, and I think Magician's Soul in general, and I think it's super synergic and powerful card.
Yeah, it's very cool. Do you get to keep the Illusion of Souls in your hand? It just searches?
You have to send it back to the top, right? You did.
Okay, maybe he did that. Okay.
Yeah, he did. He doesn't have it anymore. Because that's the whole point, where you can just play one spellcaster, because you send whatever you put back, you know.
Oh, that's neat. But you can also send the Witch.
Yeah.
I'm not sure like how you can fish the Witch out of your graveyard again. But it seems fun to send it anyway.
I do love, in general, as a card, you know, Magician of Souls, and obviously you need a deck that can really make it work, but as he's playing the adventure package, that was really neat back in the day.
Yeah, this is cool as well. Look, he just equipped the Requiem there. He's going to get to send it and draw a card.
Yes.
I like it. Could send two, get two fresh cards.
That's what he's doing.
But is there anything from Andrea to stop it? No, there is not. I feel like at this point you kind of know, probably. Like, surely Veiler or Ash you'd have to use.
I think Andrea is thinking.
Yeah. Oh, he's thinking.
Yeah.
Okay.
You can see him debating. He only has one card in hand,
yeah,
right?
maybe an effect Veiler.
Oh, it's Unicorn in hand if there's one in hand. So it's a one and a Unicorn.
No, there is another one. Yeah, it is the Veiler. Yes. So it makes sense.
Andrea trying to have two graveyards for a minute there.
Yeah, I guess he's left-handed, so yeah. Makes it a little bit more confusing, but yeah.
Did he forget he was left-handed for a minute? This is a time for a light charmer if ever I saw one, but you know, I don't think that will come to pass. I'm wondering, is there any way to get this Witch out of the graveyard, or is it just... Oh, you can make Celine, can't you?
Yeah, that's it.
That's neat, but I don't think he's going to get to 3
That's one more reason for the charmer there.
Yeah. There you go. There's not enough lights. Oh, is this maybe just an SP time then? But SP is just nowhere near going to cut it, is it?
No, not quite. That's all you're doing. Yeah, it seems like it.
Going to attack, and then he's going to have the... Yeah, this feels very weak to the...
Unicorn.
Remaining Unicorn. He's got an effect Veiler in hand, so he can keep it at bay for a turn, but I suppose the power of Kashtira is there. But having said that, he is going to have follow-up, so...
Yes.
Maybe he does get the job done. That Lacrima is going to put in some work, right? It's going to summon a Requiem. Keep recycling. Hopefully he'll have another Engraver in the deck. I don't know how many Engraver he runs, but surely it's 3 in a 60-card deck. Yeah, okay. Makes sense. Need a couple for that in case one of them gets Fenrir, obviously.
So the pickup was the Murner, I think. Maybe. Yeah. But yes, even another card. Oh, it's Fenrir.
Wait,
was it Unicorn that he added?
I thought he did add a unicorn. There's no way you'd add another Fenrir, right?
I'd say so, but, but there is no way that you summon Fenrir instead of Unicorn here.
Oh no, because it forces out the SP.
It does anyway, right? You just go Unicorn attack and then Memphis you extend with...
Why don't you just activate the Fenrir effect here? I don't see why not. Oh, I suppose you just attack. No, this is weird, you're right.
Yeah. Is he forgetting anything?
Oh no, so you attack and then you use it and then you add Rise Heart again, and then you get Birth. So this kind of preserves the Unicorn in hand. I kind of like it. I mean, it's the same deal as using Unicorn, but this way, if something goes wrong, you have the Fenrir on the field and Unicorn in your hand.
Yeah, for now, gets to attack over it, and then Memphis you, as you mentioned, should add another copy of Rise Heart.
And it has to be effect valid.
Yeah.
And then will Lacrima get the job done against a Morna?
No more cards.
There's Morna for Andrea, but Lacrima for Timoti, so there's still quite a lot of life in this game yet.
Andrea's left with one card in her, right?
No, Andrea's got Shu. He's got the Marner, and the Unicorn should be well. We think so. Yeah, it's gonna be quite the grind.
Lacrima giving you such good follow-up for pretty much no cost. Maybe Andrea's recently sleeved his deck. I'm sure everyone who's played Yu-Gi-Oh! Knows when you put some fresh sleeves on a deck, it just falls off.
Yeah.
After a small gust of wind, it's gone.
Is the feeling sometimes? I do.
Presumably you just get the Lacrima back again.
Yeah.
It's the engraver in the graveyard instead of on the field.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. You do lose the Lacrima, but no, because you evaded it, so yeah, no, it doesn't matter. Fenrir is negated anyway. So yeah, it's definitely better.
If you Morna this though, it does...
Can get off
Timoti's relying on his top deck. I don't know how scared you are of the top deck.
100%, it's the way to do it. No.
It's a tricky one.
Yeah, but what do you want to murder instead?
Or whatever Timoti tries to play with next turn. I mean, as is, he can't do an awful lot, right? Because
yeah, it's an awkward spot for sure. And we draw one crucial card.
What's the kind of card that gets you back in here? It's got to stare down the Morna and the Fenrir. Fenrir number 2 gets banished. Maybe the third Fenrir will. Not the third. But the third.
This is
engraver.
Alright, but it doesn't really solve the problem. So you need a solid top deck. Because you can get rid of this Fenrir, but let's see.
Yeah, I think the Morna is going to seal the deal, right? Even if you can normal summon and make a spell. Grass.
that could be an interesting one.
No, I don't think he runs grass.
Yeah, I don't think so, unfortunately. He's just playing anti-grass. Just playing 60 for that reason, obviously. And let's see. Comes down to this. What's the last card? Oh, it's not a spell. It's blue, but it's not quite a spell. Okay.
Interesting choice there. Like, if you'd kept the Requiem equipped, then you could try and send it away to draw a card, which I think I'd probably value more than getting rid of a Fenrir.
What do we do with this?
Just sequence, maybe.
Yeah, rough spot for sure.
But Timoti's got to know, like, there's got to be something in his hand. Unless it's like a shifter.
Yet another witch.
Is there even enough fiends for sequence in the grave? Looks like it.
Yeah. But this murder is devastating and should be enough, because the unicorn itself represents so much damage. So yeah, this is plenty of damage from Andrea. Good effort, but unfortunately it seems that although it took a lot longer than we expected, that shifter impermanence Ferrier in the end is getting the job done.
Yeah, it feels like if you open like your best cards in your deck, you want the game to be a little less close than that, but a win is a win.
Here it is.
Yep. I guess Andrea will have to be happy with taking game number 1, most likely.
Yeah, and here
Timothy, I think, understands what is about to happen, because the Kashtira bird gets activated from Andrea, and yeah.
I was about to say you search birth in that spot, but it attacked it, so that's good enough.
And that's it, yes. For game 1, Andrea takes the lead very impressively, and I mean, we had the chance to talk to Lorenzo Muselli yesterday, you know, Italian national champion, and I mean, Andrea is a very good friend of his, and they play tested together, and they were very confident with the deck. In general, they felt like the deck is consistent, the deck performs very well, and in a very long tournament, the deck had very good chances in general. And I feel like that, you know, also in this game 1, we kind of felt like, does he have enough, you know? And at the end of the day, he actually had, because, you know, it's still game 1, and now the pressure is on his opponent.
Yeah, it feels very similar to the deck that we saw Joshua Schmidt play earlier today. I mean, obviously it's a full Kashtira instead of using those Fiendsmith cards, but having a sort of light engine, you're not trying to do as much, and instead you're just relying on having an engine that's kind of resilient to some interruptions, plus a pile of interruptions on your own side. Which do you prefer out of the 2 decks?
I do agree that it's similar in a way, but if you go deeper down the rabbit hole, I think it's actually opposite, you know, mindsets, because they are playing more of a rogue deck with cards like Shifter, with traps also afterwards, and Joshua is playing a deck that doesn't surprise me. It's very Joshua-like, I think, because he instead of relying on like super heavy combos, he wants to interact with his opponent. Usually these kind of players, you know, think they are better than the average player, and so they want the game to feel like a back and forth one. So if you play Entraps, Kashtiras, you tend to make the games longer, and then you are more in a grind game where you're comfortable with. So it seems it's still towards being a combo deck. It's just a fairer combo deck in a way, a deck that allows you to interact with your opponent and that has a better hope of breaking the field when going second. So I don't know, I would say they are completely extreme opposites. I think, no, in the way that like the deck that they are playing, also talking to them, they told me, we don't think we are going to make top cut, or at least all of us, but if we make it to the top cut, we are a deck that can win the event, the Kashtira Pure, because they really prepared heavily for Tempai and Snake Eye. While the Joshua deck feels to me like a deck that will make it to the top cut, but at some point when they're gonna do the unfair things, maybe you lose to them, you know? But we'll see at the end of the day what happens. Our duelists are ready, so it's once again Baggio going first.
So Timoti just having a little break, making sure he's in tip-top shape for the beginning of the game. And will we see a start like last time? Will he have some sort of spooks in his mind? Because normally once players, you clear the standby phase, you think, boy, no shifter. But maybe that won't be the case this time.
I mean, if there's another shifter, honestly,
I mean, we have seen it in game 1, and I mean, I feel like in general, we saw, I think, maybe one time only, the shifter being activated and the cold buy was there. But in a 60-card deck, honestly, I think, what are the chances? Like, very thin, you know?
But starting with the planet, I think it's a great response in general. Even if they have the shifter, you have your own cash tiro engine, and that's all right.
Yeah, it's like a mirror match, right, Alberto?
Exactly. It is a mirror match, right?
Okay, but I can justify myself, because when I was looking at the deck list, I mean, my eyes only went to this portion of the deck, like 3 permanents, Birth, Fenrir, Unicorn. I was like, yeah, okay, it's a mirror match. The other guys were staring at me like, I don't know. Did you read the whole thing? But yeah, I mean, like, as for now, I mean, I can see like the field spell plus the Unicorn and the Birth. So, I mean, prove me wrong.
Has there ever been a 60 card?
Yeah, that is your mirror match card. Your favorite, the right. Yeah.
Here we go. I also saw the Wanted in hand for Tamodi, so a really powerful start. 1 starter card from each engine. I love the drawing Wanted or Black Witch with the field spell in particular, because you get like so many free cards to send, because you can send the field spell and then you contribute your Kashtira monster for Birth, and then and then you can bring it back. So by the time you've all said and done, your Kashtira is paid for everything and then some more. Here we're going to see more of our adventure package. Set up the Griffin Rider. Get that negate in play before continuing anything else.
I like, by the way, to see this, these decks in action, like the one of Francesco and the team with his, being, this deep into the tournament, especially because, like, of course, like, you really want to win this one last before advancing into the HU and having, at least that edge, of losing, another one tomorrow in case. But I think we have been discussing this all day long, how many different decks there are in the current format and how well they can perform, right? And I mean, at the end of the day, I think that what we have seen in popularity is, of course, like the Kashtira cards being played almost everywhere, I would say.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's amazing to see because they're very popular, but the new card, Dominus Impulse, really powerful card, and obviously conflicts with them completely. So players still opting to use the Kashtira engine even at the expense of this very powerful new trap.
And here we get to see the Deception being activated, and it looks as if Andrea doesn't have any response. And also we previously mentioned the, let's say, the fall of popularity of Nibiru this weekend, I guess. I think it's one of those cards that has not been played in all the decks, I would say. I mean, Andrea's deck is full of hand traps, and I'm quite surprised, honestly, that he hasn't activated one yet, I would say.
Yeah, there's a good number of hand traps there, isn't there?
11, 13, 16 hand traps in the main deck, plus eventually, other 3 in the side deck. Okay, here's the Ash Blossom, okay. Being activated by Andrea.
Not great, because it prompts the Unicorn and can also be negated if he wants.
Yeah, I don't hate negating it here, because assuming you get through your sort of Sinful Spoils Azamina line, then you're going to end up with negate anyway, so just be sort of trading one negate for another. It looks like that is the plan, and I think, does it negate the activation or the effect? The Griffin Rider.
Oh, sorry.
Have a look and see.
Activation.
Negates the activation, so I don't think you can use the Unicorn. You can use the Unicorn now, though. I don't think Andrea is going to be too bothered by this, because he's running Extravagance himself, so he's willing to just banish 5 old cards, 6 cards even, from his extra deck face down at random. So his extra deck is actually built with this kind of thing in mind, with a lot of redundancy in the cards. I wonder, this is probably one of the few times I've seen the Sinful Spoils without the original Sinful Spoils being included in the deck.
Apparently it doesn't need it. Yeah.
I feel like when you're Timoti, this is kind of what you want to see, because he's having such a powerful start that you don't really mind if your opponent's going to throw a few interruptions at you, because you're still going to end with a pretty strong field, I'd say. And you know, you're going to end with a strong field, and every card your opponent uses now is a card they won't have on their turn. Here we see the moon. Like we all know, yeah, thanks to Lacrima now, this is like at minimum a Desiree.
So many different engines this turn.
He's here to have fun.
Yeah. All of his favorites.
I don't know what he can kind of end on. Well, the generic most powerful extra deck monsters have been slowly being sort of taken out, like Appaloosa and Baron de Fleur, which I feel like this kind of deck would absolutely love to have included. So you have to work a little harder to find your kind of generic negates, things like Silhouette Rabbit picking up in popularity for that reason.
Not sure what's going on. Well, I think just a clarification here on what happened. And yeah, Graver summoned back. And as you mentioned, Tom, yeah, we're going straight into the Desiree most likely. Let's see.
1, 2, 3. Wondering if there's some like powerful Link 4 or something that he can make with the Celine and the Witch, but I don't know if there's any rank 4s to do after that, so maybe you just call it a Silhouette Rabbit.
Yeah, the powerful rank 4 Silhouette Rabbit.
Exactly.
There it is. And there comes the statue. I mean, this is pretty respectable considering you got rid of 2 cards from your opponent.
Yeah,
so
and there's going to be ample follow-up.
Yeah. And he's still holding in 4 cards, so yeah.
He should have a Birth in hand, assuming it's still there, which I feel like you might as well use. Well, he might start to run out of spell and trap card zones.
He does. So totally agree with you. An additional layer of interruption. The Graveyard effect is not really relevant in this matchup. It's something that can catch people off guard a lot.
Yeah, I mean, it's not the most powerful effect, but against Kashtira, obviously they don't want their cards banished, but Birth banishes face down, so
yeah.
If you happen to catch something, it might be useful.
Look at this.
Wow.
What an opener through Ashen Veiler, and let's see. I mean, Andrea is playing a lot of going second cards that can be useful, but for now we start things off as in the previous game with the Fenrir.
Fenrir on its own probably going to force out the Desiree unless it's got a different kind of effect negation. It kind of has to be negated, otherwise the Fenrir would take out the equipped sequence. Here comes Unicorn number 2. I can't remember
I was
what.
thinking.
Azarine, you kind of have to flip preemptively against the deck.
Shouldn't you?
Well, you can also use it to destroy a spell or trap, so it's definitely a useful idea to flip it.
Just like against Kashtira specifically, I would just flip it right away.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Just perfect, yeah.
to trade for one of their monsters.
So I don't know. Would have liked to see that flip, and wow, we give up on the rest of this turn, but Andrea pulls the trigger on this Typhon.
In this specific situation, it doesn't feel like it's going to do an awful lot. It's just going to trade into the Desiree, maybe. But you can't bounce the Desiree because it's untargetable. So you have to attack the Desiree. Oh, but he's just going to leave the Desiree. Yeah, you can attack the Unicorn, but it's just going to come back next turn.
That's by far the worst one.
Well, the Illusion Rabbit can't be destroyed.
Yeah, I know.
So you're running low on options. What? You can't target that, can you?
It doesn't have the protection.
Why not?
Doesn't he need the other one?
Sequence is that gives it protection.
Probably doesn't. Yeah, but does it target is the question.
Oh, does Typhon on target?
Maybe it doesn't.
It must.
It must?
I can't believe it doesn't target. I won't believe it. I refuse. We see the spell and trap destruction coming
seen
in.
enough.
Yeah, I mean, this makes sense.
I mean, after this impressive turn from Timothy, honestly, I think this was about time for Andrea to conceding and entering into game 3. I mean, I think he was very well played by Timothy overall. Very impressive under Effect Veiler and the Ash Blossom. And now we enter into game 3, because I mean we have both seen how our duelist decks work. How do you feel like who has the advantage?
Well, I'm looking at Andrea's deck, and one of the things that we saw in the mirror match of Kashtira in particular was that it was quite difficult going first. And one of the things, obviously, that was the most powerful about Kashtira going first against other decks was that you could make a Rise Heart. But a Rise Heart has been forbidden. So what's the game plan if you go first with Kashtira? Is it just summon Fenrir? Like, what do we do?
I mean, in some matchups, I've seen them actually choose to go second, which, you know, comes back to what you're saying. Definitely is something that you should consider. The Dragosak line is sometimes there, but I'm not even sure they are playing it because they rely on Extravagance instead, right? So is it even in the extra deck? Probably not.
They don't play the Dragosak.
Yeah, so that expecting, because usually they were playing Dragosak into IPSP kind of line, but that's not really an option with Extravagance. So yeah, it's mostly Shangri-La, like good old stuff. So it depends if you open the field spell, but yeah, nothing too out of the ordinary. You're just trying to grind. Put up usually the Kashtira monsters because they can be annoying, both Unicorn and Fenrir, and just grind with them, paired with end traps and real traps, because they side into barrier, they have skill drain, so you know that's pretty much the gameplay. They also have rivalry, and there can be only one, so it is a good old Kashtira deck.
Yeah, and then on the other hand, for Timothy, I'm wondering if he has a real game plan. Maybe the crossout designators for Shifter will be quite helpful, but other than that.
Yeah, I mean, it's not one of those decks you really want to play against, especially because you don't really expect it, you know. So I guess let's see if he sticks to the game plan, and maybe what he has will be enough to help him out winning this game. And
yeah, there is not too much time. There are only 30 minutes remaining to claim who will be the winner of round 9, the last remaining round for day 1 of YCS Bologna. Our duelists are almost ready with their side decks, so let's find out who is gonna take game 3.
And here they are.
Yeah, indeed. First, let's see if Andrea is going first. Yeah, he keeps on
swapping
He's
sides.
confused as well. Maybe he's zombie. Yeah, I guess.
Demoti just going like, yeah, what's going on here? Pick a side.
I'm confused. All right. Is it the third Fenrir in a row? No, it is the good one. Matt by a Marner, though. This is big. But we follow it up real quick, playing real fast. They both really don't want to end in a draw, and he has a really good opening here. This is great. Unfortunately, he's not playing the Jagosak line, because with this, he could have started off somewhat strong with that. But let's see what the plan is.
Yeah, it's interesting, because with the Kashtira deck, when you draw like a pile of Kashtira cards, like I feel like more is not necessarily better. You kind of just need one more than your opponent has interruptions. But after that, I feel like you get quite diminishing returns.
Yeah, but I think you're really happy about the Marner, especially because it's Marner and it's not Veiler, so you can still use the Unicorn if you summon it back.
Yes. But like you're just gonna get a Theosis, make more sevens.
Did he banish the one off?
Yeah, he banished it. He banished the Alloweed. Yes.
He only plays one, right?
Yeah, he does.
Wow, that's a big one potentially.
That hurts a lot. Yeah. Wow, what a hit.
Yeah. And yeah, as I was saying, you get back the Unicorn and now you can use the effect.
Here comes Theosis. We're going to have a full field. And back in the day when we still had Diablosis the Mind Hack, you could do a lot. But here we just pass. Like, what does the extra Unicorn do?
I guess this is because he wants to play around Nibiru. I'm pretty sure he would have made Shangri-La, but he doesn't want to lose to Nibiru, and so he's playing it extra safe. That's the only explanation, because obviously you would use the Rysart and Unicorn to make the Shangri-La. And Impermanence plus Planet is a good way to try and fight back.
I'm not sure if I've seen a copy of the Deception in hand, which, without the Halloween, honestly, quite impactful. But let's see, maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, I feel like the field spell is so powerful in this version of the deck, because you have both the Sinful Spoils and the and the Magician's Souls to make use of just having a one extra card on the field.
There comes his own Unicorn. Okay, let's agree it is a bit of a mirror match. He was right. Because I see the Fenrir as well in the end, I'm pretty sure.
I think I do see a Deception, you know.
Yeah,
so
he does have it.
Rough.
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, and the Sinful Spoils. Wanted. Does he run any rank 7s, does Demoti? Because I feel like he's got ample ways to make rank 7s in this situation. Nothing?
Doesn't. Nope.
Just love a good rank 7, you know?
Also because like the extra deck space could be tight, you know, playing all these kind of different archetypes in his deck.
Here comes the ultimate Fenrir, trying to assert its dominance.
Is ultimate better than Quarter Century Rare? What do you...
Nice battle, eh?
Yeah, it's a rough one. I guess for some cards you don't have the option, so take both if you can.
Like Andrea looking, you know, despite all of these big monsters, like somewhat defenseless from what's on the field. We know he's got a Theosis in hand and possibly some other cards. Got to keep in mind the Birth and the Unicorn.
Yeah, because the Fenrir is negated and the Unicorn doesn't really do all that much. But we are just entering battle phase, it seems. And that was an odd attack to me.
It did look strange to me as well. Yeah, you want the damage in, right?
Because, yeah.
You could have just attacked over something in attack mode.
I guess he really cares about this extra deck.
Well, he's not.
Yeah, that doesn't do it. So I don't know. I'm really not convinced by this, because isn't the... Wait a second.
I thought the point was to keep the... Oh, does the Morna negate it forever? I thought Morna lasted till the end of the turn. But...
No. The Morna, yeah, of course, is back. But no, what I wanted to say is...
No,
okay,
it doesn't boost your opponents. It just boosts your monsters, yeah.
And you got rid of the Requiem in Timosi deck to deck.
But like, if you're using the Farrier effect, then what's the point of attacking over both unicorns?
Yeah, it does seem a little strange. I don't know why you wouldn't attack in the other order to do 100 extra damage.
Yeah, I guess. Whatever. And hopefully it's not gonna matter, but it's good for Timothy that he's ahead in life, because there are only about 6 minutes remaining, and this could totally come down to that.
Yeah, I guess it's difficult now where to go, because you've lost the Hallowed Azamina, and I'm guessing he doesn't play any more Azamina cards.
Yeah, that was rough.
And then lost the Requiem from his extra deck. So
wait a second. Okay. Oh no, okay, I was about to say, did he not realize that he banished it? But no. Okay, just activate to get rid of it with the Witch.
What's the other? I saw another Sinful Spoils in his deck. Sinful Spoils of Slumber.
Is it the trap, probably?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Andrea just having a quick read of it.
Yeah, I think it's like a nice interaction that is not being played by our players most, but it basically targets one special summon monster to change it to face that position. And basically you can set it back if it's in the graveyard. So
yeah, I mean, when you play 60, you can afford to play these kind of cards, because obviously the chance of opening it is a little lower.
That's Book of Moon, which is a classic, powerful card against Kashtira in particular.
Or a Canadian.
Or a Canadian.
Point of view, I guess.
We're still waiting on the future match between you two.
But yeah, I feel like that can't be it. Losing the Requiem must have really hurt. Is there no way to make even...
I think that was it, and
surely make an SP or something.
Surely it's not today. And we passed back. 4.5 minutes remain.
No, he's still flicking through his extra deck. Because you have the burst.
Are you sure? I saw Andrea draw. Oh no, maybe I'm wrong.
Oh no, maybe it...
Am I mad?
I feel like 4 is too many cards for him.
I'm pretty sure Andrea
having drawn.
I don't know. Yeah. He did. Yeah. And yeah, with 4 minutes remaining, you need to deal this 200 damage. We are starting things off with Farrier, it seems. Or maybe Rysar is tough to say, but yeah. I mean.
No, he's already used Rysar. You can't use it again.
All right.
So here comes Fenrir. And then I guess the Fenrir gets banished, and then the Sinful Spoils trap is going to be pretty fiddly, unless he's got another copy of Birth. If the Birth somehow resolves, which it can't at the moment, because Andrea's only got 2 cards in his graveyard, but like, can you imagine banishing all 3 of his Fenrirs face down? Unicorns even.
Yeah, unicorn.
It is a proper mirror match, you know, Alberto. You were...
I told you guys. I mean, you were not believing me.
We didn't believe
like, I mean, the witch is only
the
there.
lines.
Yeah, I mean, the witch is only there just, you know.
It's decoration.
Yeah. Andre's trying, but it's not going to be easy, especially because, like, I mean, there's the, you know, the Sinful Spoil of Slumber, which, you know, may also help Timothy out when needed. Let's see if Andrea tries to find his way to deal this 200 damage to equal the score with almost 2 minutes remaining on the time.
Yeah, I mean, now we can banish the unicorns.
No, you need 3, don't you?
Ah, yeah, that's right. Do you? Yeah, I think you need at least 3. Yeah, you're right. Let me check. Well,
this birth is...
Yeah, you only have to target 3.
It's critical.
Still confused on where he put this card.
Yeah, you kind of have to put this face down. But
Yeah.
if you use it, does it not stop you from attacking, or does it just stop itself from attacking? I'll use this card for a while.
Yeah. Again.
Let's see what comes next.
Okay. Here comes the birth on the Fenrir, but you already used the effect.
Yeah, you already used the search.
So we have normaled.
Oh yes, you're right. The Rice Heart was normaled.
Oh, here comes
the Theosis.
The Theosis, though. Do we know what the face down is?
Did Deception get shuffled back? I think it did.
Yeah.
So in that case, it's not Deception. That's all I can tell you.
Okay. Now is it down?
Oh, but here comes the birth. Yeah, let's go.
Yeah.
Got to get that Kashtira player back for all the time.
Oh, but we see a cheeky Ghost Ogre being activated to get rid of the birth.
You can feel the tension now.
Yes, just a few seconds left, I guess. No, big guy doesn't quite do it.
Yeah, he needs some way to deal with the field spell.
What kind of extra? Because he's playing a lot of multiple cards, right?
Plays big guy.
Big guy. What does that number 78 do?
I don't know. I think we are stopping though for a moment for some clarification, because I see the clock is also stopped. So they're probably asking something from the judges. I'll check what the card is and I'll bring it up just in case. No, 70.
Oh, 76.
Okay, yeah. So, quick effect, you can target a monster your opponent graveyard, detach material from this card if you do attach that target. Okay, not quite now. Not quite now.
Not quite now.
But he has another Dark Arm, but that also doesn't quite do it, doesn't it?
Yeah, I don't think it would get enough damage in. Amazingly, this 100 damage can actually be really important that was missed last turn from Timoti.
Imagine, yeah.
So we have 3 attributes in play, so the Pressure Planet is currently giving everything 300 extra. Can you get away with making the red eyes and just attacking and then putting your opponent on? If you do anything, you take 500 damage?
Surely not.
And let's just go quickly back to us once the clarification is being reviewed by our judges at the table. I think it's just a matter of communication, which is being taken care of at the moment. I feel like that in general, I think this is something that, like 40 seconds remaining, both of our players, are really fighting, to win this one. And, with 40 seconds remaining, honestly, you really don't want to make any mistakes. And I also feel like it's not going to be easy for Andrea to make the right move to seal this game and come back. Because, of course, it's 200 life points, but...
Yeah, the tension is palpable. There is just very few seconds remaining, and they have been dueling all day since 9 AM for the first round, and now it's all or nothing. I mean, even if they lose this one out, they will be able to advance to day 2 because they are on an X11 record at the moment. But that additional win really does matter a lot, and as you've mentioned, Tom, it might come down to those extra just chunks of damage that he could have dealt last turn. And yeah, that would be incredible, because I can also see a universe where you deal exactly 200 if you go for another line, and that could be a draw, and that's just absurd. So I don't know, it's definitely has been a back and forth one. For a fact, have shown that Cash Tira cards have a lot of potential. I still remain a little bit skeptic on this pure version being the way, but there is a reason why so many successful players have decided to somewhat include them as an engine in their decks. I think, yeah, they offer a lot.
Yeah, I mean, there's no denying the utility of like the Cash Tira cards as a kind of little piece of your deck, because it's very easy, like for example with Birth, it's easier with other decks where you can just summon the monster and link it off or tribute it off for Deception, then that Birth becomes really valuable. It's almost a little harder to get value out of on the first turn for the Cash Tira deck. And as we see, maybe like the more Cash Tira cards you draw, it's almost like they do a little bit less and less. But
diminishing returns.
Exactly.
No, I mean, I really feel like I'd like to ask Andrea, or tomorrow if there's the chance, one of his friends, Diego, Lorenzo, the choice, like in-depth choices, behind this. And I mean, I think it's working out well for them. But, maybe some tips also regarding the side deck. And I mean, again, I really feel like that entering a tournament like this, I think it's consistency matters a lot, of course. And again, I think it's about how much pressure can you put into your opponent, right? Because, I mean, we saw that, of course, like Fenrir and Unicorn keeps coming back again and again. And the head traps, of course, help you out a lot. Also, I feel like there is not like a very specific side deck against Cash Tira in this moment, right? Because, I think people have been, focusing on Tempai, for example, as we saw. So,
yeah, for sure. Yeah, I agree. Like, it's one of those decks, like we saw the Labyrinth or the Runic Stun, where players really might not have anything to do. Like, you look at your side deck sometimes and you think, okay, I've got all these, like, Draw Lockbirds or, like, Mold Charmy Fivulos, like, or Spell and Trap removal even. You think, how do I deal with what I'm currently being presented with? It's not like 2022, where everyone had, like, 3 Book of Moon and...
Yeah.
I mean, having said all that, do you think maybe, Lorenzo playing the deck because, he won his national championships with it, maybe you look back favorably on a deck that you had a lot of success with, and you think, yeah, I could do that again. Yeah,
I think so. Not just that, because he had the back-to-back and he was playing a heavy Cash Tira engine in Snake Eye, so like the Cash Tira cards must be his favorites by far. And yeah, I do have the potential of seeing some bias in there, so we'll see whether that's the case. But I'd say while we wait for the decision, we can maybe take a bit of a reflection on what has happened in day one, so we can bring the deck breakdown from the event, because as we have been mentioning, the keyword has been the diversity, and we have seen how in very few tournaments, the top performing deck does not even come close to the 20%, being Tempai at 14. So that's a big tell.
Yeah, I guess some players might like to include the Fire King and Snake Eye decks together. I think they are a little bit different in how you play against them, for sure. And obviously some players choose, they're split 50-50. It's not like... players deliberately choosing to bring one or the other, so they must have strong opinions. One deck having a slightly larger engine, one deck being a little more compact but less grindy, more room for more hand traps. We're also seeing that Centurion deck. I feel like that was a lot more niche than 10% of the field. What do you reckon?
Yeah, I mean, like we talked about this before, the variety of decks that have been played so far, and maybe tomorrow we will have even more details about this. But I've seen a lot of players playing Centurions at the top tables as well, and I think the deck has grown in popularity, especially because of the consistency, because of the key play you can make with the Synchro monsters as well, and also with the various interactions with it through the. I mean, I really like the deck in general, and I also feel like it's has a lot of explosion, right? Because I mean, it also depends on what you really expect to play during the weekend, right? Because also during our interviews, most of the responses, I have to say, were focused on Tempai, right? Most of our players were scared of Tempai, and it makes perfect sense.
Yeah, at the same time, though, it's like even if you add the 3 top decks, you pretty much get a third of the field, which obviously math doesn't quite work that way, but it means that if you're facing off 12 rounds of Swiss and you have mostly prepared as some of these duelists against just those decks, you could be in for trouble. Because especially for some of the decks that we have seen, which are tailored with, techs in the main deck, and then you get to play only against like maybe 4, 5 out of 12 rounds. That's a big issue. Like, that's a new, and that means that your deck really should be built for being, as Alberto mentioned, consistent, but also probably just being stable and not having anything too weird out of that. And I still stand on what we mentioned in our meta discussion, where it was more of a bold prediction of still repeating the 10 plus different decks in Top Cut. Now I'm almost certain about it. Like, it should be happening if the conversion rate is that.
For sure. I mean, we had like a 10 plus different in Lille, and that was 32 decks.
Exactly.
And we're going to have 64 this time, so maybe even more than 10, maybe like 15 or 20.
Yeah, the road to 20 different decks can be doable. Yeah, and yeah, especially when you look at the lower percentage decks, and it's already on the 3% with the 40 plus remaining. It's yeah, you really have a lot of different options, and it's great. It's great to see that, especially with you know, having 2,500 plus players here today. It shows that the game is in a state in which you can get creative and still you know, make it work and play whatever deck. I think we have been proving that today for players like Francesco playing Orquest and still winning on stream, to Exodia, and you know, a lot of these strategies which can still be working, not just, you know, as for fun. They actually win.
Yeah, I mean, even now we're seeing two decks that no one probably would have predicted going into the event, except for, you know, a small group of Italian players.
Allegedly. Allegedly.
And it's a Kashtira mirror match, I suppose, so it was completely predicted.
But also I think this proves that if you're like approaching the game right now, this proves how basically your deck can be impactful throughout a big event like this, like a YCS. Because like you enter into a tournament like this and you say like, look, there are maybe at least 15 different decks, you know, and I'm new to the game. Maybe I'm not so sure about my deck, but guys, I mean, we're just witnessing an incredible day of action with different decks and different strategies, big max, and I think honestly the game is, I mean, incredible at the moment. A lot of different decks, and you just have your chances.
And I want to take the chance to actually praise our little friend Time Wizard over here, because I've at the start of the day I've subtly mentioned it, but I can give you confirmation of another introduction and news from this event that I think we all appreciate a lot how much support and love you know, receiving from the fans the Ultimate Time Wizard events have received. There is an amazing one for March or April 2010 for this event, which is gonna be having a giant Dark Arm Dragon for first place, which is insane. But the news is that we have set up a future match table for the Time Wizard event, and so for the first time ever at a YCS we will be able to have some footage of the tournament going on. We will not be streaming the event live, as obviously the main event is gonna take that spot, but later on we will manage to upload and, you know, do commentary as well on the videos, and I think that's great because it's just a great support for everyone home and everyone watching, and just, you know, obviously you want to support your friends, see what's winning, see who is winning, but then being able to just watch and see how they do it, I think can be of great inspiration for all of you guys if you want to try out these different formats and different ways of playing the game. So yeah, I think he is happy. I am as well.
I want to hold him too. I'm really enjoying the Time Wizard. I want to take him off you. I want to see somebody play Time Wizard in a Time Wizard format. No one's quite come up with that yet. Maybe he could see play in the 2005 formats. I assume he was out by then. He's pretty old Yu-Gi-Oh card. It's one of the things I'd have to check though.
Yeah.
I honestly can't wait, especially because like I was passing by the tables like today, and also there is a new introduction at this YCS as well, which is the Time Wizard September 2011. So along that one, also the 2014, which, you know, like playing 2014, it was, I mean, at last YCS you destroyed me. I mean, but I mean, I still remember that in 2014. But you know, like Giardia, Mermail, you know, Trap Trick, I mean, a lot of different decks. So I mean, I'm very happy with the way it's going, and also like our players are, you know, basically experimenting a lot of different decks and strategies which we used back then, and basically readapting it differently, right? So
Yeah, it's
Very
amazing
excited.
to see just how much has changed. You know, players taking modern approaches to deck building. You'd think, like, because there were these YCSs at old tournaments, you'd think maybe the players had it figured out. You can just look up a list. But even in a super popular one like Time Wizard 2011, where, you know, there were so many decks at the beginning, but still every time you see players coming up with new spins on different decks, coming up with new tech cards they like. You know, I'm seeing cards, you know, to go off the wall a bit, like Possessed Dark Soul coming out of nowhere to take a bunch of Dupe Frogs. You know, Cyber Valley is suddenly the new craze. You know, it's, even though it's sort of frozen in time, it doesn't stop players from innovating these old formats.
No, and at the same time, obviously, it's also great to see products such as of late, Quarter Century Bonanza, where you are able to update your decks for events such as YCS Bologna, but at the same time you have the 200 nostalgia pulls, which really takes you back to every different format that we witnessed, and from which you can take cards and either just get your first copies of, you know, those cards, or in maybe our cases even update them to different rarities, either Platinum or Quarter Century. So it's great. We have had a lot of introductions. We have talked a little bit about that in some of the videos that will come out at some point live throughout the weekend. With that Master versus Caster as well, where I've had the pleasure to play against the current reigning Ultimate Time Wizard European champion. So it's great to see that, you know, you can play Yu-Gi-Oh! In 2024 in a lot of different ways, and I think that's just great. And yeah, it's up to you to find what's more fitting for you, but the options are out there. So yeah, at the same time, yeah, I want to give you an update on the match of what's going on. Essentially, the pace, as you might have noticed, was you know, slowing down a little bit from both sides, but the problem is that both players already had previous slow play warnings. So you know, it's absolutely not the easiest decision to figure out. But I mean, once the head judge arrives to the table and discusses, they'll find out you know, more, and we'll be able to give you a proper update on that as well. But yeah, we have mentioned it is the last round. You need to advance to day 2, probably an X3 score to just technically advance, but like to make it to the top cut, we say that, I don't want to, you know, just say it's 100% guaranteed, but it should be guaranteed when you make it to, you know, a draw and 2 losses. So that's the score we are looking at, you know, advancing with.
Yeah, but there is a large number of players, so you always have to keep your eye on that. When there's 2,800 players, maybe it starts to get a little closer to, like, the scores have to be a little better until, like, an extra round gets introduced. I'm sure, like, everyone is probably wanting to look up the maths, or maybe look up someone else who's done the maths
it's impossible.
and can tell you, like, you know, the more players, then you get one extra round, so then it's harder to get the score, and then so on. So you can never really know. So it's always worth, if you're playing, you've got a good score, you want to see how good you can get and maybe sneak into that top 64.
No, especially because, like, when you enter into day 2, like, the less losses you have, the more you can think of, you know, maybe I have still another round, maybe I can afford to lose, right? So you don't have that pressure constantly saying I have to win them all, right? So I'm not really, like, you know, it's not the end of the world if you lose the last one in day 1. Still, of course, you enter into day 2 saying I have to win all of them, you know. And it's not going to be easy, but, you know, still, like tomorrow, 3 more rounds of Swiss, plus the top 64. So it's going to be a long day of action tomorrow as well. And honestly, let's say if Joshua Schmidt, who we saw in round 1, and I saw him at the top tables, I can tell you, maybe can do it again.
Yeah, maybe. Again, picking a kind of rogue deck. He seems to love coming up with brand new and innovative decks that are less popular, especially at YCS Bologna. So maybe if there's another Italian YCS in the future, he'll whip up something new for us to enjoy.
Totally. And no, yeah, I mean, like, the atmosphere today has been incredible. Like, numbers, like, more than 2,500 people playing today. And beautiful atmosphere, to be fair. And I'm glad for someone like, you know, me playing Time Wizard to see a lot of people playing it as well.
Yeah, absolutely. But in the meantime, while we wait for the final decision, let's hear it from the man itself, Ed.
Well, thank you very much, Marcello. Yes, this is one of the difficult moments where After letting those guys try and fill for as long as they can, we started to feel a bit bad. So we're going to give them a moment to just sort of relax a bit. This is obviously quite a complicated situation that happens in these matches. The head judges and things have to do some investigations, make sure everything's okay. But at the moment, anything could happen at this point, so I suppose it's always interesting to see how this goes, and hopefully at some point in the next few minutes we'll be able to kick back off and then basically finish that game regardless of what happens. It's been a long old day here. We're now in the 9th round and each of them go into extra time, so that's over an hour per round, which probably makes it over 9 hours, maybe even 10 hours, maybe even 11 hours. It's basically been about 11 hours, so you can understand. I want to give those guys a little bit of a break. I suppose in the meantime, something we could talk about briefly as a little bit of a tease is, obviously you guys are aware that something that might be defining the meta going forward in the format with new and upcoming sets is crossover breakers, and that is coming out very soon. And Leo and I had the pleasure of filming some content for that, which you guys will be able to get, you know, a little bit of a glimpse of sometime soon over on the Yu-Gi-Oh! Card EU official YouTube channel. So make sure you guys keep an eye out for that. A very interesting set, obviously, with the Ryzeal deck and the Malice decks being two of the very, very sort of meta-defining theory crafts that are coming up. So make sure that you guys do check that out when it comes, because I'm fairly sure most people are saying that it's going to be having a, you know, a pretty big impact on the meta. We're also being told that we might be hearing a bit more about this, so I am going to pass you guys back over to our commentary team, who will be able to just fill you guys in on exactly what is happening. So gentlemen, back over to you.
Yes, thank you, Ed. Indeed, and as he was saying, yeah, I mean, it has been a pleasure being here with you guys for the entirety of the day one, but yeah, unfortunately, sometimes you know, these duels must end in an unusual way, as that will be the case for this one. And we are still finalizing, you know, the winner of the match, but we will be preparing the post-match analysis as usual, just to review some of the key moments that have been going on. But yeah, I mean, it's tough. We have mentioned it plenty of times throughout the years. Playing on stage can really get to your nerves, no matter how many times you've done it in the past, and no matter how many times you will do it still. And there are particular matches in which it's even tougher, from round 1 and the last round of day 1. So the good news is that both players are still completely in contention, no matter what the result, for making it to the top 64, and at least they are guaranteed to advance to day 2. But yeah, I'd say in the meantime, there is still not really a decision on our way. That's the thing. So,
I mean, yeah, in situations like this, it's very tense, and with only 40 seconds on the clock, the judges can have a tough time figuring out exactly what the correct decision is, but they work very hard and try and get to the bottom of these things. As we know, like, we're catching everything on camera, so they've got everything at their disposal to make the right decision. And we always need to be very appreciative of our judges who make the events run as smoothly as they possibly can.
Oh, exactly. I mean, always be on the safest side to make the right call. And here with just, you know, waiting for the decision from our judges, which are just discussing this. And I mean, while waiting for the decision from our judges, we have a small video for you while waiting, and we will shortly be back for the finish of the last round of Swiss for today.
Welcome back to the coverage of YCS Bologna 2024, and we are here with Julio Valls. And Julio Valls, of course, is a very well-known face, as he was not only a finalist of this year's European Championship, but also top 8 at the World Championship with the same deck twice. And therefore, we're going to look deeper into that deck today, as we have a combo tutorial with the Ritual Beast deck and the master himself, Julio. How are you feeling today, Julio?
Well, in general, I didn't sleep because I just started. Right now in the Italy, but
yeah,
fine.
Yeah, okay. But I mean, Ritual Beast stuff, you're known for that, you know the stuff. So let's go over to the top view and let's look at some cards. So what are you going to explain to us here? What's the combo going to start with?
First, I will explain the most generic combo, that is the one card combo of Kanahau.
Okay.
For do this combo, you don't need more extra cards in hand.
Just the Kanahawk, okay, that's lovely.
Kanahawk has the effect to banish any Ritual Beast card, and in 2 turns you take back. It's like a gold sarcophagus effect.
True, yeah, I mean, the crazy thing about him is he's so old that it's like not once per turn, not the hard once per turn, which is really, really cool.
The limits of this deck are that all the cards can only special summon 1 time.
That's very important, yeah. Sometimes you can lose track of that. Yeah. Okay, so what are we banishing?
The card that we will banish is the new Spiritual Beast Lara.
Yes.
That this card, when it's banished, summon any Ritual Beast monster from the deck.
All right.
Here, when you are starting with the Kanahawk, this means that you will have more cards in your banished stone. So you will use the summon of the Tamer that summons from graveyard, and you will keep the one that summons from banished stone.
Okay.
Here we have a Tamer and a Spiritual Beast monster, and we can make a contact fusion.
Oh yeah, contact fusing. Let's
go.
For
the Ulti Kanahawk.
That's not going to be the last time we see that guy. Okay, so Ulti Kanahawk now is going to activate its effect, right?
It has 2 effects. The first one is target 2 Ritual Beast cards to put to the graveyard.
Yeah.
And the second is a cost put to the extra deck to summon a Spiritual Beast monster and a Tamer. The crazy part of the new support is that this card is both. So it comes a Spiritual monster and
That's really, really
Tamer.
Strong, yeah.
So this card is out.
Sorry, Julio, to interrupt your amazing combos, but we have finally the decision for the match as our head judge came to the table. In the end, unfortunately, as we've mentioned, there was a previous penalty for slow play warning, which has been upgraded to a game lost for Andrea, which means that Timothy is the winner of the last round. Congratulations to him, but still congratulations to both for advancing to day 2. And congratulations to you for being with us for the entirety of day 1. It has been a pleasure being with, Alberto and Tommaso, Tom, commentating. But thank you guys. Make sure as well to tune in tomorrow. So this was the end from our side. See you tomorrow. But before we do that, we want to hear it one last time from Ed.
Thank you, Marcello. Yes, well, thank you very much to everyone for all of your patience while we waited for that final decision to be made. The decision has been made, and obviously congratulations to our winner, but commiserations for the entire situation. Not quite the fireworks finish you want for the last match of a first day of a YCS, but that's all from us today. Thank you very much for all of you tuning in on Twitch and YouTube. We will be back tomorrow morning at 9 AM local time in Italy. So wherever you are, figure that one out with your clocks, and we'll see you guys there bright and early, and we'll get into round 10, then we'll have 11 and 12, then we go into the top 64 cut as we race our way all the way to that grand final here at YCS Bologna. Thank you very much for joining us, and we'll see you tomorrow.